1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Welcome, everybody. It's Aussie time on DBN. My name is Robert Tripper, and we are thrilled to bring you the 2025 Asia-Pacific Championship of Diplomacy here on DBN. It happened this weekend at the Cane Toad Classic tournament in Brisbane. And with me, I have three wonderful analysts here. First up, from Great Britain, Mr. Michalis Kamaritis. Welcome, Michalis.
Good morning, Robert. It's unusual to be doing a stream in daylight.
Absolutely. This is like what the Americans must feel when they cover us when we are doing stuff in Europe. Then, also from Great Britain, welcome, Isaac Jukes. Happy to see you awake as well.
We're invading. I have to do this all the time, but we are invading the Australian scene.
We are. I mean, somebody has to do it. They were essentially all playing, so well, it's up to us Europeans to do the coverage. Speaking of more Europeans, we've had UK here already. I'm from Germany, and we also have the Netherlands represented with Maaike Blom. Welcome.
Hello, good to be back, and we should indeed balance out the English here. Can't have too many English.
Yeah, we have to.
No, I disagree.
Just a little bit. But I'm very happy to have you here to cover this wonderful tournament. It happened for the second time this year. Last year was the inaugural Cane Toad Classic in Brisbane. It was hosted by Gavin Atkinson, who you might know as one of the hosts of the Diplomacy Games podcast. Wonderful show. If you haven't checked it out, you should. And it's also this year the Asia-Pacific Championship, which is an event that has been held twice before. 2 years ago, it was held in Siem Reap, which I think is Cambodia, and Chris Brandt won. Last year, it was held in Australia as well, and it was Max Wanjiro Banks who won it. And he will be playing today as well. And the Cane Toad Classic last year was won by Jamal Blakarli, who we all know as also a former world champion, but he won't be competing. So there is hope for everybody else. So this tournament is also a continental championship. And Maaike, who's here with us, will be one of the co-hosts of this year's European Championship. And I believe you have attended a few European Championships as well. Can you tell us a little bit about what's special about these kinds of tournaments where it's not just a tournament or a national championship, but it's for Europe or North America or Asia Pacific, the continental or regional championship?
Yeah, definitely. I've been to 2 European ones, and what you generally see is they are bigger. They attract more people from outside the host country. And what you also see is that people are a little more competitive. They really want to fight for the title, and it's quite prestigious in that way. Of course, still there's a lot of room for fun and casual play, but you do see people try a little extra hard. This year I'm co-hosting with Jelte. We're going to host it in the Netherlands from the 7th to the 9th of November in Leiden, which is very close to Schiphol Airport for everyone still in doubt about coming. And what you can see here that also happened at the Asia Pacific one is that there's just more boards. Right now we have 63 signups, which is 9 boards, which is much more than you'd see at any national championship. So yeah, in general, just more competitiveness, more people, more nationalities, more fun.
Absolutely, I can only second that. Come there. We can take a quick look at the DBN calendar. If any of you are looking out for new opportunities to play in face-to-face or virtual, we have also virtual events on here. You can see that if you head over to diplobn.com/schedule, you will find a nice little overview. We have next week and the Swiss Diplomacy Championship, which I think, Micah, you will attend as well.
Yes, I will be there. Very excited. It's the first tournament I ever went to, and I'm going for the 3rd time this time. So it was definitely a
Great.
success.
So that is for our European friends, as well as the UK National Championship, September 19th to 21st. I suppose Isaac and Michalis, will we see you there?
I will definitely be there.
What?
I'm there
Crazy.
too.
Yeah, I'll be there.
So that is a good opportunity as well. Then if we scroll down a little bit, October 11th and 12th, I'm hosting the Hechtstechen in Dresden, Germany. Another opening to do something. October 3rd and through 5th is Weaselmoot. For everybody who's in North America, go to Chicago. It's North American Championship. And then we have the Flying Fox Fandango, which is the next Australian tournament. So if you're watching from down under and you're wondering when it's the next possibility to play, Flying Fox Fandango inaugural tournament hosted by Zoe Cameron, and you can head over there and find all the information on diplobn.com/schedule. Okay,
It's in Melbourne.
It's in Melbourne. Thank you. I didn't say that yet.
Yeah.
Apart from that, let's get back to this tournament. We will cover it. We have 3 rounds of diplomacy with 14 boards total. Isaac, can you tell us a little bit about has your experience been with the Australian hobby? I mean, every hobby has sort of their own little meta, their own little special things they like to do more than others. Can you tell us a little bit about your experience with Australian players so far?
Yeah. So the Australian hobby has a few central tenets. Number one is, of course, naturally the Western Triple. Australians love a Western Triple. I don't know if they still do, but they at least used to. And second, it's moves that you wouldn't see in the other metas because they're sort of a little bit more fun and quirky while still being viable moves. Things like convoying the French to Norway or deciding as the East that actually you want Munich in 1901. I'd say that's one of the defining features of the Australian hobby, is that sort of quirkiness while still being effective. And isn't that Australia in a nutshell?
Seems to be. We can have a quick look at who's actually playing today. Not everybody, but this should be the top ranked players via the DBNI ranking, even though I'm not sure they are 100% correct. All these players, most of them are from Australia, but not everybody. As we see, Justin Lohr, for example, an American player, will be participating. I will make you all pick one of these names to watch. Who's your money on to win this tournament? Yes, we cannot see everybody here, but out of these names, Michalis, who do you favor?
Max dominated this tournament last year and was a well-deserved winner of what was, I believe, his first tournament victory. I'm not going to look past him to do it again. I have faith that Max is going to make this his tournament and win back-to-back.
Micah, any names sticking out to you?
Yes, multiple for multiple reasons. I know Claire's relatively new to the scene, but she really knows what she's doing, so I'm going to keep an eye out for her. I think out of this list, who would give the most chance from the people here, that's probably Shane Armstrong. I've played with him a bit at Worlds. He's very smart about what he does, and I think he's friendly enough to keep other people on side with him as well.
And how about you, Isaac?
I'm going to throw a curveball, and I'm going to go with Justin on the basis that he's not going to play the same as everyone else, and that I think that will present him with some sort of unique opportunities and stylings that he might be able to take advantage of coming from sort of almost a different meta.
Seems to make sense. I mean, maybe that's actually an advantage. I seem to see it quite a lot that people who've traveled from another country win tournaments. I think it's not that unusual. So maybe he has a good chance. We will see about it. So now, before we get started with the first board, let's quickly give an overview over how this tournament works. It's 3 rounds, and each of them was time limited to a secret end date. So the tournament director had predetermined at what year, after which year, the games would end, but nobody knew before. So it was a bit of a different format than we see usually here, and it might affect what we see. So if you see like draws or like things where you think this is a draw, but it might not be, situations where a game ends and you think like, oh, there was so much to play for, it might be that actually the time limit just kicked in. And I'm sure we will talk about that a bit more later. Apart from that, 3 rounds, each of the 3 rounds counted. There was no top board, so just adding up the 3 best scores and having the most points. They used a scoring system called Bangkok. And Michalis, can you tell us a little bit about that? Like, how does it work? What are the main incentives of the scoring system?
Yeah, so Bangkok was a scoring system devised, I believe, by Andrew Goff, who was at this tournament, for WDC Bangkok a couple of years ago. You get about 105 points for every supply center, but then the sort of differentials between people is there's a 420 point bonus for topping the board, and then there's another 420 points shared by everyone who's within 2 centers of the top, including the topper, and another 420 for everyone within 3 centers of the top, also including the topper. So there's a lot of compound interest for being the top ranked player, and being close to the top ranked player, not letting them get miles ahead, is a crucial part of this scoring system.
Yeah, I believe the numbers will be a little smaller right here because I think they used the original Bangkok, which Goff modified for WDC. I think the original is by Leif Harlainen, but the principle is still the same, very much so, that you essentially want to be ahead of everybody else, and if you can, have a bit of a gap, and if you can top, sort of at least be within 2 centers, or even better, 1 center of the board topper. So with that, let's dive right into the games, I'd say. We will cover 2 games from round 1 in a bit more detail, and then do the other in more rapid fashion. Isaac, I will give you a quick break first, and we will cover with Michalis and Micah the first game, and then we will see you back for the second board of round 1. And now we will head over to round 1, board 2, which has, if I can bring it up correctly, these players. In Austria, we see Stuart Barton from Canberra. In England, we see Zoe Cameron. In France, Conor Murhead. In Germany, Jason Gray. And then in Italy, Paul Rubery. In Russia, Jack Limich. And in Turkey, Eden Luther. 3 players who we haven't seen on DBN before, so good to have you. Always nice to see new players. And yeah, anything sticking out to you too, Michalis, Micah, when you see this lineup?
Jason has been very successful in virtual and online in the past sort of year and a half, and steadily improving. He hasn't had as big a result in the face-to-face scene, so I'm watching to see whether this is going to be sort of his breakout moment. Because so far, yeah, he's been doing very, very well online, but maybe his issue is there's fewer Australian players online. Maybe Jason's style doesn't necessarily work quite as well with other Australians, and this is his chance to right that wrong.
I'm very curious to see mainly the dynamics between Zoe and Jason. They've played quite a lot of games together. They're England and Germany. I think what happens there is going to be very determining for how the rest of the board will go.
Yeah, let's watch that. The board name is the 180B Man, and we will make it a little bit of a sport for you commentators to figure out what's the topic of these namings. I mean, the Australians, I think maybe Andrew Goff started that, but many of the Australian tournaments have an overarching theme for the board names. So maybe keep that in mind, and if any of you has an idea, tell me. It will be a little bit of a game in itself to figure that out today. Let's head to the map, and we will do spring and fall. Michalis, you are on top, so I will give you the spring. You can quickly read out what you see. And Micah, we will head it over to you for the fall. So with that, without any further ado, let's go to the spring.
All right, spring 1901. The West is pretty standard. There's a DMZ in Burgundy, which already suggests maybe Western Tripoli vibes, because this is an Australian tournament. It's the first thing I'm looking for. England also goes Liverpool to Edinburgh, which is how you would set up if you want to convoy to Norway and be anti-Russian. So that would not be a huge surprise from this position. In the East, also fairly standard, but Austria gets into Galicia because Russia decides to go to Ukraine and cover Warsaw. And Italy opens to Piedmont, which you don't see very much nowadays. You used to see it a lot more in the past, but sort of fallen out of fashion. And it's interesting to see where they go from there with that, given that Germany is not open to Burgundy.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think some Italians say that they like to do that just to make sure that France is not doing too well. I usually value my relationship with France a bit too much to do that, because often France is not very happy about it. But I definitely see the argument that sometimes you for example, make France walk back to Marseille and then they can't build fleet in Marseille or something like that. Let's see how it goes in fall. Mike, what do you see?
We see exactly what you said, and France now cannot build in Marseille, which is really good for Italy. Italy does walk back, which I think in this case points out they are being friendly with Austria. They're showing like, hey, I'm not going to build an army in Venice. So they probably have a decent relationship. In the East, I don't know if this was on purpose, but very unfortunate for Austria. It seems like Turkey tried to support Galicia and Romania, but may either did a misorder on purpose and didn't want Austria there, or it was an accident, in which case that's tough for both of them, because now Russia has Sevastopol to build in. Russia also gets into Sweden, nothing surprising there. And I think the other big thing in the West is France supporting England into Belgium. With England moving into Edinburgh in the spring, it was showing a little bit that there might be an EF. And I think this is just affirming that it's just a question of what does Germany do now? Are they part of that? Or are they going to do something else? And I think if they wanted to work with England very much, they probably should have bounced Sweden.
Yeah, I think Turkey supported Ukraine to Rum, so they were hoping not to see that Russian fleet in Romania, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, we've seen many Australian games where a Russian fleet in Romania is absolutely no hindrance for an RT, but generally speaking, as Turkey, usually you would prefer having an army there just to have offensive potential together against Austria. But a bit of an unusual situation here with Austria also going there and being bounced, or not being bounced, not getting in. Michaelis, what do you make of keeping North Sea open after 01? It seems a little dangerous to me, but I mean, it's also some kind of a forward position with having the army in Norway already. It's an unusual combination to do both, I think.
I mean, if you're somehow getting Belgium whilst doing a Western Triple as England, you probably say yes, right? England is obviously the big beneficiary in any Western Triple anyway, so it's quite normal for Germany and occasionally France to be the ones that get Belgium, particularly when France was not going for Portugal. There was a real argument that France should have been getting it, so they still got their two builds. But I think Zoe will be quite satisfied with this. France is not in a great position to turn around and attack them. Germany could still work against them, but it's a fleet in Belgium which doesn't go there to die. We all know it's English armies that go to Belgium to die, so the fleet can be evacuated quite easily if you have to give it up.
Fair enough. Good point. So we see two builds for England and for Germany. France only one because of that annoying Italian in Piedmont that left again. And we see a French fleet build in Brest, can't be anywhere else. Fleet London and Army Eddie. Okay. Yeah, I suppose the argument is you have to convoy via Norwegian, even though I'm not sure France is super delighted. Germany's build looks in line with Western Triple. And then we have double fleet build by Russia. Fleet South Coast in St. Pete and Fleet Sevastopol. That is bold, I think we can say, right?
I hate the Fleet South Coast St. Petersburg build normally as Russia in 1901, in that generally you want to avoid conflict with Russia in the early game, with Germany in the early game, I think. But in this case, when there's an obvious Western triple coming for you, fair enough. Why not try doing something different? Building it with another fleet in the south as well is going to leave you very short on armies in the center. And at the moment, Germany has only put one army down and doesn't look primed to come east that quickly. But you're really, really reliant on Austria being your friend for this to have any sort of path forward.
Austria, the friend that is in Galicia.
And who tried to go to Romania, yes. But who knows? Maybe they will figure it out. Let's see in spring. I'm sorry. Michalis, tell us about it.
All right, so spring, you see that England does push towards St. Petersburg, doesn't go for the convoy. Instead, they go straight to Barents, which makes sense because with the South Coast fleet, Barents could be blocked. So that was well read by Zoe. And other than that, this is full Western triple, full steam ahead. So they're into Lyon, not getting into Piedmont. Germany gets into Tyrolia, though. France is in mid-Atlantic Ocean. But the problem that France has is they still have to take Portugal, and they can only do it with that fleet. So by doing Picardy to Paris rather than Brest, they haven't set themselves up for, say, a convoy over, which would have left them closer to the Med next turn. So Connor is really paying the price for that Italian opening and still having big momentum loss as a result of it. The East, meanwhile, we see an AT kicking Russia out of Romania, and Russia decides to retreat to Black Sea rather than pull it off the board and rebuild it as an army, which might work and might not. But so far, this is not going great for Russia.
Are these bounces in Aegean and Eastern Med arranged, or is it just AIT not being on the same page? Mike?
Yeah, I was wondering about that as well. I think it's probably arranged. I think if Austria did want to go after Turkey, they would have just supported Italy, because they seem to have talked, at least, Austria and Turkey. So they probably knew this was happening, especially in combination with Armenia. The two must have talked about this.
Yeah, Italy, by moving to Tyrrhenian Sea, it suggests they didn't expect Ionian to actually get out of Ionian, right? So that's also a bit of a clue there.
Yeah,
and I don't think Italy wants to either, with France coming down.
Yep. I mean, it's an interesting position. Western Triple is coming. Often you need a strong alliance in the East to counter that. It doesn't look like they want Russia on board, but we will have to look out. Maybe AIT is an option. Maybe AT thinks they can do enough and it will not hold on for long anyway, the Western Triple. Let's look how it develops. Let's have a look at it info.
If AIT is the solution, Micah can tell us all about how good that is for England.
Great for England. I think what moved if we missed a bit last turn was Munich to Tyrolia, which I thought that's going to be annoying, but actually it's just supporting France, which is mostly annoying for Italy. Italy doesn't really seem to move in the West, which I think is a bit odd, but maybe they're making arrangements or they're feeling the heat of AT and worried about being the odd one out. We do see AT really working together. There's not another bounce in Aegean. Russia tries to make some moves, but it's not really successful. Sure, they get Galicia back, which is better than nothing, but they still lose Romania, and they don't get anything else. France, this is a good turn for France. They don't have Italy to worry about. They get Portugal. And now they do have Marseille free if they do want to build something in it. So overall, I think very good turn for France. Let's see. Other than that, I mean, England takes St. Petersburg. Germany gets Sweden. This is just overall a really good turn for the Western Triple.
Yeah, the East haven't reacted really with anything. So there's another bounce in Eastern Med here. So Italy and Turkey not on the same page, because at this point Italy really wanted to have fleets to go a bit westward and counter this French attack. And Austria, Russia still squabbling. Turkey and Austria are allied, but they're not really going anywhere with that alliance. Russia's pulling 3 off of the board with the loss of Rum, Sweden, and St. Petersburg, which is going to clear some of those units up, but it's not really obvious how that's going to benefit this east in containing the Western Triple, because it just looks like they're going to keep going forward and getting more and more dots between them all.
Yeah, I'm interested. From what we've seen, the other three players, apart from Stuart Barton, might be newer players. We have not seen them in our DBN database, which of course doesn't have to mean that they are inexperienced in the game itself, but it might well be that they have not played a lot, or at least not played competitively before. If you're Stuart here, and you're in Austria, how do you approach this? How do you deal with having potentially newer players around you? I mean, right now it looks a bit like he's mainly trying to get some centers for himself. But what is your approach here if you try to counter a very experienced Western Triple as one of the only experienced players in the East?
I do like what he's doing here with Italy. By doing that bounce in Trieste, he's making sure he can build in Trieste while not risking anything. And if Germany was going to support France anyways in Piedmont, there was no way something would have worked there. I don't think an AIT or an AT, whatever this is, works here very well, but I think he's being friendly to the people around them and trying to make things work, which seems to work in his favor the most so far in the East.
It's playing with fire a bit, going for Russia in this position, in that Russia is going to collapse and basically only have units on one front after this year. And if Russia decides that the person they're most annoyed at about that is Austria, Russia can really just flip to working as a janissary for the Western Triple, making your position even more untenable. So this is why it's usually advised, like, Russia always collapses when there's a Western Triple. It's just a matter of when. But if Austria doesn't make a move on them first, it's often that Russia will say, hey, I'm dying in the north, you can have my last couple of dots, and hold out a line that way. So by making the move on Russia first, you're risking that Russia focuses their ire on you rather than on anyone else.
Fair point. I don't know why we don't see the winter phase. We somehow skipped over it, but we see an Austrian fleet in Trieste coming down. Like it? Don't like it?
I don't get it at all. Yeah, you've got a German army in Tyrolia that's hostile. Surely you need to kick that out.
I suppose the thought process may have been, oh, there's going to be a fleet in Marseille, we have to have more fleets, but they have enough fleets. Especially if they're working with Turkey as well. I don't really get this.
And if you're not working with Turkey, you definitely shouldn't have attacked Russia, right? Like these circles aren't squaring.
That definitely seems to be the case. Let's look at the spring moves, Michalis.
Well, the spring moves in that they are not working with Turkey. It is just an AI against a Western Triple and attacking Russia and Turkey, which is not what I would call a winning recipe. So Austria makes an unsuccessful attack on Bulgaria, which fails because Russia tries to take Romania back, deciding that with their 3 remaining units, they are going to punish Austria. Turkey now gets out into Aegean Sea and can also focus on their front with Austria, because Italy has had to move those fleets west, so it's just a one-on-one there. Elsewhere, you see France getting into Lyon and up to mid-Atlantic out of Portugal. England convoyed across again, and Germany sending more units towards the east, with Prussia, England dropping to Livonia. So Western Triple continues to make great progress, and Germany walks out of Holland, which is very trusting.
That's a good turn for Turkey. They seem to know what Russia was doing, and it worked an advantage. But then we have this turn less good for Turkey. Ouch. I don't know what exactly Russia is doing, because they could have cut Romania but decided that Black Sea was more important. Maybe they have some sort of deal with Austria after all, and they're trying to defend their Moscow and Warsaw at least. Other than that, you see pretty much what you'd expect from this position. The one thing I would point out is that Trieste now supports Italy back into Venice, which is not necessarily what I thought that fleet would be doing, but it is an option. You build Fleet Trieste to support Italy, of course.
Yeah, so
There's-
England walks into Holland, which I think is what you're trying to highlight there. Which,
Yeah, it was
Oh,
flipping around
I
somehow.
completely missed that.
the thing
Ouch.
is, they also supported Germany into Warsaw, so it's not impossible that that's actually agreed upon. Given that Germany first walked out of Holland in spring, they go to Norwegian Sea rather than to Skagerrak, which is what you'd sort of expect if this was just all dropping the hammer on Germany. Why Germany would make a deal where they're willingly giving up Holland in this, I'm not quite so sure. But no, the rest of these moves on this board do suggest to me that that was arranged rather than a stab.
Zoe's
I mean-
nice. You want to give Zoe good things, right? Even if it means Holland.
And it's important to make sure Germany doesn't get too big and strong in a Western triple.
Go Zoe.
So we have a little bit of insider info from Eden. Welcome, Eden. They were promised a swap in Greece for Bulgaria to fight the Western Triple, but I got lied to. So, feel you. That happens. Yeah, it's always the question when a Western Triple is coming, what do the neighbors of Turkey do? Do they say, okay, Turkey needs to go, they are not helping, we want their centers? Or do they say, we don't have the time to fight Turkey, we need to be friends with them? And it seems like Austria and Russia are still thinking that they can kill Turkey while not dying to the Western Triple, which, at least in the case of Austria, might be true, to be honest. Russia is in a pretty dire situation, but so far, as it often is the case, Austria has suffered way less from the Western Triple compared to Italy and Russia.
1903 is very late to make that play to kill Turkey to stop a Western Triple, though. And
Yeah.
Russia is almost dead. Italy is in sort of full contained mode. Will lose Tunis next. The problem is coming to Austria, and the problem is coming quite soon.
Yeah, and I mean, the problem is as well, they can't put down their build right here. They go up to 7, which is nice, but you can't build in Serbia. Still not. There's another build for England, who's also at 7, while Germany's at 6. So great position for Zoe Cameron. Let's see what they put down. Another army, Fleet Black goes, and that's all we have for adjustments. And we move right into spring of 04. Michalis.
And we do see the Western Triple sticking together. So there's another convoy over to St. Petersburg. There is no fight between EG at this stage. England also gets into Moscow, so this is just everything coming up Zoe. Russia is still against Austria, attempts to take Vienna, which does not work, but Turkey attempts to take Bulgaria. And Austria, as you can see here, they're now defending on 3 fronts, and it's about to be 4 with another army coming to Sevastopol, and they've still got to try and prop the Italian up with a potential Italian retreat to Trieste. If they don't do that, it's German army into Like Stuart's got a lot of problems on this board. France, meanwhile, chooses not to take Tunis by cutting Tyrrhenian Sea, instead defends Tuscany. That makes some sense in the spring turn. You can still guarantee Tunis in full. Does the fact that Tunis is an army rather than a fleet means it can't be braced, so you can always take it from Western Med.
I mean, however, it was a bit brave that there would not be any cooperation with, for example, Austria putting a fleet into Ionian, right? I mean, that window could have closed right here
Sure.
to take Tunis. But, I mean, worked out for them. Maybe they had a nice diplomatic line to Stuart or something and figured out that this was not going to happen.
Or they knew that Turkey was anti-Austrian.
After last turn, yes, I really liked that move by France. I think that was clever, and it was pretty much guaranteed to work.
Yep, and it definitely did work. So let's see if they take it in fall. Ooh,
Ouch.
Mike, tell us about it.
So this is the way you don't do this because of this reason. If France would have moved from Western, they would have had Tunis guaranteed, but because Turanian cuts Western, France is now not in Tunis. They do get into Venice, so I guess in terms of losses, it is not too bad for France, but they could have gone up, and that would have been much better in that position. Other than that, we see Russia being against Austria. Makes sense, I suppose. England takes Moscow and swaps it for Holland, so they are really on the same page still, and seems like this Western Triple will just continue to exist.
Yeah, and you also see Holland being given back here as well, so EG are fully on the same page.
If you are in the East here, what is your pitch? I can show the position. what is your pitch to somebody in the West in order to break this up? I mean, let's say you're Austria, because they seem to be the one who has the best chance of potentially topping if the Western triple somehow starts doing something else. How do you approach this here, and who do you think is most likely to flip?
I think if you're Austria, you have to start working with France. I think that you can do something to help France take down Italy, and then have French support for an attack on Germany. I think that England is so out of position that England's either going to stab Germany regardless of what you do, or just stick with them for the whole game. I'd probably be leaning the latter after these sort of giving back and forth of Holland, and Germany is not in any sort of position to make a good stab on one of their allies. So I think that France, make sure they get at least one, preferably two builds, and then they can go into Germany with you.
I think France is the person you can offer the most, because you still have Italy between you and you can actually bring some supports. I do think there's a lot of good opportunities for Zoe to stab Jason if she wants to. With that army in St. Pete, if she moves that to Finland, she could also take Holland back possibly, or cut Denmark. So I think the opportunities are there. One thing I'm thinking is that Austria might also just think, hey, I cannot win this game anymore, but I should be within 2 centers of the topper. So I at least get that 420 divided, which I do think is a good possibility here.
Yeah, fair point. They now get to put down their build, which they couldn't put down last year. They don't build a third fleet, unfortunately. That would have been missed opportunity for sure. And in French army, okay, yeah, I suppose it has to go to Piedmont. Potentially a fourth fleet could have been sensible, but I think army is the right build here, right? What do you guys reckon?
I prefer the army. I think that the army is actually better for trying to take Rome at this point. What you really want to do is get that army into Tuscany and then have great position on Rome whilst being able to defend Venice. You're probably going to have to make the slower approach for now, but I like that army build. What France really has to not do is pull Paris down to the south. Because the moment Paris comes down to the south, France is suddenly so vulnerable to an EG stab. I really like what Connor's done in keeping that back there all the time so far and making sure that EG don't just drop the hammer on and walk into Brest and Paris. So by building another army, you can maintain that army in Paris forever.
Very much agreed. And it's nice for France that the Italian fleet in Tuscany comes off, because now you can just take Tyrrhenian Sea and then go for Tunis without worrying about a retreat to Western Med or something like that.
Yeah.
Or slip into Western Med from the Tyrrhenian Sea fleet. Let's see how it goes in spring.
All right, in spring, they do as you say. So Lyon takes Tyrrhenian Sea and now surrounds Tunis, which will almost certainly fall in full. We'll wait to see whether the correct orders are entered this time. Meanwhile, the Western Triple just sticks together. So Germany's in Bohemia, Germany's in Galicia. There's no attempt or a successful attempt to take back Venice. You do see Austria support holding Venice here. So maybe Austria is making that pitch that we talked about and saying, hey, France, I can be your friend. It remains to be seen whether that is received. We also see Russia being used as a janissary against the Austrian position. And this is sort of now or never for Stuart. Either France is going to do something to help them, or Stuart is about to collapse, because with all of these centers or provinces around them occupied now by hostile units in Tyrolia, Bohemia, Galicia, Ukraine, Sevastopol, Constantinople, and Aegean Sea, and possibly Venice as well. 7 units ain't going to hold all of that. I think that there was potentially a bit of a mistake trying to block Galicia, which was always going to be easily supported, rather than Bohemia, which was probably not going to be supported for a move into by Tyrolia, which had to defend Venice. So choosing the wrong option for what to try and bounce there.
Yeah, I agree with you that Austria should be working with France here. At the same time, I don't really know why France would. They're in perfect position to keep Venice, especially if Germany's on board. They can take Tunis themselves, can start going after Ionian as well, because Turkey is still pestering Austria. So I think France is doing really well and has no reason to work with Austria.
I agree.
in full.
We'll see.
Do we see any sign of a crack in the
Is
Western
that
Triple?
Mediterranean getting into Rome?
It
It
is.
is.
Indeed.
Ah,
Yeah.
well, that's not good for Italy. There's now even less reason for France to work with Austria. Ouch. That's a hard turn for Austria. They also don't get into Naples. Really good turn for France. We do see England making a move on Holland. Not 100% sure if that's agreed or not. It seems like it would not be agreed, but then England would have moved to Finland if they did a full-on stab. So I'm not 100% sure there. What do you think, Alice?
I suspect that they thought they were getting into Sevastopol, right? So they made the supported attack. They only got braced out because AT cooperated to attack Sev. So I think that England was expecting to get Holland and Sev, and therefore you wanted to compete in Moscow to go after Warsaw next. This time I do think it's a stab. Like all the other fleet movements to Norway, to North Sea, etc., are hostile to Germany. Last time they sort of kept everything quite far away from Germany. This time everything has followed up, and given that France is building one, potentially two, it's is building two, but England probably didn't know Rome was going to succeed. It's a good time to go on Germany and try and make some progress before the time limit. So yeah, I think this is a stab, and that Germany is the one who's been deemed to be the victim, as you see so often in a Western Triple.
And fair enough with this position. I mean, if they are doing this, that's really good for both Zoe and Connor. That will pretty much guarantee either of them to win, and the other being second.
Yeah. Right now they are at 8-8. Austria is still at 7. Germany goes down to 6. We see the builds. There's a fleet build. Okay, I mean, it's not super easy to convoy an army over anywhere right now, but you might have thought that when you're fighting Germany, an army would have been what you want. But also Fleet Brest. What do we make of this?
This looks more like France's genocide with Germany, right? So they can come up to Picardy and Burgundy, make an attack on Belgium. I think if you're going to work with England, you sort of do those fleet and army the other way around. You keep another fleet for coming into the Med, and you put an army in Brest, probably.
I mean, I do think if France works with England, they're probably not going to get much out of it, because England's already in Holland and Belgium, so you might get war, but that's about it. Whereas Germany is in Tyrolia, is actively helping you. I didn't really consider it, but it might not be such a bad choice.
Yeah, like the picture Zoe has to be making is, hey, you can have Belgium while I get something else, and that's how you sort of keep the EF moving together. France does have the ability to like go up to Burgundy and Tyrolia and make an attack on Munich from both sides. So the attack on Germany has some chance of progress. But what this really does is give a huge lifeline to Stuart, who's stuck around on his 7 centres. Now the Western Triple has broken, and Stuart's position is a lot more coherent. It's not great for growth, but sticking around on 7, if everyone else keeps fighting, you're probably going to get some share of those points for being close to the topper. And if you can somehow sneak into, I don't know, Venice, Sevastopol, something like that, maybe there's a path for Stuart to get some sort of shared top out of this game.
He's not fighting with Eden anymore, at least not based on last turn.
So this is the position we are in. The big stab happened, and then what happens next is the tournament director walks in and says,
No!
This is time. The first round only lasts 5 years. So it ends in an 8-8 shared top between Connor and Zoe, taking home 15 points, with Stuart and Jason still getting a little bit of the pie of the bonus points with 12.7 and 10.3 respectively. And actually probably saving grace for Italy and potentially Russia as well, surviving. Good on you for sticking to the end. Yeah, this is probably a little frustrating for Stuart. You've been waiting all game to sort of have a bit of relief pressure, and now that this happens, it ends. However, maybe for his points, it might not be the worst. If this game had continued, would you have preferred France or England or somebody else? But I suppose France or England are the most likely choices here.
I'd probably have preferred France. I think that you would have had Germany as a very willing partner, And that doesn't mean you have to take that, but you can always do something that looks like you're coordinating with Germany and then just stab them for a dot yourself. So I think that there was easier growth for them. England had a lot of fleets down, which, yeah, they can go into held land and try and do stuff with, but their growth's not easy. France, Belgium, and Munich are both very plausible. Naples is right there, and Italy is essentially dead. So I think France has easier growth than England does.
Agreed,
I
Micah,
agree
or
with that.
would you prefer England?
No, I agree with that. I think England is in a good position, but not in a good position to grow. And France is going to get Naples. If they keep Germany on side, it will also be a counter to England, and that's just not much France can lose if they can keep Germany on side.
Like, this is different if it's like an untimed game or something, when France, that position in the mid isn't secure if you go against England. But knowing that it's going to end, maybe not this year, but sometime in the next sort of 3-4 years, that mid position is very, very secure for them.
Do we know between what years the time limit is? Because that may be something that even in 1905 they consider like I have to make the big step now because the game might end soon.
So I think there was no window given, like there was nothing explicitly stated. However, I heard from Brandon before, who was at the tournament and who we will see later, that they suspected that the first 2 rounds might be fairly short, as they were both on Saturday, no Friday night round, and there was a lunch and a dinner break. So it was kind of a bit foreseeable that they might be fairly short, but I don't think there was a specific window given of like it's always between 1905 and 1908 or something like that. So it was all up in the air a little bit, but they might have had some suspicions that it could be fairly short.
Diplomacy players, metagaming, what?
Never, ever. Okay, with that, let's bring Isaac back to the stream. Thanks for covering this first game with me. Isaac, did you watch in the background? Any thoughts?
Of course, as all good DBN personnel do. I think it was. I don't think there was anything that you guys said that I disagreed with. Yeah, sorry, boring. But unfortunately, you guys were just too good at being right.
Fair enough. Okay, with that, I'm gonna give Micah a short break, and we're gonna head over to the next board. Thank you, Micah. We'll see you back shortly, and we will go to round 1, board 5, which is named Cheese and Chives. Any guesses already what these names might be?
180B man is still sort of throwing me a bit. I'm assuming this is some sort of brand in Australia.
I'm going to be crazy and I'm going to go with crisp flavors. I know 180B man doesn't make any sense, but like we name crisps weird things. Also, I learned the disgusting fact recently that apparently Australians call both crisps and chips chips.
just to annoy Brits and Americans, I suppose. Both at the same time.
Truly disgusting fact.
We will keep an eye on that. On this board, we see Gavin Bagby. By the way, I'm sorry for potentially butchering some names. Not sure about all of those. In Austria, Cleo McNamara in England, that guy Andrew Goff in France, that guy Brandon Austin, we just talked about, in Germany. Welcome, Brandon, a fairly new member to the DBN family. Then defending champion Max Wangiro Banks in Italy, Rayleigh Chapman in Russia, and Sean Coleman in Turkey. Looks to be a very interesting board. What jumps out to you guys?
Well, I see a certain surname in England where I'm very familiar with the surname, but not necessarily with the first name. I don't know if Cleo is related or not. We'll see whether they're just as mathematical as their illustriously same-named compatriot. And of course, we see 3 big names: France, Germany, Italy. We see Andrew Goff, who's won world championships galore. Brandon Austin, who recently won the Broadcaster Brawl on here and also won a top board in Australia earlier this year. And Max Wangiro Banks, defending champion. So it's going to be interesting to see, particularly that West. That could be a very feisty West, and whether Max can make use of that to sort of dominate the East.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
I think, I agree. Goffey, Austin, and Max will be people to keep an eye on. Sean, I think, is also a relatively active player out of Sydney who's just new to us but has been around for a bit.
Yeah, I think we've definitely seen the name on a few broadcasts.
Yeah, so that also makes me think that maybe McCallus will get his wish and we might see an IT.
That's always my wish, yeah.
Yeah, Michael's pointing out that Sean Coleman's a very veteran player, so potentially been around for a very long time in the Australian hobby. Let's see how he fares on this board. I mean, some of the big hitters are in the West. We don't know about Riley and Gavin that much. I don't think they've been in the database. But from what we've heard, Sean Coleman has also traveled to the US for tournaments. So that's interesting. I'll swap you guys up so that Isaac is taking the spring moves and Michalis is taking the fall, as he did the spring on the last board. Isaac, kick us off.
So we see fairly standard West. You've got the French. No, I'm running away. I'm scared. Don't worry about me moves. Very pro-French opening from the English as well, and fairly standard moves in the West. You see a misorder from Trieste with Austria temporarily forgetting that that isn't an army. Happens to the best of us. You see Warsaw hold, which lets the Austrians into Galicia, but Warsaw's still there. So, and you see the old school Turkish opening where you go to Con in the hope of getting Greece or Romania or something.
Western triple watch on 3, 2, 1.
Potentially,
it's
yes,
a new
yes.
Western triple where England gets Belgium.
Yep. So Fleet Belgium we see for the second game running. We see another convoy to Norway. We see Iberia taken with both armies, which means France is still in mid-Atlantic, which could be used to be anti-England as well. It's not committed to a Western triple yet, but it wouldn't be hugely surprising. Meanwhile, in the east, Turkey gets 2 builds because Austria did whatever that sort of hedgehog, not hedgehog Trieste thing was, couldn't go for Greece themselves. And Italy decides to take Tunis with the fleet, which is very, very good if you're Sean right now. Potential IT, certainly. You see a bounce in Vienna, which might be arranged, might not. Given that Apuli has come up to Venice as well, I'd be inclined to think not, and that Austria is about to get jumped here. So great start for Sean in Turkey. Western triple is just more beneficiary for him as well. So I think he'll be very satisfied in that corner.
Yeah, pretty nice start for Turkey. Gets 2 builds. It's going to be a bit interesting what he's putting down. I think we might read some into that already. Might be able to read something into that. Definitely interesting to see one army and a wave. Goff is also waving one.
Yeah, lots of waving this game.
Yeah. So Austria just had one. Northern Fleet for Russia. England and Germany fairly standard, but what do we make out of these French and Turkish waves?
I mean, the Germans being in Kiel rather than Berlin is interesting if this is a Western triple, because it kind of gives them that flexibility of maybe they decide they want to work with Russia after all.
Yeah, it's still possible. And I mean,
Brandon's also a very chaotic player, so I'm not sure he's just going to sort of sit in a Western triple the way that maybe they did in the last game.
I mean, the fact that once again we saw England taking North Sea with a fleet means that he can just kick them out of Belgium and go to Helgoland if he wants to, right? Potentially, he could even pop the fleet if he's working together with Goff.
I don't hate FGR from this position, especially with that Northern Fleet.
The interesting question I'm watching out for is Goff in his mode of, I'm just going to sit around and wait until somebody attacks me? Because from my experience, he does like to do that. So sometimes he's literally just sitting around doing nothing and waits to somebody to be aggressive towards him, and then he's coming for them. If that's the case, it might be hard to get commitment from him for an FGR. But yeah, that would also mean that he's probably not dropping into the Med either, which is hard to do with one fleet anyway. So let's see how it goes. In spring, Isaac, tell us about it.
He's sort of Goffey moves into sort of a defensive position We do see the Germans ultimately deciding to side with the English here as they sort of break towards St. Petersburg, but at the cost of Norway. So we'll see if they can reclaim that. In the east, we see what looks like a jug as AI continue to fight, which is not great, but is a thing you are allowed to do.
I mean, this is, Austria is being taken down very quickly. Italy is getting in position to get a share with Apulia and Ionian Sea. So there's a very interesting thing happening around Romania right now. So Turkey only put an army down, didn't put a fleet down, but Russia has to sort of cover Romania. And the only really unit they can do that with is the fleet in Sevastopol. So Turkey might be able to just walk into Black Sea right now and drop this down for a very aggressive IT. It's really hard to see them turning this into a sudden sort of juggernaut that goes against Italy, because it's not that clear that they're going to be able to shuffle the armies out and get another fleet down to put 2 fleets into the Med anytime soon. So I think Riley might have an unpleasant surprise coming their way quite soon.
Yeah, very good point. Welcome, Cleo. Cleo is in the chat. Good to see you there. Yeah, absolutely. If you have some insider info, drop it. Maybe we overlook something or misread something. Of course, we are not privy to the negotiation, so sometimes it's a bit hard to see exactly what's going on. So by all means, enter some info into the chat. For now, we will go to fall and try our best to make some sense of it without knowing what was discussed. Michalis.
Well, what happens in fall is Turkey does not go to Black Sea, but also doesn't make any sort of attempt to move those units anti-Italy. So for the moment, this is still an RIT, which is not the most stable of alliances, but it tends to last up until Austria dies, and then you see what happens afterwards. And in this case, Austria is dying quite quickly, so Trieste now falls as well, and Russia gets into Galicia, and Germany decides that they're in Bohemia and they're going to join in. So poor old Gavin, I'm not sure what he did in this game, but every one of his neighbours has now attacked him.
Yeah.
Elsewhere,
could be there to help.
It could. Might be a little late for that, but it could. You see France doing what Robert said, in sort of not really committing in any direction and just saying, I'm going to wait and see what happens. And you see EG cooperating to sort of take down the Russian position. So Germany gets Sweden, England gets St. Petersburg, but will not be building because Norway has remained Russian for now. There's also a big hole in the North Sea, so that's probably why they didn't try and actually take Norway this term, because that retreat would have been really unpleasant for them.
I think what Goff is trying to say is that he will go to WDC at Athens next year. And so I'm showing off my my WDC Athens mug, which I've gotten from Spiros Doas. Thanks a lot, Spiros, who will host WDC next year in Athens. Will be a wonderful event. I will go. I think you two will go as well, hopefully.
I won't.
Oh, yeah, right. Sorry, I forgot. I think we talked about it before. But yeah.
I will.
Isaac will. That's good. And apparently, Goffy is very certain to go there as well. He has entered 4 units there.
Well, he's sending 4 units there, so obviously he's going.
Yeah.
And everyone should go.
Units and not go.
I'm not sure if he will be allowed to bring his own 4 units and have them on his first board, but he doesn't need that. He's waving anyway, so why would he need more units?
Yeah, exactly.
So in winter, let's get back to this game. 6-6 right now. Germany and Russia have the most centers, but Turkey in a wonderful position. England with a at least very interesting position as well. I mean, there are a lot of players who I think have much to play for. Italy's position quite nice as well, and Goff is just doing Goff things. So I think he's pretty happy with his game so far as well. Nobody's coming for him. He's sitting in his corner, ordering to Greece. Waving again, sure, not that unexpected. A German army comes down, an Italian army. Austria disbands the fleet, makes a lot of sense. And Turkey waves again. So Sean and Andrew are waving at each other. In spring, Isaac, take us away.
Russia reclaims St. Petersburg as EG continue to cooperate to get Norway back. Germany pushing those armies east to start sort of threatening the Warsaw-Moscow area. England decides that being in North Sea is important. France sneaks into Belgium from behind. Don't know if that's arranged, but could be, could not. Austria continues to die. Thank you probably for playing Gavin, unless someone decides to walk out of one of your centers. And the IT just sort of hold their position for the moment. But this could end up looking more like a wintergreen, given Turkey's lack of movement and them not picking anything up, although they do have that build-in pocket.
Yeah, this is the moment of truth for the RIT. As I said before, it's stable until Austria dies, and then it's completely unstable. And given that Austria's died in a spring turn, you're probably going to see an immediate response. So there could be an attack from Turkey on Serbia while Italy takes Budapest, something like that. Or if something else is to happen, like a wintergreen, then Bulgaria or Greece could both be vulnerable here. So we shall see. I still don't think that this is really lined up great for a juggernaut position, but it's possible Turkey sort of tries to shift the armies to Albania, Greece, Bull, brings a fleet across and uses that wave to put a second fleet down. So it could go in any way. Bohemia was not there to help Austria.
No.
Yep, it was there to do a very important support into Silesia. Yeah, sorry, Gavin, that's sometimes how it goes. Must have been a very frustrating game, but I think we've all been there before. Cleo was pointing out in the chat that Belgium was indeed arranged. It was supposed to be a sort of a standard that can be swapped around between France and England as needed. I'm interested to see what needed means in this context when he has a wave in like a build-in pocket anyway, but maybe he has a plan. We will see.
Exactly, yeah. Need is an interesting
for his personal enjoyment. That's why he needs it.
Well, how can you wave 2 if he doesn't have Belgium?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you want to wave as many as possible. And yeah, Gavin Bagby is not Gavin Atkinson. This is not the tournament director. Was pointed out in the chat as well. In fall, more Greece. Apart from that, Michalis.
In full, we see Turkey deciding that Russia is their enemy. They're not going to try and shuffle all of the armies out and go after Italy here, which I'm not too surprised by. So they take Serbia, which Italy doesn't do anything to try and take Budapest, but also doesn't do anything to defend Russia there. So whether this is I'm waiting a turn and then going to show my hand, I wouldn't be too surprised. Turkey's also in Black Sea and has now 2 builds, so they can put down another fleet if they feel they need to, but will also almost certainly build an army that's going to go to Armenia. Elsewhere, Russia, just not a great turn for them, so they do not manage to hold on to St. Petersburg because Germany makes sure that they're going to Bothnia, which guarantees that St. Pete would have fallen no matter what you did. And the Western Triple solidifies a little more, so North Sea walks out and you get a more sort of safe border there. What you're doing a Western Triple while France doesn't do anything in the Med, people might question, but at the moment it's working quite nicely for England and okay for Germany, but Berlin holds is quite a curious move.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Holland hold makes sense, but Berlin hold is... Why are you not sending that to Prussia?
Yeah, I mean, the question is really, where will your growth be as Germany? Right now you're at 6. Okay, that's not too bad, a center count after 3 years of play, but it is a bit questionable. Maybe he will find a friend in the East and work with somebody, whatever, work with Russia or Italy or something, but it would have been helpful to be in Prussia for sure. Given that we know that these games will end very early, let's do a little bit of who do you like right here. We'll start with Isaac. Which position would you like to take over to sail this to a board top?
I actually really like the Italian position because although Turkey is building a lot, Italy still has sort of their choice of whether they want to try and prop Russia up and work with them, or whether they want to work with the Turks. Plus, if the Turks aren't expecting, they might build fleet light and you don't need Adriatic anymore. So I quite like the Italian because I think they have a decent position. They're on 6 and they have flexibility in their allies.
Yeah, I mean, I would also have chosen between IT and I'll go with Turkey. I think that Romanian Sevastopol should fall by 1905, which we now know is the cutoff date. Italy will probably get Budapest in that time. So all you've got to do is make sure you don't lose Serbia or Greece and you'll finish ahead of Italy. And it's really hard to see where the West are getting 2 dots from in that time with this sort of France going nowhere and e.g. they've run out of centers to take because Germany isn't next to Warsaw yet.
Okay. Italy and Turkey, Michalis is potentially a happy man seeing an IT question mark. We will see. Maybe the builds will tell us a little bit more already. Fleet Smyrna is not necessarily very pro IT. Maybe it's just set up to do a bounce in Aegean. Could be just a little bit of, safety measurement. Army Rome is an interesting one as well. Neither Venice nor Naples, so Max playing it a little bit slow here. I don't quite understand it, but I can only suppose it's some sort of a diplomatic play. And an army out of Russia in Sevastopol, yeah, probably makes sense. Or would any of you have built Fleet Sevastopol here?
Fleet Sevastopol says you're really, really mad at Turkey, but doesn't actually mean you're going to be able to do anything about it. Because, yeah, you can force Black Sea, but what you do from there? Like, you probably lose Romania in the process anyway.
And the army in Sev at least has that flexibility. Once you lose Sev, you can at least send it to try and prod at Warsaw or defend Budapest, whereas that fleet, once it dies, it's basically dead because you can send it to maybe Armenia and then it gets blown up the next turn instead.
Yeah, very much agreed. Goff is waving 2, so his wave count goes up to 4. Sorry, Sean, you've been overtaken. Sean stops at 2 waves. Goff is at 4, as he often is. Let's see what happens in spring.
The French love bouncing everywhere. We see a convoy straight to St. Petersburg. Another thing it seems like the Australians are loving at the moment. The Germans make sure they get back into Sweden. They cover Munich, so clearly a little bit worried about the French. But they do push forward into Galicia as the IT does appear to come to fruition. Interesting that Rome holds, but taking Budapest... Although they can't seem to coordinate. I don't know if this is an IT actually, or if this is just Italy and Turkey both deciding to kill Russia, because they don't seem to be coordinating very well yet. But we'll see if it turns into something.
I imagine that Serbia tapping Budapest was just that Turkey wasn't certain that Italy was going to do it, so they wanted to guarantee Romania. But yeah, it's definitely a question on where Italy is going next, because they've walked out of Tyrolia. They've sent more armies to the east. That army in Rome isn't necessarily hostile to Turkey, but if it drops to Apulia or Naples, very quickly is hostile to Turkey. And Italy is in a better position to follow up with an attack on Turkey now than to push against Germany or up for Warsaw or anything like that. So I wouldn't be too shocked if Max now flips, because with those Russian units coming off the board, Max can really just say the Balkans are mine.
Fall turn, what happens?
Well, for the moment, they do stick together, and IT take Sevastopol as well, take it with the convoy, which is nice to get the army in position. We say goodbye to Riley, who sees how, unfortunately, Russia can collapse very, very quickly and goes from sort of 5-0 in 1 year, which is never fun. Loses Warsaw and Moscow to EG. Goffey continues to do not a lot, and this was 1905. This would be a really obvious end state, but we know there's at least one more year if they don't draw, so we're going to see whether there's some sort of realignment after this turn.
Yeah, thanks for playing Riley. We see Turkey is now in the lead, has 2 builds. And then we have Italy and Italy and Germany quickly trailing behind, and France and England not too far behind either. Let's look at the builds. Oh my God, Goff is putting down a unit. I'm a bit shocked, but he's still waving 1, so that's good. Goes up to 5. The wave count, that's still decent. Sean putting down 2 armies. Yeah. I mean, at least it's not openly hostile against Italy, but of course, these armies might clash around Serbia, Budapest very soon, as was pointed out before. Germany puts down an army and England puts down an army, which suggests that they want to continue working together. Yeah.
And the Italians did do that move to Apulia in fall, which is potentially a little bit of hostility there.
Yeah.
Also, Max is in a much better position to go after Turkey than anybody else now.
Yeah. Another army Rome. That's a bit funny. We will see. Spring of a 5.
They're just continued coordination from IT. They're still playing nice with each other. As France supports themselves into Picardy, very, very important. Bounces all over the west. Another beautiful convoy to St. Petersburg as the English walk straight into Sev as Turkey went out with it, but it's fine because they can reclaim it in the fall, depending on their tactics, but it is possible.
So you say this is beautiful coordination by IT, but the fact neither of them has taken Galicia isn't really what an IT should be doing at this point. They should be trying to push north if it's sticking together. Turkey's doing the job going to Ukraine, maybe not doing the job by leaving Sevastopol open behind, but not going to Galicia is just a bit odd.
Well, they clearly don't trust each other, given the support holds everywhere.
Yeah. One might question why, if Max doesn't trust Turkey, they're not just attacking Turkey. And I kind of feel like it was better to make a move in spring, maybe convoy to Albania and then follow up in fall. Now, with that army in Bulgaria, you're not certain what it's going to support hold, so it's harder. But I don't know. This is... No, the IT has sort of taken all the easy dots, but aren't really pushing to take the hard ones. Turkey's got some trouble around Sevastopol, so we'll see.
Okay, let's see. As we know already, this will be the last move of the game. The players don't know that at this point, but we do. Michalis, read it out.
Well, for the last move of the game, Max finally does make a move on Turkey, a turn too late, and given what we know about the tournament, probably some regret on doing it this late. Turkey loses Sevastopol, though, does not manage to retake that, and other than that, not a lot happens, so I think that makes it a four-way 7 center top.
Let's have a look at it. Yep, 7, 7, 7, 7, which amounts to 12.6 point each, which is sort of in the ballpark of the second place we saw in the game before. So solid round 1 score. After all, it's a we can quickly still look at the builds. Goffey did not wave. There was another army for England. Yeah, 7, 7, 7, 7, 6. That's an interesting result. It's a nice little bunker score for each of them, I think, right? It's a tournament without a drop round, so you have to be very consistent. Being eliminated once is really bad to have your tournament hopes. So I don't think I completely hate it for them, but of course it's not a huge score either. Let's bring Micah back and quickly wrap up this game. Any thoughts from the sidelines, Micah?
I probably mostly agreed with what you said. I liked how Max played this game. There were some weird moves, but I liked it.
Weird moves are definitely entertaining for us to watch. Goff wins the waving game as he usually does. And honestly, for just sitting around, he's pretty close to the top score. I mean, he's just 1 center behind, 10.7 points still. So also Andrew Goff gets a fair amount of points from this game. Okay, with that, we will transition over into 3 more boards from round 1. We will just cover them in rapid fire fashion because it's a lot of boards. We will have 14 boards overall, so we cannot focus in detail of each of them. And we will do that with all 4 of us on stream. Michalis, I would like to start with the board you covered, which is board 1.
Yep.
It's named Big Pond. So we can right now. The best answer we have.
That's not a crisp flavor.
Might be delicious. It has Dominic Stevens in Australia. In Austria, he was in Australia to play this tournament, but in Austria. Nancy Jin in England. Claire Bradbury, who I've seen in the chat. Hi, Claire in France. Darcy Morris in Germany. Kieran McKernan, which, by the way, I think is spelled incorrectly in our system I saw earlier. Sorry about that, Kieran, if that's the case. Robert Chatterton in Russia and Tristan Lee in Turkey. So I'll go to the map and we will basically show you very quickly what happened, and Michalis can give you a short summary of what happened in this game.
Yep, so the early game in this one, there was sort of a solid FG. England tried to make offers to flip like Germany to go against Russia, but nothing was really working in the early game. The East was quite chaotic. There wasn't really any lasting alliance. Austria did a hedgehog at the start, but so Italy had Greece for a while. Turkey had Greece for a while. yeah, from there it sort of turned into Russia making a land attack on Turkey, having had their fleet blown up earlier. But then in spring of 04, you sort of saw the key defining turn in this game. I think if you go to that one now, there was a real pivot here. Yeah, so this turn, Germany does now decide to work with England, moves against Russia, whilst in the south, AT get on the same page. You see Austria taking Ukraine, Turkey taking Romania. The Russian army that's in Syria is sort of now beleaguered down there. And from there, this turns into AT and EG, which leads to a very rapid Russian collapse. But neither Italy or France get cracked in the process. So not a huge change of centres on the way. It's just AT taking a couple, EG taking a couple, and Germany ends up with the top as a result.
Yeah, let's quickly flick to the finish. Darcy Morris, we've seen a lot of him lately. Mike and I played with him on the Summer Classic top board. Well, we won't talk about how this turned out.
I don't mind.
It was somehow much better for Mike than me, just like slightly better. Yeah, good top for Darcy. 8 center board top, 17 points. That's the biggest we've seen so far. And Turkey, Tristan Lee in second. And Tristan is another old school player from what we've heard from Tanglewood, which I think is Rob Hillier. Maybe
Yes,
you can.
I think so too.
Rob, right? Yeah. So some Aussie insight there from somebody who lives over there. Yeah, fun little game. Any thoughts by the other two of you?
I think
No,
Carlos covered it
thinking's
pretty
overrated.
much.
Good. So we have a German board top right here. Then we'll head over to round 1, board 3, which is the crisp flavor Hello Sailor. Sorry, Isaac, this will be the
I'm feeling
joke for
really confident about my guess, everyone.
This will be the running joke for the whole broadcast. Has Arden Gaff? I'm sorry. Goff. In Austria. Do you know that, or do you just say that because of Andrew?
I believe we've seen them in the past, and it is also pronounced Goff.
Okay. Sascha Heilmann, who's, I think, German but lives in Thailand, in England. Joshua Brunt in France. Christian Kelly, who I don't believe is a merge of Christian Brown and Chris Kelly, in Germany. Then we have Peter McNamara in Italy, Shane Armstrong in Russia, and Alex Batten in Turkey. And Mikey, you will tell us briefly, just so we know what happened in this game. What happened?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Shane was the one I had my bets on, so we're gonna see how that goes. So what we basically see is just an air the whole game, and the West not getting it together. I really like in the beginning, if you can just go back to fall 01. Actually, Turkey supports the Russian fleet into Romania, which, like McCullough said, is a very good start for Juggernaut in Australia. But it is worth mentioning, and France convoys to Wales, which is just very aggressive very early on. And then we kind of see air together, stay together for a bit. Let's see. Yeah, Italy opts to go west, and I believe in fall they get supported into Marseille, because of course in fall 02 you want Russia and Norway and Italy and Marseille. That's how you know your air has gone pretty well, and that the west is not really going that well. And this just keeps going. I think spring 03 and fall 03 are very good turns for the East. They make the right guess on Silesia by first not bouncing it, and then Russia getting in, while Italy, for some reason, is allowed to just take all of France and just be France now. And air sticks together, and there's not really any sort of good alliance in the West. I mean, Germany is taking Liverpool, England's taking Brest, France is making some sort of an attempt to attack Italy, but is unable to do so because they just don't have the units. And we see this continue for quite a while. I think it's fall 05 where Russia stabs Austria. In Romania, Italy goes up 2 again, 3 even this turn. And the air stuck together, rolls the board, and the air wins.
Congratulations, Shane Armstrong. And we see 23 points. This is where it comes into play that if you are actually 2 or even better 3 ahead of everybody else, that gives you a huge amount of points, much bigger than what we've seen so far, even though it's quote unquote only 11 centers. But 11 centers in 5 years is pretty impressive.
Really
Arden
strong
probably
game by
regretting that.
Shane.
Yeah, Arden probably regretting that taking of Greece now.
And you also see here that Peter, that second place, 15 points, is higher than a lot of first places we've seen so far. So this scoring system showing that getting the centers and then getting your shares of the bonus points can be very, very well incentivized. I really liked what Peter and Shane did in this game, and Arden, where they were all supporting the West against each other repeatedly, making sure that the West didn't coalesce into sort of a coherent defense against it. You saw Peter supporting Germany into English dots, then supporting England French dots, things like that. They were doing the same around Denmark, Berlin. So very clever diplomatic play to keep the West in the sort of state of chaos that let them benefit.
Yeah, very unusual that Germany is the one who's kind of still around after an AIR that has swapped, like sort of streamed into the West. Good on Christian for at least getting 6 centers, which is not a bad result for that kind of a game. Often Germany is like taken out first if the AIR comes over and annoys you in the West. So they've now made England their homeland. Why not?
Sure.
Saxons coming over.
Italy has decided to be France, except Paris. Germany can have Paris.
Yeah, that's also. So that's this game in the books. Shane Armstrong taking the top, and we will move over to board 4, which is Isaac's board. And
if you want an incoherent West, boy, have I got the game for you.
Isaac, look at it. Salt and vinegar. This is supporting your hypothesis. Just for you.
This one is real. We're so back. We're so back on the crisp flavors.
We are back. Joshua Crowther, the Beast in Austria. Ian Whitchurch in England. Austin James Winter in France. Simone Price, I suppose, in Germany.
Simone, I would say.
Simone is probably the anglicized version, yeah.
Okay. One of those funny names where you can German will tell you it's a female name and Italian will tell you it's a male name. Justin Lohr in Italy, Hudson McAllister in Russia, and Mark Limage in Turkey. So we'll go to the map and you can tell us a little bit about it.
So you see, start very easy, very simple start. You've got your air and you've got an EF. EF continues, air continues, except now in Spring 03, England goes, actually, board of EF. Oh no, is it maybe it's later.
Here,
Germany
fall.
moved on. Yeah, in fall. They decide, I'm bored of EF. I'd like EG, please, instead, actually. As the air turns into more of an AI, but they still finish killing Turkey, but it's going to be slower now. Then EG continues. AI continue to fight Turkey and Russia. You've got AI versus RT, just fairly simple. But France has decided that they don't like Germany anymore. Understandable. So they say, Italy, have Munich. Then we move on and we go, actually, don't like G anymore. I want Sweden, but I'm still going to continue to fight France because I think that's a good idea. And then in fall, we see a stab on Austria from the Italians. This is one of the big defining moves of the game, this Greece-Bulgaria combo, especially as the Austrians walk out of Romania. And in the east, you see England get into Paris as England gets into Denmark and France gets into Holland. So the east, very safe. The west, full chaos mode. And then you move on to the Spring 05 with Austria going, this is fine. In spring, they're like, this is fine. I'll keep working with Italy. And Italy goes, great. I'll have all of those dots then, please. Thank you very much. As the West continues to be chaos. So this just a very well played game from Justin, with Ian sort of managing to take advantage of the chaos in the West eventually. But you can see that huge differential between Italy, England, and everyone else on the board.
Yeah. Very good game for Italy. Congratulations. Taking not quite as big a
And
score
very
as
good
we've
game
seen
for
before, but
England as
22.2 almost, Justin Lohr. And yeah, once again, we see that if you are just like trailing behind the board topper, as Ian is right here, that's still a very good score, 18.8, more than many board tops. Mikhalis pointed it out before, even more so than Peter McNamara in the game before. So this wraps up round one. After round one, we have Shane Armstrong with the biggest score, 23 points. We've seen actually Justin and Ian right here on second and third after that, 22.2 and 18.8. And then a bunch of players who are like roughly at 15 points, those shared tops or close seconds or something like that. So still very open when we go into round two. In round two, yep, sorry.
Sorry, can I just say one more thing about this game?
Absolutely.
What I really like? I
Absolutely.
really like that both for England and Italy, of course, they don't know when the game's going to draw. And they're both in really good position to just keep going from here. It doesn't, like, the draw stops it, but their position is just great. And I think they've played it very well.
Yeah.
England threaded that needle really impressively. Like, that's a massive shout out to Ian to somehow like fight Germany and France at the same time and then end up with all of the French dots, including Iberia, by 1905 is well done. Very, very nice.
Sometimes chaos is good.
Sometimes it is. Sometimes it is indeed. Okay, with that, let's head over to round two, which was, I think, Saturday evening, Saturday afternoon, probably start. Mikhalis, we will give you a short break and see you back for the next board after that. And we will head over to, let me have a look, round two, board two, which has the following. Hello? Is it coming? No, I wanted the players. There it is. The $2 coin.
Excellent crisp flavor.
I love it. One of my favorites. Whenever I'm in America or somewhere where dollars are a thing, I'm trying to get them. So we have Eden Luther back in Austria, Austin James Winter in England, the Beast Joshua Crowther in France. Then we have Sam Meredith in Germany, Shane Armstrong, actually the tournament leader at this point in Italy, Cleo McNamara, who's I think still in the chat, and who said, yeah, afternoon to evening in Russia, and Steph Theroux, who I think we've not seen in round one, actually play right here.
I was not on last time, but I will say, Eden, I vaguely know from being a reasonably active player in the variant scene. So even though they're new here, most certainly not new to diplomacy itself.
By the way, I'm sorry. I think I've opened up the wrong board. Let me just check. Yeah, I'm sorry. This one is scheduled for a short summary. So my bad. We will look at that later. We will actually look at another crisp flavor because it's so much fun. Fritz in the freezer, like the deep fried crisp.
That's the cold. No, that's that. Listen, that's for when it's too hot in Australia and you need some cold crisps.
Yeah, that's how you do it. So sorry for the confusion. Round two, board one is actually what we want to cover right now, which has Peter McNamara, another McNamara in Austria, Stuart Barton in England, Justin Lohr, who we saw shortly before in France, Tristan Lee in Germany, Rayleigh Chapman had a difficult round one, but back for more. That's good to see in Italy. Simone Price in Russia, and Clad Bradbury, who I think is also in the chat, in Turkey. So let's. Oh,
we got confirmation that McNamara's are not related.
That's at least what we are hearing. I would also say that from Chloe.
Very interesting seeding here, by the way. 2, 9, and 5 together alongside two people on the exact same place.
Yeah.
And number 8 as well.
I believe that is also correct. We have some issues with the scoring right here, but I double-checked these are actually correct. Peter is in 5th. That's correct, yeah. So, any storylines you guys are looking for with this board?
Well, there's scary players on this board.
and they're E and F and G, all quite strong contention. You've got 2nd, 8th, and 9th place. So it'll be very interesting to see how the West shakes up based on that. Are you going to get an EG against France to try and kill Justin because he's so ahead? Or are you going to get someone trying to work with Justin to try and get a better score? And then in the East, you've got Peter, who will no doubt cause chaos because that's what Peter does. Organized chaos, but chaos nonetheless.
Just chaos that benefits him. That's pretty much it, I think. So, let me think. Isaac, you did fall on the last game, so I think we will give you the spring. You did spring, then we'll switch you up. Then let's give Micah the spring. And you can start us off on this wonderful little board.
I was gonna say all looks pretty standard, and then my eye was pulled to the west. That's not good for Stewart. Or maybe it will be. I mean, we have seen friends do this and then get absolutely demolished by everyone. So who knows? But English Channel was most definitely not agreed. Unless this is another one of those weird Australian things. We can never rule out the convoy to Norway because we are playing with Australians. We see Venice to Tyrolia coupled with Rome to Venice, which I think is fairly interesting. We used to see the move to Tyrolia a lot. That's a bit more old school, but to follow it up with Rome is much less common, I think. I think Riley is probably either going to go for the IT here or doing something other interesting thing. They might just go for Tunis, but they may have arranged something around Greece and go for Trieste. Who knows? It'll be interesting to see what happens there.
This is very clearly anti-Austrian. If you were gonna do an IT, there's an argument that you should have maybe gone into Trieste to try and do the Greece denial. But if you aren't sure who you want to work with and you just want to kill Austria, then this works.
Yeah. Do you think they're gonna go for Greece or for Tunis?
Depends if they want to work with Turkey or not.
Would you?
Which I think they probably do from this position.
Yeah, I think so too.
But there's an argument for putting fleet in Tunis.
It's a bit risky. I mean, it's fairly likely that they can support into Trieste, but if they go for Trieste and Greece, of course, there's a chance that they get no build whatsoever.
Well, yeah, this is a good position for an Austrian collapse, right? Because Austria really desperately needs a friend here because they cannot defend Trieste, Greece, and Galicia all at the same time. They have to pick one to not take.
Yeah. People know how good Peter is, so could be viable to do an early attack.
So let's see if it happens. Isaac.
They decide to defend Galicia and Greece and therefore get into Trieste. You do see the fleet move to Tunis, so possibly the opening of an IT. France sending the army to Portugal, very pro-German move there. And you see a classic FG opening that I've forgotten the name for now.
Sea Lion, right?
The Sea Lion, there we are. Sea Lion, where you support the fleet from Denmark straight out into North Sea, which also, yeah, me and Justin did this famously in a VDL game a couple of months back last year. But very brutally, also because of that move to Barents, good work by FG, presumably trying to angle for a Western triple, denies the English any builds at all in 01.
Very rough,
they both pick up 2. So you see that there. And in the east, the fleet going into Romania, which is lovely if you're Austria, with another bounce in Galicia, but you lose Trieste, but you at least get the bounce on Romania rather than Greece. So you maybe have some room to work if you're Peter. And Claire, I think, in the driver's seat in the east, because she's got a pick of who she wants to work with of all 3 of them.
Yeah, it looks wonderfully flexible for Claire. Austria and Italy seem to be fighting. As we know, Fleet Romania is no hindrance at all for an RT in Australia. Let's see what she builds. Yeah, Fleet is, I think, the most likely and the very sensible thing, unless you want to hardcore angle for an IT and make Italy very happy. No build in Sevastopol. That's interesting. Fleet North Coast for St. Pete, so more bad news for Stuart in England. So it is the proper sea line. I think the sea line opening also includes Russia building. Fleet North Coast, Fleet Brest, Fleet Kiel. Oh, this sucks
I
for
will
England.
say, nice move from Stuart. This is also something I like to do, where he blew up North Sea rather than retreating to London, because he can absolutely just build that in London. But by blowing it up, he makes the FG have to guess on whether he's putting it back down in Liverpool rather than London.
Yeah, absolutely. And you give yourself a little more time to think as well, because usually you have a bit. I mean, in face-to-face, you don't have a lot of time for retreats and builds anyway, but it just gives you a bit more of time to think what you really want. So that's something new players can take a note from. When it's fall and you can count, and you see that it will be a rebuild if you take it off of the board. Take it off of the board, even if you might just rebuild exactly where you could have retreated. So let's move into spring of 02 and see how it develops. This brutal knifing of England. Michael.
Well, I'm very surprised by the moves that I've just seen. Especially I was immediately drawn to the east. I was wondering what Claire was going to do. I suspected she would go to Aegean and try to do IT, but for some reason, Italy moves completely west. Austria takes back Trieste. This was not on my bingo card. Wow, I suppose Austria had a good pitch. And Italy is interested in the West now, which is probably mostly good for England and Germany, as France will have to move back a little. We do see an attempted convoy to London that fails. England does lose Norway, but gets into North Sea and back to Norwegian, which puts them in a fine defending position. Germany advances a bit, probably won't be able to do much unless England helps around Sweden. So really, I think good turn for Austria, and not as bad of a turn for England as it could have been.
Yeah, definitely.
I want to point out Rob saying Peter's very good at logically explaining why your best move is not to attack him, but to run as far away from him as you can. True.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see Claire pushed for Italy to go west. That's an interesting statement. Curious.
Yeah.
Why
not?
Yeah,
Because I think
Justin has a
that's
target on his back as second place.
That is true. That is true.
And if you can get someone else to be the arrow rather than yourself, even better.
I mean,
Yeah, but where's Claire's centers?
I think
the Italian ones.
Or Austria. I mean, let's see if Russia gets into a position to do something against Peter. There's also a chance that they can just profit of Italy and Austria moving west and rushing in behind. But of course, it's interesting to see how many builds Peter will get right here.
This looks more like an.
Yeah, sorry.
This looks more like an AT setup to me. This with the fleet movements and the retaking of Trieste, but there is an RT possibility from it. But the fleet in Romania, as the Australians love, does make doing anything against Austria a little bit tricky.
True. Let's see how it goes in fall. Isaac, you are on fall duty.
So North Sea holds, but the French get into Wales. The Italians immediately pull back, realizing their mistake. They do not get back into Trieste, but they go up to Tyrolia, Bohemia, to fight Germany for some reason, which you can do. You get that retreat to Ionian, which looks planned based on this. Could be conflict, but you quite often see that where you do that so that the Austrians get that forward retreat to go somewhere like Adriatic or Tyrrhenian. Russia continues to have Norway in the north, so England slowly dying and more repositioning, but it looks to me like it's AT versus FGR here. Yeah, and Claire says it was that forward retreat.
Yeah, I really want to point out those tactics around Ionian for those who might not know that little trick. That's something you can do when you are working in an alliance and those fleets are actually of different countries, because you cannot dislodge yourself. So if Ionian were a Turkish fleet, that wouldn't work. But right here, you can say, well, Italy can only cover 2 out of Naples, Tyrrhenian, and Tunis, and each
Don't
of them
forget
is kind of
Adriatic.
good. Adriatic as well. Adriatic, they cannot cover at all, but you can also retreat there. But the nice thing you can do right here is, let's just dislodge Austria, and if Italy didn't cover one of the centers, they can retreat there. And if they did, as we see right here, you can just pick where you want to go, and that's very strong. And I think it's also telling that Aegean is vacated and Eastern is not the mover. One more sign that this is absolutely in coordination with Austria, because if you wanted to attack Austria, you would make Eastern Med the mover.
Yeah, it's very nice because it basically lets you do a move with that unit after you've seen everybody else's moves.
Correct. Yeah.
What we also see, because Khan is moving to Smyrna, I think Turkey is setting up for a convoy to Apulia. That's the only reason why I could see that unit moving there. And now that Austria is in Tyrrhenian Sea, they can support Old Ionian, which means it's likely to succeed.
Well, also, if you build a fleet in Con, it's definitely going to Aegean and not Black Sea, I promise. Whereas Ankara is much harder to sell that.
Luckily for Russia, Turkey doesn't have a build right now, but maybe in the future.
Yeah, because I was thinking, like, why would you go away from Con? Because it just makes it so much harder to defend Bulgaria. But then I saw the convoy, and I think Claire has seen that too.
Definitely seems like it. Austria's getting a build. Italy has to pull one. England has to pull, and France and Russia get a build. Another fleet in the north for Justin. That's in line with going against England. And now that Italy has gone back, still an army in Moscow, so no intentions of Simone to go for Turkey, at least right now, it seems. And the army in Budapest is self-explanatory. And Bohemia makes sense. It's a bit far away from home, I suppose, for Italy.
I will say Justin is looking quite vulnerable to Germany here if Germany decides they want to flip or that they just want to attack France. He's sort of got a turn to get back into proper position, and Belgium is easily takeable.
Austrian fleet mid-Atlantic is what Rob Hillier wants. I second that. I would enjoy that. So let's see if it goes into the right direction. Well, not yet.
The Austrian fleet record is English Channel, so really it needs to get further than that.
Okay, we'll see. It doesn't move into the right direction, does it, Maike?
I'm highly confused by what's going on. I was just looking at the convoy because I was like, yes, it succeeded. But then I saw Tyrrhenian move to Ionian rather than supporting it. So I don't know what's going on there, but that's...
Could be just misorder potentially.
Or a safety tap if they were going into Greece.
I guess, but there was a chance the two Italian were going for Ionian, which I don't think is unlikely here. So that's not a very pro-alliance move. But rest seems to be fine. So good there. We do have Justin moving up, being in York now. Does that mean they get into Liverpool guaranteed? Yes, it does. So that's good for them. Germany gets into
They also have they don't have Eddie because Liverpool's still in Liverpool.
Yeah, but they can get
York. Iranian supported Ionian.
That makes sense. I was very surprised. Okay. But Liverpool is guaranteed, right? Because they can take it from York and tap Wales from English Channel. So another good turn for France. I mean, Justin's on a roll here. They don't seem to have anyone really working against him. We had Italy for one full turn. So good for Justin.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, Simon, however you pronounce it, sorry if I mispronounce it, is not in a bad position either. They're kind of not doing as much, so they're not really catching our eye, but no one is attacking them. They have all of the north. They're pretty steady. The only thing that can be attacked is Romania, and Austria and Turkey do not seem interested in that whatsoever. So, solid position.
It's a little less common, but I actually quite like FR from this position. You might have to kill England a little bit more first, but France can start pushing those armies east, and Russia can drop those fleets down towards Denmark and Berlin, and FR suddenly looks really viable, especially because you want Russia to not be dying to AT.
Yeah, and also it's often hard to pull around all those fleets, right? If you're France and you want to continue working with Germany after taking down England, it's often a long way to go pulling all those fleets back into the Med until they can do something useful. And we don't know. We might see once again fairly short time the same issue as with round one. They might suspect that this will not be a 1910 game, let's say, but probably rather something fairly short. We don't know if it will be as short as round one, but yeah, I think that might also be a consideration here for the players. Tell us about the fall. Do we see any prep for
Liverpool
that?
gets taken, and also gets into Edinburgh. Trading for Belgium is smart. This is a nice little trick that I'm going to highlight briefly, where when you know you can't hold a dot, you say, okay, what I'll do is I'll go into it to the dot of the person we're both fighting, and you take that dot from behind, because then you've just negotiated someone out of being able to stab you, especially when there's only one dot available. The Germans do pick up Belgium. However, the Italians decide that Munich is a wonderful place to be. And Claire, very interestingly, decides to support Peter into Tunis and Venice, but does get compensated with Greece. So fair enough.
Yeah,
And
like
Russia, moving up to consolidate that northern position and maybe start dropping some fleets soon, because you don't need that many armies if you don't have anyone who's attacking you.
Hold on, you're saying putting fleets down? Where would they put fleets
No,
down?
as in the fleet. Well, you would bring the fleets down to Baltic and Skagerrak, because you don't need. There's
Like
no
that.
reason to have Finland up there with the current positioning if you're not using it offensively.
Yeah, so at least we see a fleet Tunis, an Austrian fleet Tunis. That's fun already, even though it's by no means Mao yet. Builds for A&T, and England has to disband. France is also getting a build after having sort of starting to drop into the Mediterranean. They build an army, which is probably wise, having that many armies on the English island. They need a little bit of defense, and also there's an Italian unit in Munich, which might be, it has to be contained in some way by the FG, especially with Berlin being completely vacant. It's not that easy to kick it out in a way that it doesn't retreat to any other German center this year. Any considerations for you guys as France to team up with Italy and just say like, yeah, well, once Munich is there, I might as well make a deal and say like, I'm not going to help kick you out. Can you help me take some German stuff? Mike, what do you think? I mean, Isaac halfway answered that question already, saying that he favors FR anyway. How would you deal with this Italian army if you were France here?
I'm looking at it, and I think you're probably right that it might be worth it to work with Italy, especially because there's some fleets down there that right now aren't doing much to you, but at some point might. So it's good to have a friend there. They can help Italy a bit in the south, and maybe Italy can help them a bit back. I think if I'm Germany here, I'm demanding of France that I get London. And if I'm France here, I might not do that and be in a much stronger position. So I think it would make a lot of sense here to work with both Italy and also Russia, like Isaac said.
I also don't know if like demanding London, this might just be me, but I don't know how many people would find that reasonable when you're already sitting in Belgium.
With how far you're ahead, and with Russia so strong in the north, and the east being very close around Munich and not really being defendable.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be very happy if I was Germany. So I'd start asking for that.
Let's see. Spring of 04. Mike.
Or you can be sweet and just give them London. Which is not so sweet because it seems that like they'll be kicked out very, very soon. But for this turn, it's sweet. We do see France moving to Burgundy with Paris, which again, they might still just support themselves into Belgium. It might be friendly. I think France is being keeping their options open, and it seems to work out for them. They get bounced out of Norwegian, which is actually quite alright because it means they can use North Atlantic to cover Liverpool against England. So again, good turn for France. Turkey is doing fine as well. They do support Venice into Rome. I suppose if you're working together, Turkey should also get some of those dots. But maybe they agree that they'll get something in
Naples.
France or Naples.
Naples should be gettable if you're in Rome.
Yeah, but I'm also seeing Bulgaria and Greece are safe right now, but might not be for much longer. So it is a bit of a tricky position, but so far everything goes well. Yeah, this was mainly just a really good turn for France once again.
Mhm.
Let's move
I'm
on
going
to
to be
fall.
looking at Scandinavia. Okay, nothing happened.
Yeah,
I was
sorry.
wondering if we were going to see a slide down into Denmark.
Yeah, sorry. I think we have to
No.
pick up the pace just a little bit because we're taking quite a
Yeah.
long time on this game. Let's look at the four moves. Sorry for pushing us ahead.
France drops into France drops back down into the med to try and get some coverage down there. The English France self bounces in Liverpool to cover, and Germany defends London to make sure they don't lose it. Germany and France have now moved into position to retake Munich. Even with that support, wouldn't have worked, but the Italians went for Berlin, so it fails. And Russia decides that they're done with working with Turkey, so time to go to the Black Sea and Romania. But unfortunately, that's the same turn that the Turks get into Naples. So Turkey will be having a little bit of a response to that, I imagine. But it really puts Peter in the driver's seat.
Yeah, this might well be engineered by him. Like, this is a classical thing where you say, like, okay, if Russia and Turkey start fighting as Austria, you don't even need to know at this point yet who you want to keep working with. It's just great for you if they do. So I would not be surprised at all if he had some influence on that, if he had his hands in that. Yeah, tragic for Italy that they moved. Maybe a lack of coordination with Peter, because if they had just held in Munich, they would have still been in this game. But maybe they also prefer to go to the bar or do something else. That's, of course, I mean, face-to-face tournaments are always also a social occasion. So sometimes you say, like, yeah, rather than sticking around in one center forever, I might as well do something else. Stuart Barton, also thanks for playing. So we're down to 5 players, and we see AT building. Germany, in theory, building 2, but just having 1 possibility to build. And France even. So we see, yes, fleet Ankara by Turkey. That is a clear sign of no, Simone, I didn't like that. Thank you very much. Army Budapest, Army Berlin. Would you guys have preferred a fleet here, or do you think the army is the right build in Berlin?
I think if you're working with France, then the fleet isn't really needed, because you can bring North and Helgoland back as France sort of de-escalates, and it seems like FG are sticking together here.
Yeah, you can't get anything in Scandinavia anyways, really, if Russia has this good of a position. And with the army, you're at least showing France, like, hey, I have purpose.
Me, Germany, important, don't kill. Okay. Spring 05. Let's see if France finds Germany purposeful.
Oh, wow. Germany has just put so much trust in Justin, which is so gonna bite them in the ass later on. But so far it's worked, and Justin has been a really, really good ally, not taking anything. Oh, I'm just waiting for the moment Justin stabs. It's coming soon. Let's see. The AT advances. Russia moves into Black Sea but doesn't do anything. So Claire's still in good position. Russia moves down a little, probably going towards Sev and then going into Armenia later on. I think Turkey's fine as long as Austria's on board, and Austria doesn't have much reason to start attacking
Peter
Turkey.
seems to have made his choice.
Yeah.
Full turn.
Okie dokie. We get a push up of AT against France. Claire getting supported into Tunis. We'll see if Peter knew about that or not, or we won't, because it's 405.
It's
they
round
getting
2.
Ankara.
It can be more a longer time for this round. It doesn't.
Oh, okay. Oh, because we're round 2, right? Yes. Yeah. So Germany pushing up towards the Scandinavian position. East against the Russian Warsaw. But AT continuing to sort of dominate as Justin sort of having to move to actually be able to sort of defend the dots he has at the moment. I'm guessing that move to Tunis was an attempt to try and break them up. We can see if it's worked or not.
Yeah, you're wondering if this was malicious support, if this was Peter didn't know about it, but Claire leaked some information, something like, yeah, I'm supposed to just cover it from you. Can you please let me walk in there so I can stab Peter? Or if actually Peter was all right with her taking that dot. I mean, Turkey is now at 7 and Peter's at 6. Claire's writing Tunis was arranged and Peter knew about it. Okay, that's interesting because this is quite a good position for Turkey. I mean, usually Austria wants to be bigger than AT and has been so far, at least a little bit. Peter has to pull now. Tactically, if he sticks with Turkey, that's not the end of the world, but
yeah,
he's definitely given up a bit of position where potentially also Artie could get back together. Let's see what he pulls. What would you guys pull?
Venice.
Yeah. Seems reasonable, I think. I think it's the best.
Maybe Vienna, but probably Venice.
No, yeah.
And hey, if Turkey's going to use that,
putting Venice definitely shows they're not going to go for Naples. So again, good for Claire.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, this fleet is good for probably both of them. This is very nice for Peter because this is saying, okay, Claire wants to go against Russia. And it's probably, maybe that was part of the reasoning as well, that they said, okay, we need a second fleet there to break Black Sea. Then we have play on Romania and Sevastopol eventually. So maybe it was just like a loan and it's supposed they will trade a center back this year or something just to keep the AT moving.
AT's play here. What I also like is that Justin actually moved the fleet back to mid-Atlantic. And now they still can take London or Belgium whenever they want, but they also have a better defensive position in the south.
Yeah.
Well played.
Yeah. And in this position, like if you're Justin and you're thinking about, I will take a few German dots right in the end, it's dicey because you don't know when it will end. You know, it's a situation where you feel like, okay, if this is a 1907 game, I can probably just hold on and take Belgium and London very late in the day. But it might be that you either do it too early or never because the time limit drops already. So that's an interesting one to watch because Germany starts crumbling probably quite quickly when you take stuff off of them. Even though, I mean, Russia has trouble in the south as well. So maybe Germany is not so screwed and doesn't fall directly.
I think Justin has to stab if they want to win the tournament, though.
Having that fleet stuck in Marseille really disincentivizes a stab, though, because you can't put a unit down the place you most need to defend post-stab, because AT is not going to stop coming after you just because you've decided to take German dots.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. We will see. Let's see how Justin plays it. Spring of 06. Mike.
Let's see. Well, this is good for Justin. Austria's just moving back. Seems to be going for Naples soon. But it's also taking Romania. Claire's positioning herself to take Sevastopol later on. Maybe it's some sort of swap where Claire gets Sevastopol and Peter gets Naples. But if that is an arrangement, that's just not very good for the AT because it gives France a lot more chances. Germany is playing around with the fleets, maybe setting up such that they... Oh no, I was looking if they could maybe convoy to Livonia soon, but that they've moved in such a way that they can't. They are in Bohemia and Tyrolia now. Good turn for FG.
Yeah. You reckon if AT just wanted to swap a dot, it could be Rome without giving up position in the map, right?
So this probably stabbing them, but that's weird to do in spring when Serbia's open like this.
Mm-hmm.
It may just be that they knew that Western Med wasn't holdable, so they just chose to vacate.
Could be, but of course it turned out that it was holdable right here. But yeah, it could have. Yeah, even though no, it was holdable, right? If Lyon and Tunis support hold it, it's stasis, but it can't be dislodged. So who knows what's going on there?
Oh yeah.
In fall of 06, Isaac.
You see a convoy of the Italian army of the French army to Tuscany, which is very interesting. but as Burgundy walks straight into Munich. So maybe this was the price of Justin's stab. As Tristan moves to cover Belgium, but unfortunately covers the wrong one. As Sev falls and AT look to not be as trusting as you'd expect as they do a couple of safety bounces. Well, also, with the move back to Tunis and the convoy to Tuscany, I don't know that AT is still as together as expected. I don't know. I'm looking at Serbia again and I'm thinking maybe that wasn't supposed to go there.
I
As in
think
Bulgaria.
Peter probably wanted to go for Naples, but because of the German threat, was now not really in any position to do so. But now Claire knew that Peter was not fully on her side, so that's why Serbia happened. Romania to Serbia here is quite a bold move. There's so much that can go wrong, but I guess Russia had other things to do, which makes sense as well. This is a good play by Peter McNamara, and Justin is picking the fruits, going up 2 here with no one attacking them. Wow, what a Justin game again.
This is amazing, and I love the little bit of insight we were getting from Rob here that he gave last week. He gave Tristan a bit of a information on the players because he's been out of the scene for a while, and he said Justin is charming and a very, very good player, but also unrepentant stabber. However, I think Tristan thought I was talking about Jason Gray, and I didn't correct him. So
unrepentant stabber should be Justin's tagline.
Probably, but I mean, let's look at the position right here. He's at 9 right now. He was convoyed into Tuscany by Turkey. Austrian Turkey seem to have started fighting. It's a very nice position. I mean,
Serbia was arranged, though.
Serbia was arranged. Okay,
Serbia was arranged.
I was wrong.
Maybe AT is still together.
But it's hard to say. Why would they convoy France to Tuscany if this was arranged?
To get them out of Spain, I guess. Maybe Justin didn't tell them about the stabbing of Germany.
Maybe they're trying to blow it up in spring, and then I don't know. But however, the thing that is happening now, after 06, we see some builds, and once again, Justin had a very good instinct of when this was. I mean, Claire said she knew out of context as well that this might be the last year, so maybe Justin picked up on those as well. But this is once again a timed end. After 06, Gavin ended the games. It was the evening and time was up. So this is a very, very good last turn move by Justin. This is like the classical thing you would see in a CDiplo 1907 game, just that he didn't know for sure that this was the last turn. So kudos to him. That's very good play. Number 1, getting the guess right about Belgium and Munich, and number 2, reading it completely correctly that this is the turn to go for it because nobody can fight back. And actually, he ends up on top with 9 centers, which nets him 18 points. Congratulations.
Really good score, really good game by Justin. Every turn he did exactly what he should do. I thought the AT pressure might be a bit bad for him, but they ended up doing fine. And wow, that was a really impressive game by Justin. This was Justin at his peak.
This is also a really good game from AT, and also shows, just as a thing for newer players, don't be afraid to dot swap. You saw them doing it a couple of times, and sometimes it's actually okay to give up your dot for a different dot because it puts you in a better and safer position to either defend yourself or to attack a foe who you're trying to fight together.
Yeah, I'll bring back Michalis to the stream, and maybe Michalis has some thoughts about this game as well. I will very quickly, for half a minute or a minute, walk away and let you guys discuss this game a little more, and then when I'm back, we can move on to the next board.
Did you
You're
watch?
on mute,
What did you
Michalis.
think?
Channeling my inner Brian. Yeah, I watched this game, and Justin did a really good job making sure that the alliance moves were very efficient. So FG constantly were going forward, constantly getting where they needed to. AT, I don't know whether it was tension or just inefficiency, but they were a bit slow getting on Russia when they could have attacked a little more quickly. Taking Rum a bit sooner might have given them a chance to go get Warsaw, Moscow. The moves around the Med were not necessarily ideal, and Justin just took full advantage to sort of romp home, and that's why he ended up with the top, and AT ended up just behind rather than just ahead.
Do you think Justin still wins if the game continues for another 1-2 years?
It's hard to see what he loses. Yes, like you look at Munich, like that's not really guaranteed to be kept, but you've got good retreats to Kiel and Berlin that are horrible to cover, and you probably get Belgium while that's happening. So it's, can the East get anything themselves in the meantime? Or Sevastopol's a fleet, so you're not going to get Moscow. Yes, there could be some sort of swap between them. So Turkey could stab Austria for Rum, but might lose Naples if that's the plan. I don't know. I think that Justin has this game locked. He doesn't have like great growth to go and get a much bigger score if the game continues, but I think Justin's pretty much maximized the score from the position he was in there.
Yeah.
I think if they continue, Sevastopol goes to Armenia and we get a convoy into Sevastopol, right? Which gives Claire some play. But I do agree that Justin is probably ahead.
Yeah, like the army in Sevastopol is nice, but Russia still has 3 armies sat there, so you're not really getting Moscow doing that.
I suppose this is one of those classic things where the West is stabbed and the East hasn't. So if they want to catch up, they've got to stab. But now they both know that, so it's much harder to stab.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we can move on from this board. I suppose you guys have discussed it a little more while I was away. It's time for Isaac to take another short break. We will see you soon.
But what about
Sorry. What about
crisp flavors?
Okay. I've got a good one. My favorite crisp flavor is coming up because we're doing round 2, board 4. And I will open it up and you can stick around for that at least. It's my favorite crisp flavor. Wait for it. It's loading. Why can't I see it? The poo in the shoe.
Classic Australian crisp.
Could it be like bar names or something? Or restaurant names?
Restaurant names?
Yeah, bar names. It has to be something like that.
I don't know. This is maybe some sort of comedy act or something with all of these, like double acts or comedy in that regard. Like some of these seem like Fridge and Freezer could be 2 people, and same with the Salt and Vinegar one. And then you see this sounds all a bit comedic to me. So I'm wondering if these are sort of like light entertainment comedy in Australia.
Could well be.
I just know their obsession with 1800 lasagna, so I was thinking maybe that has to pop up somewhere.
I'm not too sure I'd eat in a restaurant called the Poo in the Shoe.
I mean, who knows? It's down under. Everything can be different.
Down under the shoe, there's poo.
Okay. Isaac, now that you have witnessed this great crisp flavor, we will give you a bit of a rest so you can recharge and regain your stamina and your composure after this one.
Some poo in the shoe, of course.
You will eat some poo in the shoe. Have fun. Enjoy. Oh, where we've gone. It's Sunday morning and
I've slept for like 3 hours. I haven't got an excuse.
Yeah. Good on you. So this board has Robert Chatterton in Austria, Alex Batten in England, Zoe Cameron in France, Ian Whitchurch, who we saw play this nice little, I think it was England, second place in round 1, now in Germany, Gavin Beckby in Italy, Sean Coleman in Russia, and Darcy Morris in Turkey. Any thoughts on this lineup?
You've got 3, 4, and 5 all on this board, all of whom had pretty good first rounds and be looking to build on that. The fact that 2 of them are in France and Germany, are they going to work together or are they going to see each other as threats? That's going to be sort of the driving force, I think, for me.
So Alex Batten is an ANU player, which means they probably know Darcy very well. but they're a bit on a different side of the board, so I'm not sure how much of an advantage that is. Something I'm gonna keep my eye on is Zoe, whose nickname is the France expert. So we'll see how that goes.
Oh, nice. Let's have a look at it. That's good. That's good to know. Remind me again, Mike. You had spring or fall last game.
I did spring just now, so
Then we're good. Then Michaelis can kick us off with the spring turns.
All right, so spring 01, we see possibly not a Western triple opening. That's quite exciting. We see Kiel to Holland, something you don't see a lot nowadays. Very pro-Russian, so cool to see what Ian's going to do with that. Zoe may not be thrilled by it, but it's usually seen as more anti-England than anti-Germany. It's a good way for Germany to have a chance at getting free builds, especially if they say that Belgium is just mine. It depends whether England bounces them out of Denmark, which is the risk that you take doing that opening. The East, meanwhile, Austria does the Vienna to Budapest opening, which I'm contractually obliged to bring up, that when Wes Ketchum did game statistics on this a couple of years ago, it's the Austrian opening that leads to their highest success rate and also their highest elimination rate out of their common openings. Because when it works, you get great influence on Romania. You can do great things. And when it doesn't work, Russia walks into Galicia and you die quite quickly if they decide to be hostile to you. So we'll see whether Robert pays the price for that. And we see the more modern opening from Darcy, who does play a lot online, so not too surprised to see that Turkish opening from him.
Full turn.
Full turn. Yeah.
It would have been fun to see Galicia move to Romania and then move from there, but we see Italy going up too. That's probably not agreed, so Austria is not very happy with that and is also surrounded by Russian armies now. Darcy's very clearly going to put down a fleet here. Good turn for Italy. And in the west, we see England indeed taking Denmark and Norway. France seems to be somewhat on England's side, possibly, but at the same time, they're just forcing Germany to take Belgium with 2, which Germany was most likely to do anyways. So France could really do anything here.
Yeah, you see France taking the fleet into Spain's south coast, which is real Western triple Klaxon vibes. England's convoy to Denmark, which Germany didn't attempt to bounce, so it's very easy for this to be a follow-up as an anti-Russian attack, and they're just in a sort of go it around in an unusual fashion. So that's something to keep an eye on. I think Robert is probably not long for this game.
Michael Sexton is pointing out that Kiel to Munich is quite an odd move, and I see it as well. I think it's Germany suspects to get bounced out of Denmark and would rather build 2 fleets here. So I think that's what's going on there.
Or at least have the flexibility to decide after having seen the fall moves whether they want to put Fleet Kiel or Fleet Berlin down.
Yeah. I mean, they do get 2 builds.
So they do indeed put down Fleet Berlin. So that suggests that this is all copacetic with England and that they indeed want to go against Russia here. Russia puts down 2 armies. The East looks fairly standard with the only notable thing, Army Venice and Fleet Naples. Sometimes we see 2 fleets right here. And France builds 2 fleets, no army at all. So we might well be in Western Triple territory once again, I would say.
Yeah, the Klaxons are at full volume.
Yeah.
And here we see why.
We cannot avoid the Western Triple.
Yeah. So England takes Sweden. They do it with the fleet, which is the way that it was guaranteed, but also the way that makes it harder for Germany to get Denmark later. So there's still a little bit of unwinding for them to do around there. Germany goes up to Helgoland, so they might end up just piffing the English army by taking Denmark. France, unsurprisingly, pulls all of those units into the Med. Italy does not see it coming. Convoys to Albania to follow up with this push against Austria, who is indeed being attacked by everyone. Darcy in the corner, not yet having to make any commitment on whether to work with Russia or Italy, might even work with both until the Western Triple is held back and then make his play later. I think he'll just be very happy that it's Austria who's going down quickly rather than him.
Yep. Western Triples like poo on the shoe.
I'm interested to see where that goes, because Zoe has told me 1,000 times about how she's not a fan of the Western Triple, and that it's usually not really a Western Triple, so it'll be nice to see who's the odd one out.
I mean, we saw her do a Western Triple in the first game already, so...
Yes, which means she would really dislike to do it again.
Maybe she can get rid of this poo on her shoe very quickly. But it's pesky, you know. It's when you're Australian, it's hard to get away from Western Triples. You know, it's a bit of an addiction.
Hey, she's in good position. She's in Tuscany now. Italy responds to the triple, and as a thank you, gets Austria and Trieste. Well, Russia still takes Budapest, so not good for Austria. Turkey takes Greece. I mean, the Italy-Russia-Turkey alliance is on, which is probably somewhat good. I mean, you'd prefer to have Austria on board as well, but that's not as likely within its position. They're at least giving some counterweight, and meanwhile, the West is just doing what the West should be doing if they want to be in a triple.
This is actually quietly a very, very good turn for Sean Coleman in Russia, who not only does he get Budapest and therefore doesn't have to pull after the loss of Sweden, but somehow Germany has gone to Bohemia and has gone to Baltic rather than going towards Warsaw. So that's not really what Germany normally does next. They also aren't building because they didn't take Denmark, which in this case is also good for Russia because it makes it harder for them to sort of push up towards them. Yes, there's a convoy to Livonia on, so it's not like they're out of the woods yet. But if Germany is going to commit to going south in this Western Triple rather than east, that is really, really good news for Sean, who might otherwise be in a much worse position because usually Russia dies pretty quickly when there's a Western Triple. But if Germany isn't anti-Russian and England doesn't have much of a position to push without Germany, then there's still some sort of hope for Sean in this game.
That's true, yeah.
For builds, Austria has to pull one, keeps the fleet around. That's probably the pitch of, hey, you know, I can help against France. Army for Turkey, that's interesting. Army for England makes a lot of sense in this Western Triple plan, and the rest doesn't have builds. Italy has a disband, which is Albania.
I wonder if that fleet Ionia might be helpful, or it might be I'm just going to punish Italy for that early attack.
Fair, both. It's either way. It's the build, the disband where you say I have influence. I might reduce my chances of tactically defending my centers and might risk dying very quickly, even quicker than otherwise. But at least I have influence.
I don't actually really mind the army in because of this. Michaelis, you go ahead.
All right, so spring, it's Darcy pushing into the Balkans, which I agree with Micah. I think that made a lot of sense. The fleets don't necessarily have to go forward yet anyway. So Vienna falls to Germany, who Russia decides to support in, making a pitch to work with them. But Germany convoys the English army into Livonia. So there was a convoy to Livonia coming, just not from Germany. Doesn't necessarily have to be the end of the world still, though. Like, Germany has gone to Denmark as well and covers Holland. They're still not committed to a fight with Russia. Like, Munich's gone south again with Tyrolia. So, yeah, there's a problem around St. Petersburg, sort of. But if you can make some sort of deal with Germany for them to stab England, it's definitely not game over for you yet. The Med, meanwhile, France isn't really getting anywhere because Austria does decide to prop Italy up. And this is the real risk for France in a Western Triple, who they'll be delighted that Germany's gone south rather than staying in Munich. They're not quite as vulnerable as they would be if Germany was still in Munich, but Germany's going to be building, and England is probably not leaving North Sea. And the stab on France is going to be really, really potent next year. So I'd already be concerned and possibly even try to back out of this if I was Zoe, because I don't think this is going anywhere good for her.
Yeah, I think this turn is amazing for Germany. Like, Germany was in a very dodgy position and everything is moving away. Like, England convoying the army away, Italy going back. They even get Vienna, which is quite an achievement to get Russia to put you into Vienna while essentially Western Triple is coming. I think Germany has a lot of different options they can go to from here. And I think their position improved a lot this turn.
Well, it remains to be seen if they keep Vienna.
they don't even support hold it, and it holds. So that's good. Russia does move to Silesia for some reason. I'm wondering if that's just a misorder, because you want to cover Warsaw here, right?
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Or maybe they
Especially if
thought
you're-
England might just. It was more logical for England to cut. No, it wouldn't be more logical to cut because they have 3 on St. Pete, anyways. And with Germany building, especially building 2, which Russia sort of knew, not kicking them out of Vienna, there's no reason to be in Silesia over covering Warsaw. I think that's just a very unfortunate move.
There's a world it might have been a play to try and brace with Livonia, but Skagerrak hasn't gone to Norway, which would have been part of that. That was the way you might have actually held St. Petersburg, but Skagerrak for some reason has held there, which makes no real sense at all. Yeah,
are they holding
sure,
or are they
unfortunately.
supporting Sweden?
I believe that's Denmark supporting Sweden in. Oh no, so they
Sweden to
supported
Denmark.
Sweden. Okay.
Yeah, Russia tried to make a deal with England here, and maybe
Oof.
they thought that Livonia would go to Prussia and they would mount an attack against Germany together, I suppose.
That didn't work out. I
Mm.
do think, again, this is a really good turn for Darcy. They're going up 2. France is maybe in a better position than we thought, because Germany does support them into Venice, which probably shows Germany is not interested in going after France immediately. So at least Zoe has that going for her. Yeah, Western Triple and Turkey doing well. What else is new?
I don't know if it's still a Western Triple. I noticed that England tried to take Denmark there, so that's also very good news for Zoe, because if EG are fighting, then Zoe's not the one that's on the menu. But England didn't get into Denmark, and it'll be interesting to see how this sort of plays going forward.
Yeah, and this situation changed so quickly for Zoe. Not only did she get into Venice, now Tunis and Ionian are vacant. Nothing was in Tyrrhenian either. All of a sudden, that looks like a very, very nice position for her. While I was very much in agreement with you that it looked pretty stuck before, I think we are in agreement that Turkey is probably the nicest position right here. Any thoughts about who you'd want to be apart from Turkey?
England.
Did I say Turkey again?
Turkey twice.
Turkey and probably England. Like France has put down Army Brest, which suggests that France isn't going to go anti-England here. So that's bad news for Germany and great news for Alex.
Yeah, definitely. And they can always take Moscow whenever they want, and maybe go down to Livonia as well. They're in a really good position.
Yep.
Turkey's in a better position.
And Zoe's position is it's fine, but Venice is really hard to hold like that as a center.
True. Spring. That's McCullough.
So spring of 04. For now, she's holding Venice as Darcy is helping. I suspect that sooner or later Darcy is going to have better things to do with Trieste, though. So not sure that will last another turn. But the Western Triple back on by the looks of it. So England has walked out of North Sea and decided, you know what? Sorry, Germany, I'm not going to attack you after all, which is bad news for Russia, but fine for England, who continues to shuffle armies into a better position to get around Moscow. And also there's a bounce in Galicia, which might be arranged, might not. Turkey walks into Romania, which they can see, I've got to go to Romania because I've got to get a unit into Galicia, or, I've got to go to Romania because I'm actually going to take 7 rum right here. So we'll see which of those Darcy decides to do, and Zoe gets the walk into Tunis that she was after. Also pulls a fleet back, so maybe she was a bit concerned about the English, or maybe she is going to do something hostile to one of those neighbours with that fleet. Could go to English Channel and go against Belgium still.
There does seem to be some tension between EG, because I don't know why they'd want to bounce in Galicia, unless they thought maybe Russia would go there. Even then, Russia could have supported it. So, not sure what's going on there. But other than that, it really does seem Western Tripoli still.
Yep.
In fall, what do we see?
Yep. Oh, great turn for Darcy. He was setting up for last turn, and he does it. Yeah, he supports Germany into Budapest. So yay, they're friends now, even though he can just kick him out next turn again. Went for Seth, which is the good call here, because he could not have gotten that later probably if England keeps launching their attack on Moscow. For whatever reason, Warsaw walks out, Moscow walks in, and England does not go for Moscow, so there must be some sort of agreement there. Yeah, so he keeps pushing, Germany keeps pushing. Don't know what he's doing.
Germany tried to take Sweden, right? So maybe they expected Russia to tap Norway.
Yeah, I don't know. This sort of fight, not fight between EG for the past year has cost them a lot of momentum. Like, this is why Darcy is suddenly getting so far ahead. It's because they've not been doing the correct anti-Russian moves. They didn't blow up that fleet. They haven't really done anything in Scandinavia to sort of smoothen the borders out, and now they've lost Warsaw without taking Moscow. Yes, Germany's in Budapest, but as you said, it's not very easy to hold, and this is all looking great for Turkey. This is a real problem for anyone in the West who wants to top this board, because they're now going to start having to count dots and go, how am I going to keep up with Turkey? And the answer is not at all easily. So none of them have good stabs on each other either, which is also a problem if they're going to try and do it that way. So yeah, not looking great for any of the Westerners.
Yeah, and I think as a response to Robert, even if England expected Russia to tap something, they still should take Moscow, right? Or at least defend Warsaw, because St. Petersburg is also not support holding Norway. It's just doing nothing right now.
Yeah, totally. No, I meant that Germany, I think, thought that Russia would tap Norway, but I'm totally in agreement with you. I mean, it's an interesting position. Russia is still on 2. Which units they keep? I think Skagerrak has to go. I think it's just too dangerous. But of course, it's also in an interesting position to do mischief. But they tried to do mischief for like 2 turns and nobody took it. So maybe actually just keeping Warsaw and Galicia is the sensible move here. Darcy puts down 2. Let's see what he does. Fleet Ank, Army Con. Yeah. Okay.
This is also something Russia can do.
I actually thought this is what they were going to do, to be fair. Like, Bohemia, Galicia going and trying to replace Austria in that area, they might have a better chance of survival. Warsaw, unless EG are going to fight, which they're not doing properly, then you're probably not going to be able to hold on to Warsaw or Moscow. So why not go for Austrian dots to replace it?
On the other hand, we see Fleet Shield, right? So that might be a sign that now EG is properly fighting.
Oh, that's true.
Hard to see anything else that happens. And also Fleet Brest, so maybe FG starts to take on England together. Of course, Brest, yeah, sure, I had to build it there. We know that, Zoe, because you wanted just to go into the Med. Your hands were tied, but it is convenient that it could also just go into, like, put 2 fleets north against England right here.
France expert right here. France was not in a great position, but Zoe pulled it off to bring it to this.
Let's see what she does with it in spring of 05.
Spring of 05, Russia does get both Austrian dots for now, at least. Darcy decides to blow up the German army that's there. I like that a lot. I think that made a lot of sense, so why not? Germany is following up behind, so it's going to be quite hard for Darcy to actually take them back later, which is more good news for Sean, who clearly made the right gamble in that regard. Meanwhile, that fleet goes to Holland. It does look like it's anti-English, but England's probably going to get Warsaw, and it's definitely getting Moscow. Does have a real problem, though, in that France got into North Atlantic and English Channel. Norwegian had to cover North Sea. So Wales can only defend one of those 2 dots, which is not ideal for Alex. Meanwhile, Zoe also does a very nice convoy into Tuscany to get better position around the boot and try and get some dots down there. So this hasn't gone great for Darcy, actually. I think that Darcy supporting Russia into one of those dots made sense, but supporting Russia into both makes it quite hard for Darcy to take more dots for himself. I think that he's missed a trick with his momentum.
So in fall, now these 2, like Vienna and Budapest, seem to be connected. They were German. First they were Austrian, now they are Russian. Let's see if they stay that. No.
Okay. This could be the deal. I mean, good for Darcy once again. England gets into Warsaw. Zoe does get into Rome, so good turn for Zoe as well, and gets London. So Zoe goes +2 here. Darcy goes +1, but that is fine. We do see Darcy doing a cheeky support hold of Vienna just to make sure that Galicia is used for that rather than for support holding Budapest. So that's a good play by Darcy. Other than that, not really any surprises. Maybe Denmark should have supported Baltic to Sweden, but it wasn't going to work anyways. So
I'm a little surprised Darcy hasn't done anything to try and prop Italy up, though. Like, France is now only 1 dot behind and potentially can go for Naples. The fact Tunis is an army rather than a fleet makes it slightly more secure for Darcy, but I don't know. This board top is a little precarious right now. If Zoe gets more of the upper hand elsewhere, she can easily walk up and take Belgium. We know that this game only has 1 more year from our previous game, so I don't know. I feel like Darcy had the opportunity to really put the hammer down and go for this top, and is instead he might still get it, but it's a lot more precarious than it needed to be.
you should probably work with England here, right? Try and see what's possible there.
Yeah, I think you can probably get Vienna if England helps you, but I don't know. I'm not sure that France won't get 2. So I think I would definitely have tried to help Italy defend Rome, whether it's by cutting Tyrrhenian or cutting Venice, or both.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair.
So if we look into the builds, we see Fleet Brest, Army Paris. Sorry, that was a little too quick. Army Puglia goes. Okay, and another army for Turkey. It's interesting to see how it goes. It seems like the players had an idea that this would be the last year. Not sure if everybody had, but it seems like Justin did, and Claire wrote that she sort of picked up on those clues as well. That might very well make a big difference here, because you might play things very differently from this position as France as well as Turkey when you know that this is going on for a few years, or if you know this is the last year. Like, for example, France going for German dots, because I think Germany is very helpful for France right here. But if you want to secure the top, you probably need at least Belgium and maybe something else as France. So let's see what Zoe does if she is moving into position. Well, sort of. Michalis.
So Zoe tries to convoy into Naples, which I think was the wrong move. I think that you should have shuffled Tunis to North Africa to put yourself in a place to cut Ionian Sea. So slight miss of a trick there. Darcy also guesses correctly to get Vienna, so a very good turn for Darcy. Inglis here as well does work with England. Well done. Elsewhere in the west, England gets back into North Sea at the expense of Sweden. Germany's retreated to Norwegian, so not ideal for Alex, who's sort of trying to plug a lot of holes with not enough units. But with only 1 more turn, might not lose anything else. Maybe Moscow's at risk, maybe Warsaw's at risk. There could be a lot that could go wrong for him still. But yeah, I think that Zoe's opportunity to play for the top has probably gone, even if she walks into Belgium now. Not getting in position to take Naples will cost her.
With that, it also becomes an interesting question whether she goes for Belgium. I mean, the scoring system kind of incentivizes still being close behind the first place player, but many people also say, like, yeah, well, if I can't top, then I will not just grab another dot to have a few more points. So that's also, even if she knows that it's ending right here and that she probably won't top, interesting decision whether she goes for it or doesn't. And we can see about it here.
Yeah, fair enough. She does get kind of kicked out of Venice as well, does get into Naples, but Darcy very clearly is the leader here. Zoe probably takes Belgium still because she can, but also because it's good for the end score. I think it was fairly clear that Darcy was the winner up until last turn. Some things could have changed, but they didn't, and Darcy getting into Vienna is really, really good. With Venice, this game is over. Even if we play on and we didn't know it was gonna end here, that this is Darcy's game.
Yeah, Darcy probably didn't realise it was ending here because Darcy doesn't support Naples, which is what you would do if that was you were certain it was the final year, to make sure you got a big gap over France. But Darcy's on 12 and Zoe has gone +2 -1, so does get some share of the bonus points in this scoring system, which if Darcy had defended Naples, he would have got all of them for himself, so maybe a slight regret from him, but still very well played.
Yeah,
Still
absolutely.
24 points, very, very good score. And Zoe with 16, once again, a decent second place when you have a lot of centers and still get some of the bonus points.
Yeah, it's a pretty good score for Zoe, and almost entirely because she got that share of the bonus points from getting into Naples. I think that the score would have been 2 or 3 points less without that, which would have been quite expensive. So salvage.
Yeah, I think it's 3 points, actually. I think she gets, in this situation, 25% of the bonus, which is 12 points. So, yeah. 16 instead of 13 is a big difference. Good. Let's bring Isaac back. Isaac, are you ready to go? I think so. He doesn't nod or shake his head, so I will just bring him back anyway.
I'm ready for new, exciting, crisp flavors.
You were born ready for crisp flavors. Any final thoughts? What's the story of this game?
There's a Western triple and Turkey does well, and then the Western triple collapses and Turkey keeps doing well.
Have I heard that story before? I feel like I have at some point.
Once or twice, maybe.
But it's interesting. I mean, often it's England who does well out of the West. In this case, Zoe, the France expert, managed to get the upper hand on Alex. So good on her.
I think England and Germany bickered too much. If they got on the same page, they could have made something happen there, but they couldn't. And then France had an opportunity and took the opportunity.
Yeah, it's sort of a double whammy for Alex, who they bickered but didn't actually drop the hammer on Germany. I think that if they had dropped the hammer on Germany, they probably would have done a lot better, because they probably would have got Sweden, Denmark, maybe even held London as well, and had a good score out of this game. But by stabbing but not stabbing, and they were very inefficient on taking dots in the East, but also inefficient on taking dots in the West, and that's not really a recipe for winning a game.
Probably true. So congratulations to Darcy for topping this board, and we will now move on to more exciting crisp flavors, or potentially restaurants or comedy duos. We will see. And go to a few more rapid fire summaries. We will do round 2, board 2. So unfortunately, it's not a new one. It's the one we've seen before. It's sorry, my internet is a little bit slow today, so it's loading. The $2 coin, which maybe it's also just 2 people with $2. We don't know. This is the one where we have Eden Luther in Austria, Austin James Winter in England, Joshua Crowther in France, Sam Meredith in Germany, Shane Armstrong in Italy, Cleo McNamara in Russia, and Steve Theroux in Turkey. And round 2, board 2, this is Michalis who will tell us a little bit about it. I will go to the map, and you can tell us what the main storyline of this game, of this board, was.
So this is a very good start for Turkey, who gets 2-0-1 because Russia lets them take Romania. Turkey doesn't pull a fleet to the Med whilst doing this, which might set some alarm bells off for Cleo in Russia. But elsewhere, there's a sort of EF versus GR in the north. France was very pro-England, put the 2 armies down, just the 1 fleet for France, and we'll see how well that goes for them. Germany sort of flips on Russia with a sort of Western triple when it comes to about 1903. At the same time, Italy stabs Austria for Vienna. Looks like a sort of realignment, maybe a wintergreen, maybe an IT, who knows. A GNC is unusual for an IT, but it does look anti-Austria, whatever it is. But you look at spring of 04, which is sort of the key turn of that realignment. It is an IT. Italy takes Greece from a GNC with the support of the Turk, who also walks into Serbia and takes Sev. There is a Russian retreat to Romania, but it's just really nice position for them. The Western triple just instantly collapses. So EG sort of get together now to go anti-France, but France is in Irish Sea and English Channel, which is not a great position for an EG against them. They do, I think at the end of 04, we'll see they'll get St. Petersburg and Belgium from this position. Let's go to fall of 04. but this is sort of just a Russian collapse whilst EG don't really get anywhere. So you see continual sort of chaos in the West. At one point, England also stabs Germany and gets Denmark out of it, but France is in Belgium. Now Germany's in Belgium. England's in mid-Atlantic. Italy's coming west. But while all of this complete carnage in the West is going on, IT are just mopping up through the Balkans. So you get to 05, they're at 8-7. They're just pushing everything north. Now Turkey's getting into Warsaw, but giving Italy Serbia. So they've, I think, worked out when the end date's going to be, get up to 8-8. And IT obliterate their enemies, and the West is just complete chaos. So IT get a deserved top out of it.
Good stuff. Michalis is happy. Second IT. Shane and Steph. I suppose it's Steve, Steph. I don't know. Steph. Okay. No, congratulations. 8-8. Solid stuff. Steph hasn't played in round one, so maybe not playing for the whole score so much, but well-deserved shared board top. And yeah, the West still gets some points, but sort of on 6-6-4, nobody really made a big move in this game.
Shane was in first and now gets his second board top.
Yep, this is a very, very solid position to go into the last round. We will see the scores after the whole round two, but we have to keep an eye on Shane. I mean, there are a few others. I think Darcy is not poorly positioned. Zoe probably has a solid 2 scores as well, but yep,
Justin as well.
Justin,
Yeah.
Short. Yep, absolutely. So that will be interesting to watch what Shane does in round 3. For now, we will move on to round 2, board 3, which is Isaac's board. And actually, Isaac's favorite crisp flavor, the grassy knoll. That's why I gave it to him. It has Joshua Brunt in Austria, Dominic Stevens in England, Mark Limich in France, Nancy Jin in Germany, Brandon Austin in Italy, Jason Gray in Russia, and Sasha Hellman in Turkey. So no of the people who have had very good scores in round 1 here can influence the game in different ways. Sometimes it just leads to a very casual game where people don't care that much. Sometimes people really want to go for a big score. But I suppose Isaac will tell us how it went with this one.
Well, we've got a bit of a blast from the past here because we've got an EG and an air to open up, same as round 1, because, if it's not broke, why fix it? You see the aggressive EG with the move straight into Burgundy and moving to Gascony, which works out beautifully as you get the convoy in Norway. Then over in the west, Russia dropping the army into Romania. They take Greece, the Trieste loan for Aegean, all your standard air stuff. France builds a bunch of armies, which England loves. England then proceeds to send all of their fleets south. And France takes Gascony but gets a retreat to Marseille, and then the air finishes up Turkey relatively well, dropping into Con. Then we keep going. Finally, Turkey is dead, which means it's time for the air to break. And also, Germany decided that England was not their biggest fan. So you see Austria pulling up into Bulgaria and just more fighting in the west between E and G, and Italy's joined in now. This is probably one of the tasks to highlight because you get the Russians forcing Galicia, walking into Budapest and walking into Con. At the same turn, they've managed to convince the Austrians to walk out of Bulgaria. So just some beautiful diplomatic work from Jason there to pull that off.
Poor Joshua.
Yeah. Then Jason continues to push, losing a little bit, but not that much, as Italy continues playing in the west, retakes Bulgaria, keeps playing AI off of one another. England are just defending, Germany existing, but Jason pushing in further, taking Serbia and Trieste, becoming king of the Balkans. EG continue not to play nice.
3-dot stab.
And yep.
Damn.
This is beautiful, yeah. Spring stab on Italy. And well timed, yeah. Maybe he also
Yep.
sensed that 06 would roughly be the end of the game, because he really jumped ahead in the last year, and then 12-8.
And then we end.
Giant
Very
scored
nice.
So I think he
27
gets
points.
both of those bonus points for
Yeah.
3 centers and 2 centers.
Mm.
Full points. So this is the biggest score we've seen so far. Really, really well played by Jason Gray. Congratulations. Nancy
Yeah.
and Brandon, it's getting some points, but as we see, if you don't get any of that share, it's not that great. 10 and 11 points respectively.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, Jason didn't really get anything in the first round, but this now, if he gets another score like this in the third round, can still pull him back into play. So
Yeah.
really
And
nice game from Jason.
It was not awful. I just looked it up. He had 10.3 points in round 1, so it's not like he got nothing. It's not super good, but combined with this very good score, he will be very much up there,
Nice.
at least around first place, or very close to it. So yeah, one to watch for round 3 as well. And then we have one final board of round 2, which is round 2, board 5, which Mike has summarized. And I will bring it up just now. It's called Three Knees. Whether that's a comedy duo or restaurant or crisp flavor, I'll leave it to our viewers to determine. But I definitely enjoy having a little bit of Three Knees when I have the time. It has Conor Murhead in Austria. It has Kieran McKernan in England. Max Wanjiro Banks, defending champion in France. Hudson McAllister in Germany. Arden Goff in Italy. Ken Gordon, who's the other half of the Diplomacy Games podcast, in Russia playing his first game in this tournament, and Jack Limich, who I believe played 2 boards at once. I think we've seen him in round 2 already, in Turkey. So let's go to the map. And Micah, take us away.
Yeah, I just want to point out one more thing about last games, because Rob is mentioning it in the comments. Neutral Spain until 1904 is quite fun. I didn't even notice, but it really is.
Indeed, yeah.
As for this game, I would actually say Spring 01 is probably the most interesting Spring 01 we've seen in all of this tournament, and is most interesting about this game. There's so much stuff happening. Wait, am I watching the right game? I thought something really weird happened.
Austria supporting Italy to Tyrolia, maybe?
Oh wait, it's here. Yeah, so Warsaw's going to Silesia, Berlin is going to Prussia. Meanwhile, France is going to Burgundy, which we don't know is either to help Germany, because Germany does seem to know something about Russia, because otherwise why would you do this opening? We see Austria supporting Venice into Tyrolia, but not going to Bohemia themselves. So we see Russia going to Black Sea, seemingly unopposed. There's just a lot of wild things going on.
Naples hold, that's fun.
Naples hold as well. Yeah, this is just a wild opening by almost everyone on the board, if not everyone. And then in fall 1, we see that France does indeed go to Burgundy to help Germany. So that Germany's very happy with that. I think Russia's doing a very sneaky move here. Usually they'd bounce Sweden, but they're positioning themselves to really attack Germany later on. So they're going to Baltic. I think that's a fun move. Black Sea was actually very friendly towards Turkey, as Black Sea is, of course. So that all goes well. And then from here on, we see in spring that Baltic actually decides they prioritize the north, which is pretty successful, I'd say. They do lose St. Pete, but they get into Norway. They can support themselves in, so that's not much of an issue. And we just see the alliances stick together mostly. France is just doing France things, taking what they can. Austria slowly building. So there's not much interesting going on there in that sense. We do see that Italy might be a bit upset with Austria, and that shows again this turn where Austria is the odd one out in the east, which kind of makes sense, kind of doesn't, because Austria and Russia are not going to break through around Munich, so they're not as useful. At the same time, once those units are off the board, you are going to have a German problem. Yeah, we continue. We see that Russia has stabbed Austria, and France goes into attack mode here. And that's kind of what we see for the next years. So France goes after England, I believe. No, Germany. Yeah, so they've decided, Germany, it's time. I like centers and I like that to be yours. Well, I'm also gonna keep going in the south and keep building in Brest, which England has somewhat of an issue with, but not enough to stop it really. And that's, yeah, the game kind of continues like that, and then indeed
Actually, a draw.
draws.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
that's a year early, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. The others were 6.
Yeah.
So this is
So
an early
yeah,
draw.
France did well. They don't really have anyone that's able to contend them, so I think a draw makes sense here. They're so far ahead of everyone though, and this gives them a lot of bonus points because that 420 they get divided by just them. So that's yeah, really strong board by Max.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Max's position, he's only on 10 centers. He isn't actually that dominant, but the East is just carnage here. Like there was sort of Russia stabbed Austria, but then Turkey didn't come with, and then Russia stabbed Turkey, but Austria got back into it. So it's the fact that everybody else is sort of around 3, 4, 5, 6 centers, while Max has this massive gap despite only being on 10. That's the reason why Max gets such a big score. So Max taking full advantage, and I wonder how much of that chaos in the East he helped to seed.
Probably a lot.
So this wraps up round 2, and I will quickly have to check if the system calculates the standings correctly, because I am not quite sure that it does, and I don't want to show anything that is wrong.
It's technology. It will not work.
It will usually not work. That is definitely true. Can I see it? It's very hard to see it.
I mean, everyone take tech issues off your bingo card, because it should be on everyone's bingo cards at this point.
That's true. No, I'm afraid it will not be correctly. Then I'll have to show my awful spreadsheet so we can have a look at the scores after round 2. Just a second.
Thank you for the spreadsheet.
I'm doing my best. So I'll have to share something else.
Will be very excited.
Where is it? Here, share screen, and we will do after round 2.
See, this is what happens when you don't have Kevin O'Kelly here to turn your terrible spreadsheets into nice graphics when it's
this is a
pre-produced
big problem.
video.
Yeah. It should be forbidden. Kevin should always be here. So this is how the scores look after round 2. So Darcy is indeed in the lead with 41 points, but very closely followed by Justin Lohr, Shane Armstrong, Max Rangirobanks, and Jason Gray. Actually, all of them very close to each other, less than a 5-point differential between them. And then there's a little bit of a drop with Zoe, Ian, Peter, and so on below there. Very briefly, I mean, Michalis, you've been to a lot of tournaments. What's your thinking if you're, let's say, in this top 5 right here? How do you approach round 3 if you know you are there or thereabout with the leaders? How do you find somebody to work with in round 3?
So this is interesting in that there's a lot of games in this, whether it's 4 or 5 in that final round, which means that you're probably going to get 1, maybe 2 if you're unlucky of those rivals in your game, but you're unlikely to get a game that's just you and no rivals. So in that situation, you probably do target anyone else who's in that top 5. Working with them is very dangerous, so you want to go after the player who's on your board, and you want to try and cut a deal with someone who's got a lower score and saying, hey, look, you can come with me. We can both get good scores out of this, and it might win me the tournament. I did this NDC last year. I worked with Simon when I was leading, and Simon was like, I want best Turkey, and I was in Italy, and I'm like, all right, I'll win the tournament, you get best Turkey. We can make both of these happen at the same time. And that's the sort of play I went into it thinking. It's how can I make a pitch to an ally that gets them something they want whilst getting what I want? And usually that is by targeting anyone else who's on the same score as you. You're probably a bit less wary of those who are a bit further back because they need big scores and they need none of the top 5 to get big scores while they do it.
And any of the other 2, feel free to take this question. How would you approach it if you are, let's say, Zoe, Ian, Peter, one of those where you say like it's still possible, but you definitely need to go big in the last round?
Well, like Makala said, I would also probably go to someone that has a little bit of less of a shot in the tournament and really prioritize what they want out of the game, but also be a very good ally. Be an ally where you're ahead, but are also really doing what the other person wants you to do. And then maybe in the end, if they see it's either you or someone else, they might be a little extra nice. Even if they don't throw sentences, they might support you into stuff. So the better you are of an ally, the better it is for you, I think.
I'm going to take the complete reverse position. I think if you're in a position like Zoe or Ian, you need to channel your inner American and become very, very stabby. You still need to time your stabs well and do them effectively, but you need those huge scores, and it's very, very hard to achieve those without getting some good stabs on one, maybe two other people, just because of the gap that you need to be able to jump up to where those top placed players are.
Yeah, usually I think I'm more with Isaac in that when we see those sort of comebacks from further down, it's by super aggressive games getting into super strong positions. I'd say the sort of example game that we've already seen was the one Jason Gray did in Russia, where he did the big stab on Austria and then the big stab on Italy. And that's how he ended up with the big score and a big gap to those below him. That's the sort of game I'd be trying to replicate if I'm one of those sort of free around Zoe and Peter.
Definitely, but I think it's worth it to go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
All right. I also I do think you need to stab and you need to make sure that you're very ahead. But I think it's really good to have one ally that wants to give you the top. So if you started with an alliance with maybe 3-4 people, at some point stab 2 and then keep one on board. I think that's when you're in a really strong position.
Yeah. I mean, it's nice to have some discord between the commentators. We will see different approaches maybe on these boards, and I find it interesting to see what will become of it. Definitely an interesting position to watch the last round. Sorry, Isaac, did I interrupt you?
Alternatively, just solo. It's not that hard. Just solo. Easy.
Good advice. We didn't give that advice yet.
To be fair...
Going aggressive does include soloing.
True. To be fair... From what I've heard, the setup for the Sunday was that it was likely that actually in this tournament, the round 3 could be the longest round. Like there was time to play. They started early. They only had one board on Sunday. So a bit like it's kind of like the opposite of what we often see in American tournaments, where round 3 is the shortest one because people have to leave and Friday and Saturday is time unlimited. This might actually be the round that is the most realistic to try for solo, or at least for something that gets close to it, because we might see something that is longer than 05 or 06, what we've seen so far. Once again, nobody knew. Maybe Gavin also came in early and said, this is over now, but it could be. So that's also something to keep in mind.
It must be so nerve-wracking to play this game and having no clue when it's going to end, and your tournament depends on it.
Yes, I agree. It must be. So let's go to...
Does it always... Sorry, just a question. Does it always end at the end of a year?
I do believe so. I do believe so. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe the players in the chat can confirm, but I think so. We will go to round 3, board 1 first, which is simply named The King. Let me see if I can bring it up. Share the screen. Why is it not here?
I think Michaelis is probably right. It has to be some comedy or play kind of thing.
I'm getting quite confident with the way these are going.
But it could still be chips flavors.
The
Elvis
King.
Presley flavored crisps.
Hey, it's Australia. They eat weird things there.
Not entirely sure.
This is true.
Can only take ages for me to figure out why this is not showing up.
I've been wanting to ask Michaelis what those prizes behind him were. Like the 3 above there seem to be country awards, but what's the 3 framed ones?
So those 3 are plaques from DixieCon. So the one in the middle is my DixieCon DipCon title, and then it's Best England and Best Austria either side. And then the 3 above, yeah, that they're really cool. And then the three above, you should recognize they're the NDC ones. So it's the champion and then best Italy and best Germany, I think, from last year.
Nice.
Stop giving McCarlis excuses to brag, Micah. That was a rookie mistake.
Hey, I think that's cool. He's a good player. He deserves
Oh.
prizes.
I'll
No,
try
we
to
have
save
to
the
murder him.
situation.
I tried to, but then he won NDC.
I will say that those plaques that David makes for DixieCon are really, really nice. Definitely a reason for all of you to go along sometime. They're
But
really,
not
really
next year. But not next year, because that's when WDC is.
cool. Hey, some people have still got to go to DixieCon. Not everyone can go to WDC.
We do have a fun comment as well from Cleo. They said we had another set of lovely little cane toad shaped trophies for this tournament.
Yes, speaking of awards, there is one award that is very, very important for this tournament, which is the Toadiest Toad, and it's voted for. There are two awards that are voted for by the players. One is who was the most fun to play with, and the other one is the Toadiest Toad, which is just like down to the players to decide what that means. But I heard on their podcast that last year people were caring almost more about the Toadiest Toad than about the tournament victory. So that is one to look out for. So if you see
Makes sense.
any toad-like play, then think of that award. Maybe they're angling for that, and maybe it's like, hey, yeah, sure, Mikey, you can win this tournament as long as I can do something dumb so I can get the Toadiest Toad, then I'm your ally.
Maybe a big convoy? It's like a big jump or something?
Maybe. I mean, the Lisbon Leap, that's Toad. We don't know.
Toadiest is usually a sort of sus behavior, right? So maybe it's like Stabby, the most stabby player, something like that. Jason Gray might be in with a shout of it after his game earlier.
There's some
Maybe.
good contenders.
So with that in mind, let's see if anybody pulled off a big stab. The king. Oh wait, we have to kick one of you off screen. I think
that's
it's
me,
Mike?
probably. I've
Yeah.
done 2 games.
So
I think
take
it's
a
my
short
turn,
break,
isn't it?
or is it you?
No,
I
we've
don't
done
quite-
before. Yeah, I was the first. So, yeah,
Okay.
not me.
So get a cup of coffee or whatever you enjoy, and we'll see you soon for the next board.
Yes.
So this is Micah, and it's the three of us for the king. Cleo McNamara in Austria, Ken Gordon in England, Alex Batten in France, Stuart Barton in Germany, Mark Lamich in Italy, Sasha Hellman in Russia, and Nancy Jin in Turkey. So interestingly, none of the people who are very well placed on this board. So maybe just more a bit of a casual game, or people doing completely crazy stuff and being a toady toad, because that's the point of the tournament.
This is also the setup that if you want to win the tournament
Yeah,
with a solo, there's no contenders to stop you.
I suppose so. McCullers, did you do spring or fall last time?
I did spring last time.
Then we will swap you again, and Isaac can take us off. Let's get back to the games.
So we've got France deciding they want some play on Belgium whilst also opening South. You've got an English opening where they don't go to Edinburgh, which for Australia is actually unusual. So not quite that much trust in the French. You've got a move to cover Trieste, and you've got an Italian Western opening, that move to Tuscany and Tyrrhenian that you don't really see as much these days, but does exist, alongside a walk straight into Black Sea, as the fleet in Romania finally, potentially, hasn't ended in an RT. Especially with a northern opening, gives AT a lot of breathing room in terms of how they want to play this.
Yeah, Russia opening north, maybe expecting to get Western triple because this is Australia. So saying, you know what, I'm going to try and head that off early.
Let's see if this turns into some sort of a brutal AT where Romania is Turkish or Austrian after a 1.
Possibly a brutal 80. Possibly this is Ratish and they're just blowing up the fleet. It's it could turn into either from this position. Like, it's very good for Nancy either way, who's in Black Sea and has no Russian fleet to deal with, unless it gets rebuilt. Not impossible. Russia will be putting down 2 still because they did get Sweden and they get the rebuild. Meanwhile, in the west, we see Mid-Atlantic, Spain, South Coast. So the Western triple klaxon is rolling. Germany hasn't had to make a commitment yet, doesn't bounce Sweden, so maybe they're not going to do that. They do have the 2 next to Belgium. The England has put the army in this time rather than the fleet that we've seen a couple of times previously. So it looks like France is quite pro-Western Triple, but the other 2 haven't yet had to make a commitment.
With the builds, we see France putting down that fleet Marseille, Germany putting down only armies, which can definitely be pro-Western Triple. 2 fleets for England, maybe not so much. Usually you want at least 1 army in a Western Triple. And in the East, Italy continues their Western course by building Fleet Rome and gets rewarded by Fleet Con and Fleet Smyrna on Nancy's part.
Fleet North Coast as well.
So let's go into spring. Let's see if we can see some moves. Why is it not showing up? I'm sorry.
If there is a Western Triple, I'd be expecting a move into Norway for Belgium here, presumably. That doesn't look like a Western Triple to me. Skagerrak isn't very Western Triple-y.
I mean, it's sort of easy if Germany
Norway.
doesn't build a fleet, though, right? Because you need the extra unit for Sweden.
Yeah, I suppose. But why is Germany not tapping Sweden?
True.
Why hold with Denmark?
I mean, Prussia and
France-
Silesia look pretty Western Tripoli.
Yes. France, Burgundy,
Oh,
go into the Med. Russia, Austria pushing up. Turkey deciding that actually they'll stay friendly with Russia. That's fine. Russia can just go south. Russia can just go north and they'll go south. But Italy having no friends, being very sad.
Yeah, building Fleet Rome and then not moving it. I wonder whether this was something like Naples to Tyrrhenian Sea was written. They forgot that they built it in Rome because it's an unusual place to build. So that's unfortunate for Mark, whatever happened there.
So it's interesting. I mean, Germany can guarantee Warsaw unless Austria and Russia are on the same page. On the other hand, this could also still be continued to be some sort of an 80 if they go for Sev. So interesting decision for Austria and Turkey, whether they want to prop up Russia or just say like, yeah, sorry, Russia, you will fall quickly. We will take your stuff. Decision. And maybe Michaelis can tell us what happens.
Well, we get that convoy to Norway that Isaac was looking for. They just waited to fall to do it and get to blow up the Russian fleet by doing so. So nice play between them there. I think we can safely say this is quite Western Tripoli now. Still not fully efficient moves. Marseille not following up. Again, potential misorder, potentially working with Italy. Italy doesn't try and block Tyrrhenian Sea, so maybe they're cutting a deal between them. 80 pushing into Ionian. And the rat that I was sort of suspecting earlier does now form to defend Warsaw. We'll see sort of what happens next from here. There's obvious Russian dots to take in Sweden and St. Petersburg, but after that, who's getting what in this triple?
If you're France, you're probably quite dissatisfied at the moment because it seems like your job is prop Italy up against the rat, which is great, but doesn't get you any dots.
Yep, that is a legitimate point. I mean, often we have that problem as France when Italy is defending too well, but if you are defending Italy, you have to figure out where your dots are coming from. Actually, only one rebuild on Russia's part. No centers changed hand right here. Russia puts down an army in Moscow, nice and flexible, and we go straight into spring over 3 with that.
The Italians back away, making the French as they push down into the Med further and get the Italians Ionian back. Austria gets into Warsaw with Russian support, which is interesting. And EG continued grab Sweden in the north and will presumably get St. Petersburg later, although good job they didn't get into Prussia because they have to cover Berlin and Kiel here. So no bounce in Belgium. So the fall will be very interesting.
Yeah. France does go there to help Italy take Ionian Sea. They might get the reward of walking into Tunis. Interesting that Austria is the one getting Warsaw with Russian support. So something's happening here, and maybe it's Russia saying, you know what, screw these Westerners. They've ruined my game again. I'm going to try and help AT.
Yeah, I think Sasha has had a rough tournament so far. I think he's at least been eliminated once, maybe even twice. Don't quite remember. So maybe he's just fed up a little bit and says like, whatever. I'll rather give my stuff to somebody else.
I suspect that if you're playing in a meta like the Australian meta where Western triples happen a lot, the moment you draw Russia, you get the sort of sinking feeling that perhaps people, not from the Australian meta, but from the online meta, get when they play Turkey, especially when the air was what happened all the time. And in Australia, it's sort of inverted between those two, and it's Russia that you draw and you go, oh, this is going to be miserable. And then when things do go miserably, you're more willing to just sort of walk away and hope to do more social things.
Could be. Even though Sasha, of course, is not based in Australia, but it might be that he has played a lot in Australia. So, fall, let's see what's happening here.
So actually, it turns out that it's all part of an agreement. So Austria walks out of Warsaw into Livonia. This was really clever. I really like this. There's also, I don't know if this is a stab on Austria. Probably is. I don't see a reason for Turkey to be needing a build in that regard. But really cleverly done between them with Russia getting Romania. So Russia's getting to build. This is just really nice play, I think, from Nancy and Sasha here. Cleo is unfortunately taken out to some degree as Germany now puts Italy into Vienna and gets the short straw from all of this. France isn't getting a build. They don't get Tunis. They do get Piedmont, but this is still not clear how Alex is benefiting from this triple. But England walks out of Sweden for reasons. And that's all I can really say about that, because I don't understand that move at all.
It's also very, very interesting that France supports themselves into Piedmont rather than moving down to Western Med, because then you can just walk into Tunis and spring. So clearly not fully trusting the Italians.
Yeah, or that because they are working with Italy, like Italy supported them to Ionia, maybe it's, I can come to Piedmont to help you defend Venice. And so this is still the sort of, I'm here to prop Italy up, but in great position to take the stuff as soon as I decide I don't need to prop them up.
Yeah.
Cleo saying in the chat that Greece was agreed, it wasn't a stab, so they thought they were getting Venice out of it. So that Italian cut on Adriatic was very prescient.
Indeed it was, yes. Means that Italy is even able to build because they got into Vienna. Good comeback, given that they sort of have a rat against them. Build an army, Rome. Austria gets rid of their fleet, and that expeditionary force in Livonia. Very unfortunate turn for Cleo. Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. I'm sure they would have played a little different if they'd known about Vienna and Venice, but okay, sometimes you make a misjudgment that happens. And an army in Eddie, that is, I think, very sensible if you want to continue, at least for a while, with this triple. And in spring, let's see.
We get a move to Norway rather than St. Petersburg, which makes sense because of the pressure from Finland. But the EG continue to push Baltic out, which Germany will love, as it means they don't have to spend all of their energy defending 2 dots. The French get a convoy into, where is that? What are they doing? What is that convoy?
I think it's it's Greece to Spain. It's
to Spain.
It's
a joke order.
Yeah.
Okay, right, cool. So it holds. Gascony drops into Marseille, and Venice gets moved up to Tyrolia to get position on this rat. As Vienna falls, even though the Western Triple tries to stop it. This is just Western Triple versus rat with an Italy being propped up. Not really much to say.
Yeah, and the Western Triple does have the advantage because they have this Italian Janissary, but at the moment, the East is doing a pretty good job defensively at holding this position up. Like, that fleet in Adriatic is really good for them in slowing down any sort of push through from this FOA cooperation. So the real question is how long France is willing to wait, knowing that they're not really making any breakthroughs, because Tunis, Rome, they're both sort of places to be looking at, and if you're not going to be able to make a breakthrough past Ionia, you start having to question what Italy's really doing for you.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You can go to
one way go
Albania.
forward.
Yeah, this is a very nice move, and perhaps a little surprising the East didn't see this coming, because they had a Turkish army that could have covered Albania and Greece safely. They chose not to do that, and they've paid the price with France getting a convoy to Albania. So nice, smart play between Alex and Mott there, and Alex making it the most of his Italian friend. Elsewhere, Sweden falls, Livonia falls, e.g. getting in position to get around Warsaw, Moscow now, and they've piffed that annoying Russian fleet that was in Livonia, or didn't piff it, could have gone to Baltic, but to Bothnia or Baltic, but has decided to be pulled off the board, which I think gets them a rebuild, yes. So nice play from the Russian to try and make Moscow a bit more secure.
And Belgium gets traded across to Germany.
Yeah, which looks arranged, I would say, right?
Yeah, with the Sweden.
England getting Sweden.
Probably arranged, but also Germany had to cover Denmark to stop the Russian retreat. Does mean they have a fleet next to North Sea, so just because it's arranged for now doesn't mean it has to stay arranged going forward.
Well,
Fair
the German
point.
build will be very interesting then.
But it is
Austria dealing with the
army.
central curse of not being allowed to build their build.
Yep. Peter Jürgen style. Once again, you cannot build in Serbia. We've seen it the second time in this tournament.
Which brings our total
army-
wave count to 9.
Yes. Even though I'm sure Chloe would have liked Cleo. Sorry, I'm always saying Chloe. Cleo would have liked to put something down. Army Munich, the nice little alliance build, not doing anything naughty towards England. I mean, this position. How do we feel about England here? So far, they've been very triple-ish, and you gotta wonder, is it really what you want to do? It seems like, especially now that Germany has built Army Munich, it's set up so nicely to go for the stab on Germany. Don't we think that? Or how do you guys feel about that?
I think I probably want to get Moscow first and then make the stab, and that's quite plausible with like Warsaw, Moscow both falling around the same time. But I'd be looking at it maybe fall this year, maybe next year. The flip side is you don't necessarily have to make Germany the target here. France, if they're not going to get anything, like yes, they're in Albania, but that's not guaranteed to take any centers. And if they decide they want to keep Italy around for longer, then they are very vulnerable to France becoming the stab in this position. So yes, there's that army in Picardy. It makes it a bit more secure, but Burgundy is real vulnerable.
Plus now North Sea, suddenly you got game to play.
Yeah,
true. Anyway, it seems like a fairly flexible position for England. Always nice when you can name a few different paths you could go, and each of them seems kind of at least halfway plausible. I mean, none of them seem really bad.
The other path is France is playing nice, so maybe the Western Triple just stays together.
Especially as we said, I mean, maybe lots of them, maybe the three in the West are not thinking about, hey, how can I get a solo to win this tournament, but just about how can I have fun. In which case, maybe they're more inclined to just grind it out and see how far they can go as an alliance, which is perfectly legitimate as well.
Yeah, I mean, Ken's assistant TD, right? So isn't even playing for score. So that's probably also part of the equation.
Yeah.
But we see some beautiful pops. We see a pop on Trieste and a pop on Adriatic through taking of Serbia and FI cooperation. And France is rewarded with Tunis, potentially by agreement, potentially just deciding they've had enough of waiting around. But if Italy's getting Trieste, I think this makes a lot of sense. And the Western Dribble continues with the Germans getting into Warsaw to set up for maybe getting Moscow next year, but not guaranteed, as England just bounces North Sea to keep themselves safe.
Yeah, the Rat has paid the price for that allowing of the French convoy into Albania and for not being able to put that Austrian unit down. I think last turn, either Turkey had to cover Albania or had to move to Serbia to get to put the unit down themselves. Albania is probably better, but that one mistake they made in their defensive line has now collapsed their entire line across the board, pretty much everywhere. And so it's timed round. You're probably not taking Turkish dots if you're someone in the West. At what point does Nancy go, well, we've lost this war, I just want dots?
Is this move to Serbia? If you can't beat them, join them?
Could well be, right?
Why are you supporting yourself to Serbia rather than tapping Albania?
Well, yeah, you have to make sure France doesn't get into Serbia, right? And then you can go and pop Albania from it, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Apparently, it was also by agreement. So good for Nancy for negotiating that. I mean, once again, we are seeing this thing we've seen before, that if there is a Western triple, of course, Turkey is the one in the East who's walking away the best from it. It depends how long the game goes, of course. If they stick together and the game goes on for a very long time, it might get dangerous for Turkey. If the game only goes on for 1 or 2 more years, then maybe Turkey grabbing a few centers is a pretty good play here.
I think even like you've got to look to sort of 1910 before they can start taking Turkish dots as a Western triple. So if I'm Nancy, I'm probably looking, all right, I'm in Serbia, but can I get Rum as well? Something like that. Just make myself the most secure. Maybe you're even just asking, hey, Sasha, you know you're losing. Can I just try and survive as long as possible?
Yeah, and it seems like that's kind of what happened with Austria. I don't know who proposed it, but it makes sense, of course, that Cleo said, well, I will not be able to open up a home center for a build anyway. Couldn't build last turn already, so why don't you just take it? So that's good for Turkey, but it also makes sense on Austria's
That's
part.
fair, but at that point, definitely tap Albania.
Very much so, yeah, especially in spring, because you can say, like, well, if you get bounced out of Serbia, you might as well support yourself in and fall.
Yeah. Although Vienna also didn't support whole Trieste there, right? So something unusual happened.
I think Trieste moved to Venice. I'm not quite clear why. Maybe they thought that it would get in with Turkish support, or maybe France told a lie that they would put them into Venice or something, and they would split up Italy between them. But yeah, that's why they didn't even support it. Okay.
Right. So fall of 05, this is now sort of everything collapsing for the East. Sasha is not going to give centers to Nancy. Sasha is instead going to try and take centers from Nancy, who, because they lost Ionian Sea, gets to rebuild. So clever rebuild from Nancy there to counter this sort of threat of a Russian Janissary attack on them. But the East, it's just total implosion, and the West made full progress. France is in Ionian, does get that build that they were waiting for, also moves up to Tyrolia. This triple looks like it's sticking together, and it looks like it's going to be a pretty miserable game for the Easterners.
However, what is fun is Turkey gets 3 builds. 2 of them are rebuilds, but it's always nice when you have the option of putting down 3.
England stays in Skagerrak, so that sword of Damocles that's hovering over Stuart's head isn't going away.
It is if he builds Army Keel. Or Fleet Keel.
I think Fleet Kill is a great recipe to get attacked here as Germany and not getting much out of it, but Army Kill is very sensible.
Listing the options.
Train Berlin, that's the best option. Okay, 2 armies and a fleet for Turkey. Yeah. Army for France, still playing nice with Italy.
Yeah. You would like to get a fleet in Black Sea, but you just can't really afford it with the French in the Ionian.
Yeah. And England waving that build, like saying, I'm really pro this triple.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And I mean, it makes sense. Like, there's no build that is needed for the triple. Like, another army to follow up, really? I don't think so. So, yeah. If you actually want to just stick with the triple, why not show it?
Yeah.
Spring of 06.
They push down into Ukraine, keep the North Sea balance. Now we get a balance in Burgundy as well. The French take Greece, that natural French center. As the West continue to position further and further into the East, as Serbia gets support up into Romania. Not sure why the support was there. Maybe they were worried about getting in, but that's presumably to prevent that pop on Greece, I would imagine, because it seems like the East is sort of coming together at this point, apart from Italy. Italy's still very pro-West for understandable reasons.
Greece is a very natural French center. I mean, I have a mug from Greece, and even they have a French army in the Greece province on their logo.
But you're German, so really it should be a German center.
Yeah, true. But I mean, sometimes we're also playing France. Then I'm fine with having a French army in Greece. Anyway, let's see in fall how this continues.
All right, so full pretty much status everywhere. Russia hopefully prods at Ankara and doesn't get in. So unfortunate for Sasha there. Nancy guesses correctly, doesn't have a disband as they gained Rum, lost Greece, and just Western Triple pushing forward into Piedmont now. And sooner or later, this Italian is not going to be necessary anymore. For the moment, they're still helpful. And in fact, there's a miscommunication between them there where both Germany and FOA make an attack on Vienna and brace each other out of it. So that's interesting. Maybe the first
Budapest
signs
supported it anyway. But yes, it was guaranteed if they played right.
We can, I think, push forward fairly quickly until we see something where something else happens that is all in line with the Western Triple so far, not away from England. Let's push forward. This looks like something a little different.
Interesting.
France
The French
doing
have
something-
gone, I don't really need you. You're not really necessary anymore. So I'll have Venice and I'll have Ionian, thanks. Because they can't hold Greece anyway. And they take a shot at Albania, which doesn't work because of that support from Adriatic going in. England picks up Sev as they put the Russians into Romania. So making use, hey, when you lose one janissary, you got to gain another. That's just basic rules of diplomacy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so whether this is a triple or France just going for dots, it's not yet clear. It looks like France is trying to cooperate with Turkey, though. Like, they walked out of Greece to give it back to Turkey in return for support to Trieste. So, interesting.
How does it look in fall?
In full, it looks like France is getting that Turkish support and does get into Trieste, and it also looks like that stab on France is probably coming from the Westerners. So this looks like a deliberate play to give Munich to give Sweden to Germany here, while England goes to North Atlantic and North Sea and is probably about to make an attack on France. Problem is that France is building too, so I'm not really sure how successful this is going to be. This sort of needed to happen before France was getting Italian dots, not afterwards. But and they're already building one because they lost Greece, so maybe it'll work, maybe not. But I don't know. This is EG now and FT by the looks of it, so interesting.
So let's see the builds. Fleet London, Army Munich, that is all in line with attacking France. Fleet Brest, generally understandable. Yeah, no, you need to cover Mao. I mean,
with those English moves, you got to build Fleet Brest.
Yeah, no, I was thinking for a second because English Channel is not holdable anyway, but since you don't have anything in Western Med, it is definitely needed. Even though, of course, you would really like an army to protect Burgundy as well here. So maybe France bit of a little more than they could chew right here. Right now, they are sharing the top with Germany on 8, but that might change very quickly. Time might come to save them. We will see. If it ends like in 08, for example, after 8, maybe they can hold a lot. Turkey stays even on 6, and Russia still alive and kicking, as well as Austria, trying to somehow navigate the swamp and make it to the end.
They're still alive in Budapest for the moment, and you see all the moves you would expect from the EG. They take Burgundy. English gets into Mao because Brest presumably misorders. I don't know why Brest held. I'm going to guess that was a misorder, which is brutal if it is. France gets into Rome.
I think France got snookered, right? Because they also supported Germany into Vienna.
Probably, but I think even if you believe that you have a deal with the Western Triple again, you got to go to Mao. Because even if you think that England will turn around and you're all copacetic again, you want to put it into the Med anyway. And it prevents the best attack on England's part. So I think...
I mean, you should do that, but that doesn't mean that you're convinced not to do that, right?
Probably. I mean, Rob has pointed out in the chat that Stuart did very well, like managing this Western Triple as Germany, and so yeah, and, maybe Turkey had a good argument.
Turkey has gone. Thanks, France, for breaking up the Western Triple. Don't need you anymore. That was all I wanted from you, so I'll have Ionian. Thank you very much.
Oh, yes.
Which is, I'm actually surprised by that. I thought Nancy would pull that fleet up to Black Sea and try and do something in that front. So interesting that she's decided to go west.
Fall of 8.
Austria survives.
This time we can say it's definitely a misorder around Brest, because England supports both units to Brest without moving either of them to it, which is not an ideal way to capture it. Germany gets delightful position with Picardy, Gascony, Burgundy. So if this isn't the final year, this is an incredible year for Germany. Also gets Budapest. Stuart is playing this really, really well. France loses Trieste to the Austrian, who is still alive, not dead yet, with support from Italy and Turkey. So everyone is anti-France in the east at the moment, except Germany, who did try and defend Trieste whilst getting their position there. So that's just funny. And other than that, not a lot changes hands. Italy, we say goodbye to as they lose Naples.
10-9 right now. Germany getting 2 builds, having Warsaw, Vienna, Budapest fairly nicely. I mean, often it's very surrounded if you have these dots as Germany, but a lot of units cleared out around there. 2 more armies. This is painful for France. In theory, they would have a build. They can't put it down. That's
and
really
they're also going to get piffed in both Brest and Paris right now if this isn't the final year.
So painful. Now, let's see. Spring turn.
And it was not the final year.
But they did manage to keep a hold of Brest because England decided to go for Mao and for Spain. So France got their tactics right and may live in Iberia because of that tempo play from the EG rather than taking the safe dots. Germany continuing to grab stuff in the east, gets Trieste here saying, thank you very much, Austria, but don't need you anymore. It seems to be a pattern with Eastern powers that I'm noticing. And France just pulling everything back as England just tries to push down a little bit towards the French dots in Iberia.
So Germany is on 12 right now. Assuming that this goes on a couple more years, how many more dots can they take? Is this solo watch yet? So Brest, if England doesn't take it, you've got a shot at Brest. You're getting Romania quite plausibly, Venice quite plausibly. That gets you to 15.
Marseille,
plausible. Maybe, yeah. Because Tyrolia can cut Piedmont. There's potential dots there. If England commits North Sea to going elsewhere, and you can try and take North Sea and get Norway or something, you start getting towards the range of a solo. Probably 18 is a little out of reach. You need England to either wave you into it or just not react very quickly. But Stuart's got a real big score on the cards here.
It's true, and I mean I'll quickly have a look what Stuart's first 2 scores were. They were not amazing, I remember, but let's see, where is he in my list? Stuart. He had 12.6 and 1.45, so 1 elimination. So yeah, going for the tournament win, he'd probably need a solo, but he at least has a sort of decent round 1 score, so he could definitely climb up the score sheet quite a bit.
And there's something like a Best Germany is definitely on for him here, some sort of tournament award.
Sure. That is true. Let's see. In fall, he gives up a center to England.
Gives up Denmark, does get Marseille, because France covers Spain, who also loses Portugal. Terrible turn for Alex, losing Brest, Paris, Marseille, and Portugal in the same year. Stuart gets Trieste, Paris, and Marseille, but loses Denmark by agreement. Nancy does now pull that fleet up to Black Sea, which, if there's another year, may be very relevant, and if there isn't, is probably a year too late to have done anything. So if we're getting on context clues, Nancy is definitely setting up for more years in this game. Doesn't take Naples, does go to Black Sea. Interesting.
Yeah. The position right now is 12 for Germany, so it doesn't hurt them too much unless they want to go for the solo that they gave up a center. I thought you would have probably given up Belgium rather than Denmark, but okay, that's what they chose to do. England +3, and they build. Wait.
Yeah. Denmark a little safer. Sorry.
You went a bit robotic there. Denmark a little safer.
Into Sweden,
yes.
You can go into Denmark, whereas you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, am I dead?
Now you're back. So that's good.
I was just going to say Denmark's a little bit safer because if they pull up into Sweden, you can pull back into Denmark. Whereas if they get Belgium, you don't really have such a good way of retaking that if they decide they want to keep a hold of it.
Yeah, kind of. But of course, Sweden is yours as well. But either way, I think it looks like England and Germany are on the same page anyway, and they just want to grind out France, who broke their nice little Western triple.
Yeah, I mean, England waived one of their builds there. They went as
Exactly.
pro-German as they possibly could be, and Germany only put armies down.
Yeah, and Nancy, as we said, has set up and is probably hoping for at least one more year. And let's see, do we have orders? It does not. We don't have orders. However, I have to look it up. I think in this game it was a draw, actually. I think they didn't play it out to the time limit. We will see if there are other games that are longer, but I think from what I heard, this is a little bit before
This is surprising to take a draw if it was not the end of the game, right? Because Spain is guaranteed to go to them. Venice, also quite plausible. But I don't know. Maybe it was agreed. You'll understand why anyone who isn't EG takes the draw. Like France is desperate for a draw in this position. Nancy's position isn't really great to take more stuff, even if she gets Naples. But it's not really relevant tournament-wise. So it's whether England in particular would have accepted this draw or not.
You mean Germany?
No, I mean England. Like Germany's got the board top at the moment, so why not take the draw? England doesn't have the board top.
Well, there's that TD element then, right? Does England care about the score that much?
Yeah. But it's Cleo saying in the chat that they voted draw, so it was a voted draw. Cool.
And Cleo is very much not resentful.
It's okay. Listen, we've all been there. We've all been there where they draw immediately after killing you, and it's fine.
Fair enough, yeah. Okay, but congratulations, especially to Stuart, but also to Ken for a good game. Alex took their shot, didn't work out, was probably the wrong timing or the wrong diplomatic situation. But hey, you got to go for it. I have respect for that. And Sasha managed to squeeze out a survival in Romania. Good on them, because it really did not look great for them for a long time. And I checked, they had 2 eliminations before, so nice to have at least something that sort of went well in this tournament. Sorry, tough tournament probably happens as well.
Yep.
So with that, let's bring back Micah. I see her waiting behind the scenes. Welcome back.
Thank
and
you.
We will go to board 3 right now, which is chock-a-block full of angry pills. Nice title.
I hope that's not a crisp packet.
So now I guess it's time for Michalis to have a little bit of break. Enjoy. And the 3 of us, will cover this one. I will swap you up again. We've got Tristan Lee in Austria, Joshua Brunt in England, Robert Chatterton in France, Austin James Winter in Germany. And then we have 2 of the players who are very much in contention, Jason Gray in Italy and Max Wanji-Robanks in Russia, together with Simone Price in Turkey. What do you guys think? Italy and Russia, that's an interesting setup to sort of have 2 of the contenders, with Tristan, who's not in a bad position either, in between there in Austria.
I don't think we're going to be seeing a wintergreen.
Yeah, I fully expect AI versus Archie here, and we'll see what happens in West.
Okay, let's go for it. Map.
You could maybe get a rat, actually. A rat isn't an unreasonable thing from this position either, if you want to try and kill Jason.
So let's try. We still have 3 games to cover, and we know that they go on for a fairly long time. So let's try to be a little bit speedy with this one. Yeah. This is spring. Micah, you have the spring turns for this one.
This may have been the most uneventful spring we've seen so far.
I think so too, yeah.
Tyrolia happens, but that's not that weird, and there's no bounce in black, which means probably RT, but we don't know. So makes sense. I expect Russia to support themselves into Galicia probably in the fall. So we'll see if that happens. Other than that, super standard moves.
Doesn't seem like anybody took their angry pills. Good for them. Oh,
In the fall, again, pretty standard moves. That lovely Western triple move you see of the English fleet going to Belgium. That usually turns into an EG, so we'll see if it does this time. And then you just see people taking their dots. Nothing crazy. Sweden doesn't get bounced, which is noteworthy, but nothing really other than that.
I think Max could have taken a risk here and just support Warsaw and Galicia, but oh well.
yeah, it might be a sign that they are more interested in ARR over something like RT or so. Or it's a red. I mean, the red, as you said, is very possible as well. But like when I'm putting the fleet into Romania, because I'm not Australian, I would usually think that maybe I'm building a second fleet in Sevastopol if I get 2 builds, and then we go for an AIR or AR. That is the line he might take here. But I think the build will tell a story. And no, Max is Australian, so he's not building the second Southern Fleet just because he put a fleet into Romania. He builds a Northern Fleet, which can also be fun. Loads of fleets in the West.
Love fleets.
Everywhere. I mean,
no fleets west of
Germany,
Kiel.
Sorry, what did you say?
I said no fleets west of Kiel, but what I meant to say was no armies west of Kiel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Germany is a
Plenty
bit
of
of a
fleets west of
sport.
Kiel.
Why don't you build 2 fleets, Germany? Come on, we need it.
I
No,
think
joking.
Russia's build, at least in North Coast, makes sense. England, depends a bit on what they want to do. I think if you are really trying to be in a triple, it's I guess this is what we're doing. Okay, never mind. I figured this was a bit more anti-French than probably necessary, but it is necessary, and they are in a full-on fight for whatever reason. Austria has decided, for whatever reason, that Italy cannot be in Tyrolia, which seems like a really strange move, because if you're going to do this, then why do you not take Tyrolia from Vienna rather than Trieste? Don't know what happened there, but okay, Austria, you do you. Maybe it'll work out. We do see Italy convoying back to Apulia, which kind of indicates they already maybe saw something coming. Something I think is interesting is that Marseille holds rather than moving to Spain south coast to give them that opportunity to go either west or go to western.
Might be a misorder, especially with Spain, because of the coast specification rule.
Oh, that could be possible.
Yeah, that's kind of up for definition, I think, depending on the leniency of the TD, because you could definitely argue that it's unambiguous and that you cannot go from Marseille to North Coast. But yes, I know that some
or maybe they just didn't want to be in Spain. I mean, from here they can always sneak into Lyon at any point.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's
see, what else do we see? We see Russia going to Black Sea.
So
sorry,
we get a push.
Stuff.
Now it's all confusing. I'm sorry.
Okay, spring, Isaac.
Let's just go to fall. I'm sorry.
So we get that second bounce in English Channel again. The French push back towards the Med as they push into Burgundy with German support. So presumably some kind of play on Belgium. As the Germans push up into Skagerrak and try and take Sweden, the English try to convoy back to Yorkshire rather than Edinburgh, which they cannot do with Norwegian Sea. They keep a hold of Belgium because they're worried about FG, which turns out to be correct. The AI continued to advance in the Med. Tyrolia is actually going up to Bohemia so that they can put some threat on Munich, or possibly to force Galicia, because that has been forced, as it seems like RT continue to cooperate in the south.
Again, Russia moving a fleet into Black Sea is key for the Russia-Turkey alliance, of course.
Sometimes you need that fleet to support Bulgaria.
We've seen this way too much. It's so weird.
It seems to be a thing in Down Under. Maybe fleet anchor is also absolutely necessary for an RT, but I don't think so.
You just don't understand how Australian RTs work.
I don't understand many things in Australia, like the crisps flavors. They're weird, but
I mean, they could convoy it via black or do
Yeah,
this.
it's all RT. It's all RT. Okay, Turkey needs a
is-
second fleet. I see.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I mean, it's good that it worked because Ionian could have just gone to Eastern and blocked it, but it does work. So Turkey is again in a fine position, especially having Russia's support. Probably not going to be able to last much longer now that Austria is in better position to cut Romania. But for now, they're all right. We now see England and France bouncing again. And is that Burgundy supporting Berlin to Munich?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So that's
But I mean,
interesting because it seems like England really wanted to work with France, with Germany, but Germany doesn't want to work back with them. So England has decided, let's go attack Germany now, and France has sided with Germany. So good for Germany. They do lose Denmark, but they gain Sweden. A lot of this might depend a bit on what Russia feels like.
and it's turned into an AI versus RT fight as you predicted, but it seems to be very much advantage AI right now. They are in Aegean, they
Yes.
are in Galicia. So Max also has problems in the north. So it seems like out of the two tournament, not leaders, but sort of people in contention on this board, Jason has gotten the much better start, even though he's still only at 4.
Definitely.
Yeah, those
and
French
he's
fleets,
Italy.
but those French fleets are just holding, and England has just gone anti-German, so Jason might be about to have problems from the west as well.
Fair point. Fair point.
There they go.
But they are going
Nope.
into the right direction in terms of like what Jason would like to see, at least for now.
Yep. So you see France decides that they're going to continue with their anti-English moves. Germany decides that they're definitely working with France after this turn. Keep hold of themselves in Sweden, even though you've got ER cooperation now. Confusingly, also while the English go to Barents and Norwegian, which is the thing you can do. The Italians get into Bulgaria, so advantage AI, especially as they also get into Eastern Med, but there's no movement around Romania, so there's potential for an air pivot here if Max can pull it off. He doesn't have great position for it, but maybe if he leaves to go to Ankara or something.
Yeah, maybe it's needed. Max needs something here, and it seems that the plan of attacking Austria has not worked at all. It's almost impossible for him to get into Austrian dots right now. So maybe cutting a deal with AI is what he needs. But then again, Jason definitely doesn't want to see Max doing too well on this board. So tough position for Max. Takes that fleet north coast St. Petersburg off of the board. Another fleet in Marseille, however, that is not good news for Jason Gray. French fleets while they
Brest is occupied.
Yes, and of course you need 4 fleets to go north, maybe. But I'm just enjoying 4 French fleets compared to 2 armies. That is pretty funny. Maybe Robert Chatterton is not aware that France is allowed to build armies.
I suppose there would be a pitch here to have Italy take Greece, and then Italy can move back the fleets and have some IT cooperation here.
I think IT is dead.
I mean, who knows? It is a
Didn't
very
make sense
entangled.
until now, but why not? Like, even if Russia takes Bulgaria, Turkey doesn't really want to die to this, whatever happens right now. And Italy needs to be other places. Might not be the worst idea.
Maybe it's hard to disentangle from this position, but maybe they can pull it off.
Bulgaria to Greece, that's how you disentangle. Or you don't.
Or you just kill a Turkish fleet and say, like,
It would have
thoroughly
been
disentangle Turkey.
It would have been fun, and they could have moved Apulia to Venice, and there was not that much anyone else could do.
True, yeah.
Michaelis will back me up here. IT.
Okay.
Let's see. We do see Austria moving to Bohemia. Makes a lot of sense. Galicia wants Bohemia to be in Warsaw. I think Italy wants that as well. And France just moves up, and Italy is fine for now. So I suppose this whole killing Turkey plan is so far working out for them still. AI is in charge here, and they will keep going, and they'll either get Romania or Warsaw this time.
Ooh.
So
Okay,
you
McCallum
see
does not back me up completely.
a break on North Sea as England pushes into Clyde to be able to defend Liverpool or Edinburgh, whichever is needed. Unfortunately, it's going to turn out to be both. France pushes those fleets further up as FG continue to work together here, and Germany starts pushing those armies west, which France will be very happy to see. AI in the west, Austria manages to get into Romania, which is beautiful. The Italian Expeditionary Force gets as far up as Prussia, very exciting. It's reached the other coast, but hasn't taken Warsaw yet, as they don't make any progress against Turkey yet because they get braced. No convoy, so Jason clearly wanting to keep an army at home, which I think is sensible because you want to keep an eye on Austria, make sure they can't do anything too crazy to you.
So
No one's really fighting on the two fronts. Like, people are fighting in their own theater, but not really with each other.
yeah, as Mikhail is pointing us, the classical FGAI alliance. You see it all the time. Interesting. France really managed to get all these fleets into very active positions only in the West. I'm quite impressed. That is a strong position, and as long as they can hold off Germany diplomatically from punishing them for only having 2 armies, that's amazing. They're just taking so much powerful
just need
space.
to last another
English Channel, North
year.
Sea.
Germany's too
I don't know-
busy, I suppose.
I
Right
don't know
now
that they
with
can even
England.
lose anything this year. Well, I guess if Germany builds in Munich, but even then, they lose 1, and they don't build in Munich.
No,
So
great
wonderful.
French position. Austria puts down an army as well. Turkey tries to defend. Army makes a lot of sense for that. So we can push forward.
Rob says double convoy to Wales and York. That would be fun, but we don't see it. We do see the convoy to London, though, and it's successful, combined with the support into North Atlantic Ocean, which guarantees... oh no, it doesn't guarantee a Liverpool. Almost guarantees Liverpool, but will do next year. This England seems to have been trying to cut a deal with France, is unsuccessful. Germany is getting in position to head east, and we don't see a lot of movement in the east itself. There's nothing happening around Khan, and Austria and Russia are not. Russia's making some moves, but they're not attacking, and neither is Austria. They might recognize the danger that is starting to come, so maybe they can kind of start working together a bit from here.
Yeah, a little bit of a misguess. Austria and Italy could have taken Warsaw. They tried to outflank Russia, and Max presciently defended that. So let's see if AI can find a way to break through.
France does not pick up Liverpool, but they do get Edinburgh because they were guaranteed one of those. The Germans stay in Norway, and you get the convoy to Syria, which is coming, to quote Michaelis, perhaps a year too late. As the Germans push south, deciding that their dots come from the east. Robert shaking his head at something.
Yeah, it's painful what you just said. Convoying out of Apulia while not getting a build, and Germany's walking to Tyrolia when Austria's not even having Trieste. Like, this is...
Yep.
Jason committed to this alliance, but I'm afraid he will get punished for it pretty badly here.
Yeah. Nobody really moves anywhere in the east. Nobody really even gains any position. So aren't he doing a good job of defending themselves and slowing down the AI? As FG finishes cleaning up England, I think very smart diplomatic move of the Germans to stay in Norway. You want to keep it, and also you want the RT to be slowing that AI down, so you don't even really want St. Petersburg.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, FG is super strong here. However, you got to say, yes, that walk into Venice is nice. Can any of you make an argument for France not topping this board? It seems like they're in such a dominant position here.
Well, they can always mess up their diplomatic relationships.
Definitely, yeah.
But they're called Robert Chatterton, so I'm thinking they're good in that area.
The only way I see is if somehow AI would have to win like this year against Turkey so that Italy could start turning back around. But even then, it might not be possible. But I think that's the only potential chance. But even then, I don't think it's guaranteed.
I suppose if you have an army Munich here, and Tyrolia goes to Piedmont rather than Venice.
But France is also building two, and one of
Yeah,
those.
I don't
surely
think
would
it's
be an army.
likely to happen, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
that way there's at
That's
least some pressure, and Italy can get their build, then put down a fleet, and then head towards France. I don't know when this game is going to end. If this is going to be like a 1915 game, then maybe that could do something.
Yeah.
But
I
right
still
now,
think it
France
might
is
be.
dominant.
I still think an AIR might be needed for the East to have some chance. I don't know if they can swing it diplomatically, but I think they just need to get builds to counter that super strong FG, and they cannot waste more time staring at each other. But we'll see.
They do seem to be kind of doing that. If you look at last year's, not as much with Black Sea, but Russia and Austria are at least not attacking each other anymore. And Italy is now in position to finally take Smyrna.
That's true, yeah. But if Russia keeps defending Turkey, it's still pretty hard. Yeah, well,
That's
Smyrna
true.
is takeable anyway. Yeah, even if Russia helps, that's true. Let's see. Or not, if Austria gets suspicious.
Ouch. And Germany goes to Venice. This is not a good turn for Italy. Yeah, France takes the dots they can get. Germany is still on board. They do bounce in Belgium, but I bet it was agreed.
Yeah, because they also de-escalate with Clyde Baltic, moving away from North Sea.
English Channel could have supported it. They could have gone to North Sea, but they don't. Yeah, there's no reason France should not win this board.
Germany sits in Venice. Let's see what continues in fall.
Germany stays in Venice. France is coming over to help or take Rome. The French fleet's pushed down. Norway holds, so in case they do want to try and take Edinburgh, they can, but it would be quite tricky. The French come back to Belgium as the Germans come into Ruhr, which I think makes sense. You have a decent number of armies in the south to build, and this just sort of keeps your position against each other so that you can't ever really do an effective attack. I know people like to just run away from each other, but sometimes keeping some units around can be really helpful. Austria decides that actually they really don't like what the Italians are doing, and so they're going to take Bulgaria, because if they're losing Venice anyway, what help are they? And the Italians push back, but way too late. Yeah. Austria does also decide that they want to walk into Vienna and Budapest the turn that they stab the Italians, which is a decision you can make.
Well, that's a diplomatic thing, right? Because they are telling Germany here, like, hey, I'll back off. Please go after France.
Then go to Galicia.
Probably, but still, yeah, it's a bit wild as Austria. I mean, the third time we see that Serbia is the only one open.
Wave count to 11.
Goes up and up and up. Yeah, poor Jason. Looked good for him for a little while now.
Yeah, and Max too. I mean, both of them had a chance to win this tournament, and now this is their round.
Seems very unlikely, yeah. That would be a great comeback for either of the two if they still manage to pull it out. Builds. So let's have a look. Fleet Marseille. That will not make it any better for Italy. Wave on Austria's part. 9-8 France, Germany. Let's see if they want to push it a little further as an alliance or if they try to fight each other.
I think if I'm Austin, I don't do this. I go St. Petersburg and Livonia. But this is also valid if you want to go after France.
I don't see
what they can't see what else this would be.
What can they take? There's a guess on Belgium or Burgundy, but that's about it, right?
Well,
they have Edinburgh.
That's just one.
Wait, they do. That's funny. I didn't see that.
So they managed to keep everything in the south as the Russians managed to, as RT managed to finally make some progress. Now that A and I aren't working together, it's much easier to take Austrian dots.
Especially if Italy convoys you into Greece.
And supports you there.
Very nice.
The French
very helpful.
South, I think Austin's seeing that if he wants to top, he really has to stab France here. I think there's a race world where you go to St. Petersburg and Livonia and try and race them, but I think stabbing them is your other path to victory.
The issue is, I would be hazy to lose Venice here. I think it's unlikely that they will stay there, with France being just stabbed. But so it might be 0.stab in some, but let's see. Fall.
True, but positionally they're in a better position. They have play for St. Pete later on.
Okay.
Oh, the convoy is nice.
They get a beautiful convoy up to Edinburgh,
That is
pushing
very
up into Holland, pushing into Rouen, all the anti-French, managing to get into Piedmont, as Austria is not interested in helping because they want to push against the Russians, who do manage to keep Romania, as the Italians get pushed into Bulgaria, as the Turks keep Greece and open Smyrna up for presumably fleet build.
Yeah, great turn. I mean, if you can keep Venice, even better. Austria even did something ineffectual with Trieste, but that's pretty nice. They've swapped places. Germany's in the lead now, gets to put on a unit. Austria is pulling that fleet. Turkey builds a fleet in Smyrna. So yes, RT is back on track, and now they can make something happen.
But also build for Italy. Is Italy going to go west now?
Probably not. I think with AT attacking them together, but maybe they will cut a deal.
There's 3 fleets. France is pretty open. Okay,
The
no, they're
Italians
not.
decided they would like Venice back. Oh, sorry, it's you.
Yeah.
Do you
The
want me to-
Australians don't like fun, so they do not go after France with their 4 units. Italy, very, very sad. We see another successful convoy. That is fun, so I'll just forgive them. Austria is walking away from everything while Russia's like, actually, let me take those dots. Convoying Turkey. What a comeback for Max. Yeah, well done, Max. France is also convoying back. I mean, I don't see France losing much, especially now that they're getting into Norway. They're still in a good position, but there's at least some pressure on them that wasn't before.
Yeah, a little bit of a misguess or mistactics, I would say, on Germany's part not to bounce them out of Norway. It's of course a guess because it sucks a lot if you walk out of North Sea and then France takes North Sea. But yeah, as you say, I think France can defend everything, and
Yep. So in the fall,
no, they can't actually.
The fall, they push into Belgium and Burgundy to get a beautiful double. Piedmont holds, so Marseille probably should have supported Burgundy, but oh well. Venice moves out into Trieste, seeing that they aren't going to be able to keep it, but Trieste moves up to Vienna, so that's okay. As Vienna goes out into Bohemia, RT continue to push up with Russia taking Bulgaria but vacating Black Sea, so very nice. As Max walks into Budapest. And Silesia decides Berlin, great place to be this time of year. Love it. Love it so much. And Norway holds rather than going for Sweden, which is interesting, but I suppose it's a German dot either way.
This is a fantastic year for Max. Yeah. I mean, let's look at this position. He's back to 7. Is there a way for Max to still win this tournament? I mean, I thought it was impossible, but now he's only 1 behind France and Germany. Let's look at this a little bit. I mean, France has play on Eddie, but they can't guarantee Eddie. They might get into trouble with Norway in return. Apart from that, maybe Belgium.
I don't think Max can win because I think that would require FG to lose a dot or 2 to someone other than the other of FG, which I think is the tricky part. I think FG are going to lose dots, but I think it's going to be to each other. Maybe 1 more, but I think you need 2.
Yeah, it's a bit sad that these nice little Austrian armies will go away. Would be really nice if Austria could go for Munich here. But there's a maximum of 2 of them staying on. But who knows? Maybe if 2 of them stay on there, Vienna gets disbanded. That would be great for Max.
What are you building as Russia here? Especially in St. Pete.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think you might even just go with armies. I think you don't need to commit either way here. I think you want to play both sides probably.
Yeah.
Depends on
'Cause
how
then
long
you
you
go
think
to-
the game is still going, but I think if you think that's just a few years, maybe a fleet will never do anything for you, and the fleet completely commits you against France or Germany.
Yeah, and you can go to
Fair enough.
Finland here, and then you can decide who's going to offer to support you into what.
Let's see
Ricardo
what
is
doesn't.
also making a good point. He's saying Max can win if Simon is happy for Max to win, and Simon's alive from Max loyalty, so why not help him win the tournament?
We have seen stranger things happen before, for sure. That is definitely an option, and we don't know how the other boards go. By this point, Max will have all. We only know one board, but the board with essentially all the other contenders for the win. Maybe Max will have an idea if somebody gets a huge score over there, or nobody gets something, and he's going to Simone and just saying like, "Look, 2 dots is all I need. Can you give them to me? Then I win." Maybe Simone is fine with that.
Also, it's very impressive to have done so well last year and then do this well again this year. Even if he ends up eliminated this game, he's played a good tournament, and the fact that he even is a contender after last year, that's very well played.
Very true. So it's fleeced South Coast St. Pete. So he does send a strong signal towards France, sort of thanking them for not walking into St. Pete, which they could have done. Interesting.
I do
Spring
like
of
it.
09. Let's see.
France does not like it. Wait, France just walks into Eddie? Sure,
Yeah.
that's something that can happen. Are they just completely disentangling this?
Yeah.
Because Germany
yeah.
walks back to Ruhr. Okay. Italy takes Trieste. Italy is also coming back. Galicia
think
and
they-
Budapest don't agree.
I think they've realized that if they continue to fight, then Max wins rather than one of them, and they'd rather one of them won.
Could be, yeah.
Galicia and Budapest is a fun little tipsy doodle.
Yeah.
I'm sure Max doesn't find it fun, but yeah.
He's
I
got
mean,
four.
Italy is going to have a build here. That might put some pressure on France. But this is good for France mostly, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great turn for France. Germany completely pulling back, and now France can decide whether they want to give Germany some room or probably go for more. I think Belgium.
Germany can still take Norway, right, from this position, unless
it's a guess, right?
Russia goes for Sweden, but that's, I mean, it's possible.
Sort of a 50-50 whether you brace it or tap North Sea.
We can find out.
Yeah, France just wasn't nice to Russia, so maybe Russia's much more keen to work with Germany here.
Yeah, potentially. Let's see. Fall turn.
Bounce in Sweden as Germany pushes south. You get another bounce in St. Petersburg as France decides they have to have North Sea. Kiel falls to the Austrians as the Germans retake Munich, but it seems like FG are back on the same page as that's a support with double. Max does this time remember to order the units correctly to Vienna. Good job. As RT continue to advance by getting up to Albania, but can't take Ionian yet. I think just like a little moment, there's no reason for Adriatic to do anything other than support Ionian down there. So it's probably better to go somewhere like Greece to make sure that you are going to end up with 2 fleets there, because now it's a little bit harder for you. Whereas before you sort of had more options on what you could do if you went to Greece.
I just want a moment for the fact that France's most southern fleet is North Sea, yet they have full control over Iberia.
Amazing, yeah. This is, I mean, this is just a great year for France. Look at it. They're back on top on 9. They are positionally just in a wonderful place.
No, it's coming for them.
Great stuff by Robert Chatton. Looks like he has played a very, very good diplomatic game, I think. It was a little shaky for a few years, but overall, I'm very impressed by his play here. Max also fought back, is now at 8. 1 behind. This is, I think, where the other board drew, but we heard it was a draw, so there might be still a bit more time. 1 build for Russia. What are you guys putting down?
Do I want to stab Turkey? Probably not. Maybe I do. I think I'm going to go Army 7 stab Turkey because why not? I don't really see much growth elsewhere. I don't think I'm going to be able to get stuff like Munich. I think Trieste is something that Turkey's expecting to get, and Italy has a lot of fleets.
I'm working with
One
Turkey to
step.
take Trieste and building in St. Pete to slow down the north, because they can't take it this year guaranteed yet, right?
Hmm.
So that just at least slows them down a term.
And that might be all that's needed, right? It could be that it's just one more year on the clock. Who knows? So
Yeah.
let's see. Max builds Army St. Pete. Germany disbands Skagerrak and Helgoland. That's great news for France. And right now, France is waving. Okay. Interesting move that late in the game. But I suppose they are very confident about their ability with Germany.
And probably rightfully so.
Very interesting. Let's see.
Especially with Italy building as well.
Wow.
Oh.
Okay. This is a draw, I think. Maybe somebody from the tournament who's still in the chat can confirm. But this is once again, I think, 09 was what we saw on the other board as well, and there was a draw. This surprises me. I mean, it might mean that Max knows already that he can't win anymore. But otherwise, don't you at least try to fight it out as Russia to
Why
to
couldn't he? Because he could at least try and go for Trieste.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, unless Turkey is really mad and doesn't want to help him, but why would they? But anyway, very good game. Great game by Robert and by Max, I gotta say. Lots of fun stuff. And so, yeah. Games ended in fall of 09. Okay, so apparently it was no draw, but this was timeout. Okay.
Also a comeback for Jason. It wasn't as good as the rest, but I think he was down to like 2 or something at some point, and he's at 5 now. Not enough to win a tournament, but enough to give us an enjoyable game.
Very good stuff. Really fun to watch. Thanks to all the players at the tournament. Thanks. Also, want to give a shout out to the sandboxers. Somebody on each board took the time. And in like the timed rounds, you have only 15 minutes per turn, and it's all a bit hasty. Somebody sat down and entered those moves into a backstabber sandbox so we could cover it here. Thanks a lot. We wouldn't be able to do that otherwise. So let's bring Michalis back. I mean, this is 15.8 points for Max. I think that is almost certainly clear that he won't win the tournament. For now, he will be in the lead. I mean, this means that he has, let me quickly check, 53.3 points. That is definitely the lead compared to what we've seen so far.
Possible that can win. Like, he needs the other contenders to be eliminated, essentially.
Yeah, right? I mean, it's 12 points before Darcy, ahead of Darcy, if we just take Darcy's round 2 and round 1 score. And similar with Justin and Shane. So if all of them have a very poor game, it could be.
Not even very poor, because as you see in this game, 5 centers is only 8 points here. So if there's a 12-point difference, actually, like even if they have 5-6 centers, that's fine.
Yep.
Like it's very unlikely, but it's not impossible. There's like he basically needs 2 people to have pretty poor games in both of the remaining games, assuming it's 2 and 2, maybe it's 3 and 1. So it's potentially enough.
I think it's actually 3 people because it's Shane, Justin, and Darcy. I think.
God, this is going to be a tough board.
not impossible to have that happen.
Oh, this is going to be an exciting board with people who are not afraid of stabbing each other and going for the win.
So let's have a look at the next board. We will head over and have a look. Let me just have a quick look. We can have a quick look at what the board draws are, and then we decide which one we want to do first. There is board 2, which will show up in a second, hopefully. And this has Justin, but Shane and Darcy should be on the other one, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see.
We have to keep that one for last, right?
So Shane and Darcy, okay. So we will do this one last, and for now we will do board 2, which is called Deborah Kerr. And it has Sean Coleman in Austria, Joshua Crowther in England, Dominic Stevens in France, Conor Murhead in Germany, Ian Whitchurch in Italy, and then Peter McNamara in Russia and Justin Law in Turkey. That is not the most pleasant draw as Justin Law if you're trying to win a tournament. Turkey for one, and then having Peter in Russia. Ian, we've seen some very good play in this tournament out of him as well. Sean, from what we heard, a veteran as well. That will not be easy for Justin. I'm excited to see it.
Especially as both Peter and Ian, they're in that little bracket just below that top 5 where they need the big scores, and they need none of the top 5 to get a big score. And so that means that immediately, as soon as this game was drawn, Justin's playing Turkey with an Italy and Russia who both need him to die, which is not great.
Not great. So I think it's time for Isaac to get a short break, and we will bring you back for the last board. Thanks for covering this one with us. And we will move Mikhalis up into spring. And
I bet we'll see a fleet into Black Sea and then it actually being an RT.
Maybe. Justin plays a very good Turkey. It is one of his strongest countries,
so we will see. It's the moves are there already. Didn't expect that, but anyway, that's how it is. Getting right into it. Mikhalis, kick us off.
Well, we start with an Armenian fist bump between Russia and Turkey. So Justin deciding that maybe he can work with Peter and he's going to do something about the Italian, pulling the fleet straight to the Med. Italy opens to Tyrolia, which can be fun and probably not a very Western Tripoli start with England holding Liverpool. So they're definitely not convoying that over. And France trying to send 2 units towards Belgium. So cool. Different.
Yep. Let me just see how
I'm
to
an
do this here.
Armenian fist bump stan.
Wait, why is this not working? Okay, like that. And then fall.
Yeah, we see everyone pretty much proceeding as expected. We do see an EF very clearly. England takes Norway with the fleet, which probably means Peter will be quite happy with them, especially now that they're less happy with Germany. So I could definitely see this turn into some kind of EFR situation. Peter does get Romania, luckily, because he gets bounced out of Sweden, and we see Justin doing very regular, expected moves. He could have bounced Greece, but chose not to. That's interesting. And Italy is doing the Italy we've seen a lot today.
This is kind of paid the price there for not moving Munich to Ruhr in spring of 01. It just means that English bounce on Holland is so easy to do. Even if you don't end up supporting it, if you feel you have to cover Munich from like the Italian army, you just open the door for England by knowing that you can definitely bounce Germany out of Holland. It makes it so much more likely that you'll consider doing just that.
And it sucks if you have also burned down bridges with Russia just now by bouncing them out of Sweden. They would be the one I would like to rely on if I'm Germany and I'm getting bounced out of Holland, but will be difficult.
I'm guessing Germany is saying to England, like, please EG with me, I'll bounce Sweden.
Yep, probably that's the pitch here. Connor is putting down an army. That makes sense as he needs to defend. Very EF-friendly builds, and I think the Eastern builds are fairly expected. I mean, Russia could have potentially also built somewhere else, but the rest, exactly what we would have expected. But hey, why not Warsaw? I mean, Germany bounced you out, so might as well have something that could potentially go west or go south if you want to attack Austria together with Turkey.
And Peter's probably going to do something like maybe support England to Sweden here, which protects St. Petersburg for the long term if that's what you do. So,
yeah, very fair idea.
No, apparently not. So, spring of 02, Peter decides to punish Germany, but goes into Sweden, goes to Silesia, goes to Prussia. But England, it turns out, is actually looking at St. Petersburg. So, goes to Barents and Norway, which will get St. Petersburg. So, not a great turn for Peter in that regard. But this year's heir coming to the line. Austria also goes to Bohemia. A little surprising that all this happens without a drop to Black Sea and a move on Turkey. Even more surprising that this happens while Italy convoys to Albania. So, not entirely coherent set of orders from the east at this stage, whilst France does not come to the Med yet, just goes to Mao and Spain. So France has a bit of flexibility, could yet flip on England here.
Yeah, I don't think they will, but they could.
What
do we see here? Okay, so Con goes to Greece. There's a bunch of bouncing in Trieste. What's Italy doing here? Because if they wanted to get into Trieste, it made more sense to move Albania here. I guess they're cutting it for Turkey, but Turkey didn't need to because Ionian was doing the support already.
Presumably, Italy thought they were going to get support into Serbia from someone, right? So RT,
Right.
one of them have offered them support to Serbia and
I
have not
see.
followed through.
Oh, that makes so much more sense. Thank you. Let's see. France goes east. I mean, they can pick up Tunis. Makes sense. They go into Ruhr. They go into Burgundy. Yeah, EF is just still on. But England's also, for whatever reason, has German support as well. So good for England.
Yeah, getting Sweden and St. Pete is quite nice. Quite bad for Peter, who is even for the year, but would have really wanted to build. Yeah.
I do think it's interesting that North Sea support holds Belgium rather than supporting Belgium to Holland. Nothing was attacking Belgium. So this is just not very alliance friendly, even though it wouldn't have gone through.
Yeah, that's true. Might be misorder, might be a cagey move of Joshua trying to get the long end of the of the stick.
Yeah.
So putting down army and fleet. So far so good. Another southern fleet for France. Italy puts down another fleet, probably saying, "Look, guys, RT, please." You screwed me over, but I really need to defend against France. Please, please, please let me do that.
Justin's a great position. He's got Russia on his side, Austria, who's too weak, and an Italy that has to deal with France.
Yep.
Yeah.
So spring of 03, we see continued RT cooperation. Turkey moves into Serbia, Russia moves into Budapest and comes down to Galicia, and is now propping the German up, defending Munich, which means they'll probably going to hold Berlin. We'll see whether Connor sticks to that agreement, but good stuff from Peter as well. France gets into Tunis, which was of course guaranteed. Also cuts to pull down to Lyon. We'll probably have to cover Marseille, so that might be a problem for now. Bigger problem is probably the fact that England's gone to English Channel, though, and is likely about to walk into Brest by convoy. So Dominic is in a bit of trouble in that regard. And that means that Germany might not need Russia anymore, so might decide that they do want Berlin back. Be an interesting bit of a shift here. Could also try and get Sweden. Let's see.
Yeah, this is the beast coming for Dominic Stevens. I don't know where this name is coming from, but with these kind of moves, you can kind of imagine it. This is painful for France.
The support of Belgium makes sense.
Yeah, if England can keep Germany on side, England's in an incredible position here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I reckon they can. I mean, they can go for Baltic right now, start convoying stuff. Or do this? Why would you not attack Baltic here? I suppose if you want to play a bit KG, you could. We see France moving back, makes sense, but not moving back completely. I mean, Brest was lost anyways this way. They're having somewhat of a defense. I don't like the French position, but I also don't think they could have done much better moves this turn. At least they're getting Tunis. So they don't. They lose Brest, but they don't go down anything. Let's see. Justin's playing a safe game somewhat, being a very protective position. They're supporting Trieste back into Budapest. Was Budapest Russian?
It was. They've stabbed Russia here, which is interesting. It's a presently no dot stab.
Yeah. At least they get a build.
Yeah, they've got a build, but Russia's obviously got a rebuild.
Yeah.
Fleet anchor, like if Austria's on side, I noticed something that Justin does quite a bit in their games is that they find some minor power that's really willing to work with them. So if there's Austria here, maybe it could work. Russia doesn't really have anything to go against them, but you're also not stopping England.
And also, what does Austria get from this, right? Like, you can't really offer Austria Romania because Romania has to go to Justin. So, I mean, not dying is nice for now, but how long until Peter can flip Austria the other way is the question.
You can offer Austria this turn because you're not getting it this turn anyways, and you can just put something in Armenia and move to black.
Yeah.
And even if you offer them nothing, they would die if you didn't block with them.
I tend to think that this is premature from Justin, though. I think that England has a much better position than Justin does at this stage.
Oh, that is true.
And the problem with attacking Russia is you're removing one of those counterweights to England.
I didn't realize Russia had a build. Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, it was a rebuild from Bud, but
right. Oh, that's tough. Yeah, I thought Sev would be open, so it's like if they just move to Armenia and Austria gets Romania, that's fine. But this is not fine.
and this is like who's the counterweight to England, and it's not Germany who's on one fleet. It's not Russia because you're attacking them, and if France keeps going down, who's going to stop England?
No one. England can just win this game.
It looks like a wonderful position for England. That's very much true.
All right, so spring of 2004, England's now in Baltic Sea. Germany doesn't really move most of their units, which is interesting because France doesn't either. I don't know, maybe this was a backstabber thing where they were all support holds, so they didn't bother entering them. Other than that, there's bounce in Paris and England's into Irish Sea. Meanwhile, in the east, Justin's trying to take Trieste back from Austria. So Justin is doing Justin things where he attacks everybody. Allows Peter to walk into Bull, which almost certainly will be blown up, which sounds nice, but when you've already got the Black Sea, I'm not actually sure you want Peter to rebuild that as an army, because that just makes it harder for you to take more stuff later. So I don't know. This is quite a messy East and just good news for England.
Yeah. Read.
Oh, where is this? Wait. Fall. Okay.
Let's see. So, yeah, with Dusu, Bulgaria being blown up. Other than that, not really much happening there. Ionian has moved to Adriatic, presumably to help Serbia attack Trieste. And after these moves, it's quite likely that Italy won't help Austria here, so Justin might be able to pull that off, especially if Russia keeps tapping Budapest. However, Russia seems to have units in Silesia that's not very welcome. So they might not be in a position to tap Budapest anymore, which makes it easier for Budapest to support Trieste. So we'll see how that goes. In the west, we see France taking back Brest, so that's good for them. Germany takes Belgium. Probably good for France. Like, obviously, you'd rather not have anyone take Belgium, but if it's someone, then preferably Germany over England. So, yeah, there's at least some counterweights to England now. Or
yeah, it looks like there was like those holds around Belgium, Holland were a mistake, and they've corrected it afterwards, and that's how Germany's teleported into Belgium here.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay, that's a more coherent set of moves and a much better turn for Germany, and a not great year for Joshua as a result.
Yeah,
I think that given that Germany was going +2, maybe you could have argued that you need Belgium.
Yeah, it's definitely an argument to be made now. Actually, Germany, yeah, okay, they can still put down to it. They're at least open. It was a blown up unit for Joshua, so no pull. Still a nice position, but yeah, not a completely amazing year. Peter gets a rebuild, puts an army down, and there's a fleet in Kiel now. That is something you definitely don't want to see as England. That can literally do nothing but attack England at this point of the game. So yeah, Joshua's position looked almost unassailable a few turns ago. Now he has got some problems. And in the meantime, Turkey bouncing back quite nicely. I mean, I think this is a fun time to play a little bit of who do you like? Who would you like to play on this board?
I mean, Justin now has a better position than England for sure. does that mean I rate his chances most? Probably yes. Although I also don't actually hate Peter's position, because I think that England's now going to have to pull Norway to Sweden if there's an EG war, which means that St. Petersburg is retakeable. Vienna is potentially takeable. Peter will probably lose Rum, but I don't know. If you can thread the needle, the Russian comeback is still on here.
I quite like France here, I think if they manage to work with Germany here, they have potential growth in England, and in the East, no one's really coming for them. So long term, could be some opportunities there. They have the fleets, they're just not in the right position. But if Germany starts to take England, they might be able to be in the future.
Could also put the EF back together quite easily here, with like England taking Belgium from the Channel, and France pushing the armies to Bickenburg.
That might actually be better, yeah. I like that. We'll see.
We will indeed. Spring of 05.
All right, spring of 05. It turns out EG are not fighting, apparently, although Bothnia is nice and all, but Baltic is really not. But for the moment, there's just a bounce in Burgundy and nothing really sort of being worked out. Meanwhile, Russia does lose Romania, but pulls armies down to Armenia and pulls everything across to fight Justin, who also has a problem with Austria coming to Albania and Trieste. It looks like Peter has put a little bit of an anti-Turkish coalition together here, which is nice balance of power play from Peter, sort of what you'd expect. Italy gets Ionian with French support, so really bad turn actually for Justin, despite getting into Rum. May have a saving grace with Germany coming to Bohemia, which might be the sort of fly in the ointment and force Austria to defend Vienna. But yeah, not a great turn for Turkey, and nothing really sort of straightening out in the west, though this could change quite quickly. Like Belgium is still right there. It might just be a full stab that comes from either EF on Germany.
France did have enough faith in England to move to Picardy.
Yeah.
Or not. Okay. EG is still on. If I'm France, I'm a little bit of crying inside, but all right. At least there's not pressure on the south as well. Peter's not doing what I expected him to do, but what he does do makes sense, I think. Good defense by Justin by moving Romania to Budapest. He's losing Greece, but there wasn't. I mean, I suppose he could have had Aegean support Serbia to Greece, but other than that, he's at least not losing Serbia here.
Not losing Serbia, but he's been badly outguessed by having to cover both Ankara and Smyrna with those two fleets. That's horrible.
Oh yeah, it's not good. But I like the part where Romania at least does something rather than just holding.
Yes, yeah, that was good.
Germany gets into Vienna. That's good for Germany, and they have Kiel open to build, or Berlin, so that'll be nice for them. Italy gets both Trieste and Greece, so they're going up as well. Also have the space free. That's going to be interesting in the dynamics.
That's a really incredible year, actually, from Ian to somehow pull two builds out of that position as Italy and have space to put them both down. That's really good year. Like, I think Italy is the biggest winner from that year. Germany was a pretty big winner as well, getting Vienna for free. But what a year that was for Italy.
Both of them, because he got Turkish support into Trieste and then Austrian support into Turkish Greece.
And Adriatic's probably about to come off of the board as well, so it's just getting even better. Tyrolia, Albania also likely to go, at least one, if not both. That was about as well as that could possibly have gone for Ian. You said at the start of the year, this is what you're going to end up with. He'd have like bitten your hand off 1,000,000 times to take that.
I mean, just look at this entangled center chart. This game is taking so many turns already, and it's just 4 game years we've seen so far. No, 5. Sorry, 5. That's pretty amazing. Great comeback. Unfortunately, big setback for Turkey. Also, Germany sneaking back to 7 centers again. That's pretty nice. Building an army in Berlin. Indeed, Adriatic comes off of the board for Turkey. Army fleet for Italy. And Austria saying, I want to be right in the middle. I'm keeping Tyrolia, not Budapest.
Why not?
For the funsies. So, spring of 06.
So spring of 06, EG stick together in the west. This is a lot more of a sort of normal EG now. So Germany takes Burgundy and England convoys to Brest. This is pretty catastrophic for Dominic's defence in France. It'll be hard to come back from this position. Really need things to change very quickly for that to happen. Other than that, you see in the east, Peter walking into the wide open Budapest, which nobody stops him going to. And Justin is outguessed again. So Sev goes back to Armenia, and now Bulgaria is piffed. So a really bad turn for Justin. He needs things to change around quickly if he's going to have a hope of winning this tournament, because this has been some real setbacks for him. And Peter is playing it very, very well with Ian. The fact that Ian has somehow not been blown up in Greece or even kicked out of Greece, instead gets to move it forwards, is really good for him as well.
Yeah, unfortunate. Looked good for Justin for a few turns, and now it's all crumbling somehow.
I've seen him come back from really bad positions, but this one seems really hard to come back from.
Yeah, there's no reason for Peter not to make a pop at either Ankh or Smyrna here, but if you cover both of them, then retaking Bulgaria is horrible. It's just a horrible position now.
Doesn't really get better.
So Justin loses Serbia, keeps Greece and Bulgaria, but loses Ankh as well. Yeah, that's pretty much game over for Justin.
I'm feeling real good about my pick for Peter when in that earlier position.
Yeah, wow. +3. That's crazy.
Jeez.
France retakes Brest, but loses. What did they lose?
They lose position,
right?
So they lose
definitely lose position.
Lose Mid-Atlantic and Picardy, but
and Tunis as a
Tunis.
Oh, Tunis, yeah.
I see. Yeah, this is just not good. I don't see much England growth either, though, because Germany is getting into better position to defend. England can still do this, but if they don't have France on board, it's starting to become a little harder, I think.
Yeah,
I mean, we know they have at least, they have 3 more years, which is enough time to break the French position. Like, France has a disband. Easily can get Brest, Paris, probably Iberia as a result. So as a long-term strategy, it's still working okay. The question is, how much is Peter going to get in the meantime? Because these 3 builds that are coming down, he has a walk into St. Pete with them as well.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's sort of EG and Wintergreen on the both sides of the board. And we will see 2 armies and a fleet for Peter. Army for England, and France pulls that fleet in as that army in Brest, and Italy is popping down fleet in Naples.
Spring of 07, and Justin is continuing to get sort of destroyed by Peter in this game. I thought that stab on Peter was premature, and it was. Justin has paid about as big a price as it could possibly get. Peter showing Justin just how good Peter is. Takes Bulgaria, blows up another Turkish army. Turkey is now in a position with no armies in this position, which is horrible, and has lost Black Sea. Elsewhere, Peter gets the walk into St. Petersburg, and Germany stabs England at the same time. So this is really good for Peter, who might even keep St. Petersburg. Yes, there's a retreat to Bothnia, might lose it, but it depends what Germany does. There's a real potential for cooperation between GR here. Elsewhere, no correct guesses against France. Really nice turn for Dominic, actually. Guesses right everywhere. Gets back into Mid-Atlantic. Defends Brest, defends Paris. That shouldn't have been possible, and EG sort of misplay it from there. So great turn for the East again. Italy's in Albania, or line up on Greece. Does have a problem with Germany being in Tyrolia, though.
Let's see. I mean, Darcy once told me that Peter McNamara is overrated, and then later said he was wrong. I suppose I was wrong too, because Peter's in a much better position, like you said. I could see him growing a bit, but I didn't see this coming, so that's well played by Peter. Let's see, friends.
This is back-to-back free builds, is it not?
Yeah, that's insane.
Insane.
And now EG's fighting, so he's not even having pressure from there. So well done, Peter. He's taking Bulgaria. He's taking Khan. Supporting Germany, which makes sense because then Germany will be thankful, grateful, and want to go after England even more. France doesn't lose anything. Again, does quite good moves. Italy's in Western now, which is a bit annoying, but that'll be fine. I think it's a little brave for Germany to fight both France and England at the same time, but it is a choice that can be made.
I mean, yeah, Germany has gone all in on the GR here and has got Trieste as his reward for it. So Peter has decided to stab the wintergreen. I think that makes a lot of sense for Peter. Yeah. Plus 3 builds. Germany is probably going to be stalemated while Peter's going to get more Turkish dots. And yeah, this is... We've seen a lot of players in this game who've had good games before. We've seen good results from Justin. We've seen good results from Connor, from Dominic. Peter's sort of teaching them all a bit of a lesson right now and showing that just how good Peter is. He can still win this tournament. This is how you get the massive score that wins you a tournament as Russia.
It would be an insane comeback, but yeah, potentially.
I mean, if you go to Winter right now, he's got what, a 3 center gap over them, so he's getting, oh no, it's only a 1 because Germany did go +2, but
I mean, Trieste and Vienna are very vulnerable. I would like to point out this retreat to Piedmont here. I would be very tempted. I'm sure Peter wouldn't like it, but I would be very tempted to retreat to Vienna here as Germany, because I'm not sure how realistic it really is to get into Marseille. And it just seems with just one army holding Vienna and Trieste, you're just like offering it to Peter on a silver platter. At least that's my opinion. I don't know how you guys feel about it.
I agree. I think that that retreat is probably something Peter had suggested. If you lose it, you can just retreat to Piedmont and then you'll get a great position on France. Sure.
Great for Venice.
Yeah. So let's see. 3 armies. Germany puts down another fleet and an army. That is generally also very good for Peter, because this fleet can do little against Peter, but much against England.
And Bothnia is gone, so St. Petersburg's under less threat.
Yep. Everything coming up McNamara. Let's see how far he can go, or if somebody bounces back and we see another turn in this game.
All right. Spring of 08. So Peter goes down to Armenia, which guarantees him that lost Turkish center. Also gets into Greece because neither Turkey nor Italy do anything about it. So great news for Peter in that regard, who definitely shouldn't have been getting Greece, but is. Trieste is lost for Germany, but they do get Marseille, so Piedmont was relevant and useful. They get piffed in Picardy, which is, of all the units to be piffed, definitely the one you'd want to be piffed, especially as England is losing Liverpool to that French fleet that's just going to walk up straight into it. How Joshua has decided that he needs to be convoying to Picardy and attacking France in this position, I'm not entirely sure, but he's also losing Norway for his trouble. Yeah, okay, cool. How many centers can Peter take? Because I think he's about to get a big distance, and he was on, 28, 27 before this round?
Let me check. He was on 27, yeah.
So I think he's going to get about the same score again. He'll overtake Max. Whether he'll overtake someone in the other game, I don't know. Peter's in real contention to win this tournament now.
No one's stopping him either. They need to learn about balance of power. As Europeans teach them.
Yes.
Well, if you're Germany and you're attacking Italy, France, and England, you sort of have to work with Russia. So
yeah, but why is Russia in Greece?
I have no idea. It's
I mean,
masterclass.
Justin had sort of stabbed every one of his neighbors, so I'm not surprised that he couldn't find someone to work with at the end. And Italy is deciding they want to punish Germany more, which again is quite a reasonable perspective. Italy, when they lost Trieste to Germany last term, was probably going, Germany, what on earth are you doing? Why are you fighting me? So
I guess so.
Yeah, it makes sense for everyone separately, but as a board, we just see Russia explode and everyone else being like, haha, I'm punishing you for it.
absolute diplomatic masterclass from Peter here.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I'm really enjoying watching this.
And I think we also see the mix of what he does well, because as you say, he's a great tactician, and we've seen that, for example, in the fight with Turkey, where he essentially got every guess right. But it's not just that; he's also just great at getting people to do stuff that is favorable for him. So yeah, I think that side of him is underrated. Actually, I think his tactics are very well known.
He's decided those 3 builds are not enough. Why not go for 5?
Oh my!
I sometimes find it quite hard to work with Pete. I haven't played with him a bunch, but the times I have, I just never know what he's up to, and I'm just hoping I can trust him, but I can't puncture through. And
he's on solo watch, right?
We
haven't talked much about this term, but this is +5.
Yes.
This is crazy. So he's getting into Norway. He's getting with English support. He's also taking Sweden. Let's see. Yeah, Vienna.
Germany keeps pushing forward.
What's the 5th?
Greece and Smyrna.
So, Greece as well, yeah.
And that means the Turkish fleets are gone.
Wow.
And suddenly Peter has a chance in the tournament. I mean, we saw him growing. You predicted it very early on, but he really does. He can't just win. That's not enough. He needs a really big score, and it seems like he's getting it. And especially knowing there's 2 more years?
I think one
more year. And Trieste is guaranteed pretty much, because I can't really see Italy doing much about it.
Also,
Don't
bye
see
to
2
Justin.
others. Yeah.
Yeah, I think in one year it's hard to solo, but it might still be enough to win the tournament. We'll see what happens on the last board, but he's definitely in
Wasn't it
contention.
9 though? Oh yeah, so we have 1 more year. Yeah, I see. Okay.
Yeah,
So-
and he's guaranteed to get all of the distance points, right? Because nobody's getting up to like 12. You're not seeing like Germany take 5 in this final year or some crap like that. So
Even if the rest throws, I don't think they can get close enough.
Yeah.
stop a solo, and that's about it. And 30 points, Peter's definitely going to be in the lead ahead of Matt. Justin is out of it.
What an incredible last game to play at a tournament.
Insane, yes. Thanks for playing, Justin. Tough one. Took his shot probably a little bit too early, as we said, but
Justin, yeah, like the sort of stab everyone play can work when you're up against weaker players, but Peter's taught him a bit of a lesson in this one.
2 fleets for Peter. France builds an army. Yeah, apart from that, nothing too consequential. I mean, Germany has continued to just run west and not care about Peter so much. Let's see if that will happen again, or if they will now coalesce with the rest of the board to stop a solo. Regardless.
They will, because Italy support holding Trieste. All right. So they are stopping Peter taking anything more. He does have enough units to cut Albania, but that won't be enough to take Trieste because Venice and Adriatic are there. France is coming over and is probably going to dot Italy for Tunis, which might make Italy pissed enough to let Peter take Trieste, but can Peter take anything else? Shouldn't be able to take Munich unless France. Yeah, unless he's thrown it, he's not getting any more dots.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a guess around Vienna, Munich, Berlin, right? But it should not be enough to get 3 in total, I think.
If France is on side, then you can defend Munich and Berlin as well, because Munich can go to Berlin while supporting Tyrolia up. And yeah,
that's Burgundy. Yeah, that's right.
They don't know that it's going to end after this year, right? So
that's true, which also makes it even less likely that France is going to do something that risks the solo. Like maybe they take Tunis, but probably not. That's probably actually coming over to Tyrrhenian Sea.
Yeah. So let's see. Last turn of this board.
Well, France does actually decide that they want to dot everyone, but Peter guesses wrong, unusually. Oh, sorry. This was Micah's turn, not mine.
Oh, it is. Sorry, I was zoned out. I didn't hear what you said, but what is wrong? What does Peter guess wrong? He keeps everything, right?
I could have taken Munich.
Could have taken Munich and also
I
could have taken
suppose.
Trieste.
Luckily, that would only be 17. I think he would be kicking himself if just out of tactics he would not have taken the solo.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, this is a good strong chat. It makes sense to take Albania here. Makes sense to move to Ionian if you think there might be another year.
Yeah.
If there was another year, there was even more chances for him. Especially
Yeah, I mean,
if he could
Peter
build
actually-
something like Please South Coast.
With another year, I think this is now a guaranteed solo because Trieste
Mhm.
does now fall, and you probably have the position to take Berlin. Maybe Munich isn't guaranteed, but it also depends how pissed everyone else is at France, dotting them for everything.
Mhm.
But those two centres that Peter could have taken there, could take Munich, could have taken Trieste. It's 2 points that could make the difference on winning this
We'll
tournament or not
see.
winning this tournament.
What
Yeah,
a game!
What
Very
a,
well
and I mean,
played.
I just want to point out we can bring Isaac back. Isaac, are you ready to come back? He looks like it, so I will bring him back.
Hello.
Nice. Hello, welcome back. I will quickly reverse and just want to show like 04 or so when there was a position that seemed so bad for Peter. If we go back, let me see. How can I do this? I think it's just amazing how he came back from something like this after
Fall of 03 when I called Peter to top this board.
good on you. Yeah, like this is quite impressive on 4 centers, and then he just went forward, formed this sort of wintergreen with Italy for a little while.
And you went,
completely.
oh wait,
obliterated
I'm supposed to be
Turkey.
going up, not down, right?
Free
Completely
build,
obliterated.
5 build. What a demolition job that was.
Then shoved Germany into everybody else. Great stuff. Really.
Best game so far played.
So this is 15 centers, 30 points. To be fair, like 16 or 17 would not have made a huge difference. It would have been 31 or 32. Might end up mattering.
Yeah.
We will see. His total score now is 57, which is definitely ahead of Max. However, 57, let's have a quick look. The other scores, Darcy had 41. That's the highest score after round 2. So Darcy doesn't need a whole lot. So it might end up mattering 1 or 2 centers. But for now, Peter is the clubhouse leader with 57 points. Wow. Really exciting. I'd say let's just get to the last board. How about we do the last board with the 4 of us, all of us on screen?
Sure.
Sounds good.
Then we will head over to the very last board of this
So
tournament.
excited
We'll
for this one.
decide-
Every board, it depends so much on how everyone does, and so many people are still in contention and really going for it.
Yeah, the last board called the Squirrel Gripper. Now we can sort of do the solution to this little riddle. It is actually rugby related. For the rugby club, the Cane Toads, I think it's also called something like that. Gavin wrote me, the Cane Toad Classic and our rugby league team are called the Cane Toads. And the games are officially called by commentators who are a bit boring. So in the 90s and 2000s, there was an alternative commentary that developed by 2 guys that was very popular. And they came up with a lot of funny names for different players. And all these board names are names for rugby players. So for example, here we have the Squirrel Gripper, or we had, Chock-a-Block full of angry pills, the King, 3 knees, the Poo in the shoe, the grassy knoll, and so on.
Imagine being nicknamed Pooh on the shoe.
I'm calling the Squirrel Gripper. I think that would be a great diplomacy name. I think.
I was quite close with comedy.
That was pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though I'm so.
Let me
Yeah.
get this straight. You expected a bunch of nerds to answer a sports question?
Hey, I like sports. I just don't like rugby.
Yeah, I mean, we would have had to have Michalis, Ed, and Patrick on here, and then
Michalis, stop! You're ruining the bit. You can't ruin the bit.
Anyway,
We've got a board to comment on.
I'm still looking out for the squirrel gripper crisps or three knees. Somebody get on that. Grassy knoll, one of my favorites as well. Let's get serious again. This is a very important matter we have right here. This is a serious game. No fun allowed. The Squirrel Gripper, last board of this tournament, which will decide who will be the APAC champion of 2025. Arden Goff is in Austria, Hudson McAllister in England, Darcy, one of the people very much in contention. Oh, we lost Isaac. I hope he will come back. Maybe he's just annoyed at McAllis, but I think it was his connection. Darcy in France, and Zoe, who's also sort of in punching distance. She needs quite a bit, since Peter has now even gotten ahead a little further than she was behind Darcy already, but in Germany. Christian Kelly in Italy, Claire Bradbury in Russia, also potentially just about in punching distance, maybe not. I think it's sort of the score Peter had in the beginning. And Shane Armstrong, who's in third. So very much a contender as well in Turkey.
Everyone
Isaac.
can
I was
also
so
just
upset
play
I
for
had to
top
leave.
3.
Sorry?
Oh, sorry. Everyone that doesn't maybe have as good of a shot to get first, they can still play for top 3 or something.
Yep.
They
That's
will
definitely-
try to have the best game, even if they can't win.
And of
Zoe's
course-
definitely in the sort of same position Peter was, where a huge score like that can win at the tournament, and she has Darcy right next to her, who has to lose for her to do that. So that's going
Yeah.
to be an interesting dynamic.
Zoe actually has a 4-center lead over Peter coming into the round, whereas Claire is 4 points, whereas Claire is 4 points behind Peter. So for Claire, it's a big stretch. For Claire, I think it's only a solo, but definitely Shane, Zoe, and Darcy have a legitimate shot at winning this tournament on this board.
Yep.
Okay, so let's dive right into it. I hope Isaac's connection is back and he's not salty at McCullough and rage quit. So let's
but
get
I decided I would come back for the good of the stream.
I appreciate it. That's valiant. We will do it like this. So we can start with give you something to do. Isaac, you were off screen, so we'll put you up first. And to battle your rage, you can tell us about this wonderful spring of 01.
Okay, so let's see. Anything unusual? You see the Tyrolia move, which is a little more common these days and a little more common in the Australian scene, but not super. You see the Fleet to Romania, which, as we all know, is the start of an RT. And other than that, you get fairly standard moves. You get the influence on Belgium. You get the bounce in Galicia. But other than that, nothing really to write home about, except for the fact that nobody went to the Black Sea and there was no fist bump. So even more signs point towards an RT.
Mm-hmm. And then we move into fall. Jesus, I'm sorry. I'm battling with tech.
It's
Now,
everyone's
Mike
favorite
Ellis-
Western triple moves.
Yoo-hoo! Like we've seen that before
It
today.
is.
We
Yeah,
love a
we
fleet
see-
in Belgium.
I almost never see this outside of the Australian scene, but here we go. England going +2 again with the convoy to Norway. Other than that, fairly standard. RT's going, I think, but Russia still has an option to work with Austria if they want, and Italy's doing again the classic. This is like the third time after one another we've seen Tyrolia move there and then hold. It's just fun.
Yeah. I like to do that myself, so I'm sympathetic with that. Just be there. Just have something to talk about. You don't need to upset anybody big time. So we see 2 builds for Austria, Russia, France, Germany, and England each. Turkey and Italy fairly standard, just 1 build. We can look at the builds if they are indeed very triplish. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we've said before that 2 fleets for England is a bit questionable, but I remember Ken Gordon, I think, doing it and then actually embarking on the Western Triple pretty directly. Northern Fleet, maybe Claire sees it coming that there is a Western Triple and she can meet that. And actually, Shane Armstrong misordering, I suppose. Maybe he wrote something in con. I cannot really. It's an Australian tournament, but I can't
Australia
quite.
probably waved.
Yeah, I can. I don't think so. I mean, maybe.
I've done this as Turkey in a very similar
Wave count
position.
11.
I think he waved. I think that's deliberate. I think it's, oh, look, there's a Western triple coming. I'll wave so you guys don't have to kill me.
Fascinating. Maybe. It seems very bold when you're trying to win a tournament, but maybe it will pay off big time for him, and maybe that's exactly what AIR will do. Maybe it's a quadruple to counter a triple.
I mean, the problem with this, with the Western triple, is Darcy and Zoe are both playing to win this tournament, and a Western triple is France and Germany, the two countries who are most at risk from a Western triple are being gutted later by England, and their rival for winning the tournament is Turkey. Like, this is not sensible tournament dynamics to do a Western triple for either of them here.
Yeah, that's true, which is, I think, more reason why I would not worry too much about the Western triple as Turkey. But yeah, you've halfway convinced me that this is at least something to consider.
I've done it as an IT start to show Italy, like, hey, I trust you. Please go after Austria with me.
I'll probably not be in a GNC if I'm doing it as an IT.
Yeah, I am. It's easier with Greece. And then Ball can cut Serbia.
Yeah.
Let me do my ITs weirdly.
I'm going to trust the IT expert.
I want Black Sea if I'm in an IT, right?
This is one of the issues, of course, that Russia will just go into Black Sea if they want to. Might still be fine, as we've heard. That might be perfectly fine for Turkey and Australia. But that's one of the things that can happen very quickly. What else do we see, Michalis?
So we see, Russia drops to Black Sea to pull the army down, which could all be juggernauty stuff. Italy convoys back to Apulia and covers Venice. So there's some distrust between Italy and Austria, which, by the looks of it, Greece tried to support Turkey into Ionian Sea, in which case it was very correct distrust from Italy towards Austria. And we don't see a Western triple. Darcy has realized that a Western triple is not the way to win this tournament. And so he's going anti-England by the looks of it, is moving somewhat northward, holds Marseille, and Germany's in Baltic Sea and is doing EG moves.
Once again, we see that hold in Marseille. We've seen pretty much exactly that with France in an earlier game. Also that tap of Belgium. Interesting. Maybe keeping his options open to still go south very effectively. But however, he could still do that from Spain. Not quite sure what to make of this move.
Yeah.
In fall, Isaac.
We have the attempted convoy into Sweden once again too. And we have the same. Is this the same? Is this if it is the same game, then it's crazy. But we have the same set of moves with the missed convoy to Norway, and the convoy up into Sweden, and the support into Burgundy, over in the west, getting into Aegean.
We haven't seen the Turkey wave before, right? Because I'm also starting to question myself if we have gotten the wrong link. But no, it's just very similar, right? It's not the whole.
Similar, I think. Yeah.
It's just not the whole game.
It's just all the moves are basically exactly the same.
It's insane.
Nearly.
Yeah.
Turkey going back to Smyrna is a really weird move there as well. Like, instead of going for Greece, trying to put Russia into Serbia, but going backwards with the fleets is quite weird.
It's wild. Probably one more diplomatic pitch for everybody else to go west. But yeah, it's not nice to have an Italian fleet in Aegean now.
If Black Sea support holds Bulgaria here, Turkey will have a build though.
They have to wave. I mean, this was a full turn, so they can build it now, right? But
that's true. But still, it's not the end of the world for Turkey. But it's just, I feel like
if they went to Eastern and build here a fleet Smyrna, they'd be in a much stronger position than now that they have moved there. Yeah,
I mean, it just seems to me like all they've gotten for being patient and not doing anything is a fleet in black and a fleet in Aegean, which is. It's not that it's impossible. I'm not saying that it can't work, but that's kind of what I would be a bit afraid of if I so openly present myself as no, I don't have any units essentially. But to be fair, they are the only ones building this turn. They've got that.
Are we sure this is the right link? Because I feel like we have seen this northern thing before. I don't think it was last.
Yeah, exactly. Let me double check. I will quickly.
I've not seen the name the Scroll Gripper before.
No, the board
might still
named
be the wrong
that's a
link.
separate thing. I think this is the wrong link.
Let me double check. You guys can quickly think about that.
That would be really funny. But
It is because it's the same thing with Yorkshire. That's what I thought as well. So this should be round 3, board 4. Let me see if I can check.
Darcy and Shane haven't played together before, had they? Because they both had huge scores in the first 2 rounds.
No, but there's the right players. That's separate on the software. So the software will put the players that
I
you say in
see.
there,
Okay.
but we'll put a different game link depending on what the
That
game
would
link
be
is.
funny if we
It
just
is-
commented on the wrong game again. Maybe we saw different things and commented differently.
Yes,
it's diff-
psychologists, start an experiment.
I haven't seen this game, so I'm blaming the 2 of you.
I mean, I've been DM'd saying that this is not the right link by someone.
Yeah.
So
I'm afraid it is the link I have received, which says round 3, board 4. So maybe it was labeled in the wrong way. This is a bummer because
Or it is correct. Is that possible that it is the correct link and it's just a lot of the same moves?
Maybe we commented. No, it's possible that it's correct, but we commentated on it with the wrong players.
no, I've definitely
Or
been
it's the wrong
DM'd saying this is the wrong link by someone.
Oh.
Okay.
that is very sad. That is very
Oh
sad.
no!
Let me see if we can sort this out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to double check with Diplomacy TV as well.
I suppose, is there any diplomacy player in the comments?
Board
That
4 was
not-
originally board 5 before it got renamed. Do we have a board 5 link that we've not done?
Let me see. Board 5.
Or maybe there's
Oh.
diplomacy players in the comments that have access to the game links because they were at the tournament.
Not sure if they have the links. I'm trying to check if I have a round 3, board 5. I don't think I have.
Well, Rob is in the comments and he's saying, well, Backstabber profile is used for the sandboxes. If it's the APAC one, I can log in and send a link.
Sure, that would be helpful. If you can do that, Rob.
Oh, there's no board 5, DocTube is saying.
No, I'm
Ah,
looking through the links I've gotten as well. I've gotten 4 links for round 4, but I have not gotten any.
Well, if you've got 4 links, surely one of them is one that, unless you've been given the same link twice.
Trying to figure that out. This one. Wait. Round 1. Board
we
5
believe
is
in your
linked.
technical abilities, Robert.
At least somebody is.
Hold on,
Yes,
Matt, I
that's
have one. I'm being messaged. Wow.
Oh, I got confused
Okay,
by
yeah,
the
this
dates,
is-
but you're American, so you do it the wrong way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for the advertisement.
You're doing it the wrong way. You're in Australia.
I was like, the EDC is not on the 11th, but this is correct.
Okay, I'll quickly
Robert,
take this
I'm gonna-
off. Yeah.
I'm gonna send you a link. I don't know if it's the right link, but it's a link I have received.
Okay, thanks. I'll have a look at it. This is fun. Doing this all.
I don't
all
remember the
live
end
stream.
state.
Well, we
Hey,
know that it's not the one
Listen,
that's
this
got a
is
giant
sorry.
rusher at the end of it. Because we
Well,
know
the-
that was Peter's.
It's not the one that's got a giant rusher at the end of it.
For all the viewers, we
Um,
do this live,
wow.
as you can see. It's really live.
Yeah, Isaac, I'm afraid that's the same link I have. I think that's
Ooh.
That's the wrong link. Listen,
All right.
Robert, I was just
Robert-
testing you. I just wanted to make sure you were thinking. That's all.
Robert
Good.
Hillier says he's got the link now, so hopefully he can send that over to you,
Yes.
Robert.
yeah, that would be great, Rob. If you can send it via Discord to one of us, that would be very helpful. Well,
And it's so exciting. I want to know how this board goes.
Yeah. Let me just check one other thing. I can try if I can check the end state and if it lines up with Diplomacy TV. No, so it's definitely the wrong link. That is confirmed. The link I have and the link Isaac also got is not in line with the scores I see on Diplomacy TV for this board. Robert Hellier saves the day. Go ahead, Rob.
Rob, were you not at this tournament, or were you just there for the social stuff? He's asking for your Discord name.
Yeah, I've now very officially BBN branded said my Discord name.
In the meantime, Micah, you can do some more advertising for EDC in this conveniently timed gap.
Yes.
Come to EDC, it's gonna be super fun.
This was
9 boards.
deliberate.
Oh, I can tell stuff about what we do other than diplomacy. We
Yeah.
have 2 tours actually around Leiden, which are organized by friends of Jelte and me and diplomacy players, and part of them is going through musea, and for other people that maybe don't want to spend that money, you can also just walk past a lot of things. We've got on Saturday, we have a restaurant for everyone where we can eat together. We have a lunch together. We have, of course, the European hobby meeting where we can discuss everything. There's going to be a new European project to be announced, but that's still secret, so you didn't hear that from me. And there's going to be people advertising for their own tournaments. People can talk about whatever they want. Plus, we're going to, of course, pick the next EDC location, which is going to be very exciting. So far, we do have a bid. So there's going to be an EDC next year. And people seem to agree where it was going to be. So come to EDC and find out first.
Also, if you mandatory virtual plugs, if you need to play games and you're like, oh no, I want to go places but I don't have money, or oh no, I want to go places but I don't want to leave the house, I have solutions for you. Next week we have the Snake Pit, which has 2 rounds. Round 1 on Saturday/Friday, set up for Pacific and Australian, Asia-Pacific time zone, and US West Coast. Then on Sunday morning, there's a round, Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon for the Australians, Sunday morning for Europe. So a Europe/Australia round. So there are 2 now for extra diplomacy. And then the week after that, we have VDL, the Virtual Diplomacy League. Very good tournament in league, in my opinion, my totally unbiased opinion, where there are 3 rounds, 2 of which will be suited to your time zone. And you can play all 3 if you are insane. But as someone who's done it, I wouldn't recommend it. But that will be next 2 weeks from now, and there are still, that goes on until December, and it's your top 3 scores, so there's still to play for because there's 4 months worth of games left to go, so you could still come in and steal the show from everyone who's there, even if you haven't played before.
Also, I would like to
Carlos,
say,
your turn to advertise something.
I have still got something to say, but sure, go ahead.
I've got nothing to advertise. Go ahead, Micah.
Oh, sure. I was just thinking, because you said about how it can be harder to attend tournaments, I do want to say for EDC as well, but also in general, there are funds available. So if money is a reason people are not able to come to tournaments, you can contact a lot of people. David Hood is a good person to contact. You can also reach out to me or Jelte specifically for EDC or to get contacts. But it is possible. Some people have had their flights and hotel rooms fully funded. And that is a way we try to also get people there that may not have as much money to spend, or at least not to spend on diplomacy tournaments.
Okay, great. I think now it will be trial live on screen if it's the right thing, but I think I managed to enter the new game link, which looks right. I looked at the end state and compared it. Just hope that the system now also took it. Let's see. I will try it. Squirrel gripper map. Let me quickly skip to the end. Nah, it still has the old link. This is
I think
Okay.
you have to restart Dipcast.
I did. I'm just not quite sure why I didn't take the new link. I think
You can always
for-
just stream the Backstabber. As
yeah,
well.
that's I think what we should do. It's a bit ugly, but I think I can try one more thing, and unless that works.
Also, I
can-
want to say just from the chat, Rob is saying shout out to Robert Chatterton who sent me the backstabber link from his flight. So hey, bye, shout out to Robert Chatterton. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yeah. Not quite sure what's wrong here. So we will just look at the backstabber link, I think, even though it will not be quite as pretty. And we will have to remember who's playing what. So, all a bit annoying, but we will get there. We will get there. Dum, 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 dum. So, okay. Now I can present this screen, and we will try.
Anyone seen any good movies lately? That's a great question, Rob.
So,
Oh, there it is.
This is the actual game. I'm sorry for all this inconvenience. Or actually, no, I have to do one other thing. Let me try to do it a different way.
For face-to-face tournaments, the next tournaments in your local areas are for the European continent. You've got SDC coming up next week in Switzerland. If you can't attend that, the next one is probably the UK NDC September 22nd to 20th to 22nd, that weekend, I think. If you are in North America, your next face-to-face tournament will be NA DipCon Weasel Moot in Chicago from, I think, the 2nd to 3rd of October. People, please yell at me if I'm getting these dates wrong. And if you are in the Asia-Pacific, which I think a few of you might be, your next face-to-face tournament is the Fandango, some other word that I've forgotten, which is in Melbourne from, I believe, the 13th. It's either like the 13th or the 19th of October. But I don't remember which one because I'm doing this.
It is the 18th to 19th of October.
Tournaments. 18th
And
to 19th of October. Thank you very much.
that one's in Melbourne, and if you can't manage that one, the 21st to the 23rd, I believe the Australian Open in Canberra that Brandon Austin is running will also be available for the Asia Pacific. And in North America, 24th to 26th of October, you have Carnage in Killington, Vermont, which Dave Maletsky runs. Europe, I believe, after the UK, you have the Hexstecken that Robert here is hosting in Dresden from the 11th to the 12th of October. And after that, we have EDC, and that should round us out for the year, I believe.
There's so much stuff still coming up. That's really cool.
Yeah, October, by my calculation, we have a major tournament every weekend. So that's going to be interesting for DBN to cover alongside Lead Night.
Okay, so we are back to cover this. I will once again, because we don't have the nice labels anymore, read out who's playing what. We have Arden Guff in Austria. We have Hudson McAllister in England. Darcy Morris, one of the contenders in France, alongside Zoe Cameron in Germany. Christian Kelly in Italy. Claire Bradbury in Russia. And then Shane Armstrong, who's also very well positioned in Turkey. And these are the actual Spring of 01 moves. A bit smaller now. Sorry about this, but let's start reading them out. Isaac, you can take us off. What did actually happen in Spring of 01?
What actually happened in Spring of 01 was a very interesting opening straight to the English opening to Burgundy. So some people are not really behaving themselves and breaking the MZs. And I'm possibly breaking too.
It's a bit dodgy. we can kind of hear you, but I think we got
I'm
the
breaking.
Maybe we tried connecting and disconnecting.
How about
can
Micah
hear
does
you,
the
but the
spring
camera
while
doesn't
Isaac?
work.
Yeah.
Oh,
Anything
the
to add?
camera does
Mike?
seem to be moving. I think Isaac's stuff is already again.
I think he's back.
I exist. Yes, I was saying, much like me, it looks like DMZs were probably broken in English Channel and Burgundy, most likely, with a bounce in Galicia and Black Sea. So the East are behaving themselves much more nicely.
Very much so.
And other than that, pretty standard moves across the board.
Then we go
Except
into
Smyrna.
fall.
You don't
Yeah,
see that
Smyrna as a
often.
whole, we have not seen that a lot, but it's not that unusual in general. Now, in fall, Micah.
Let's see. Germany just walks into Belgium, and English Channel decides English Channel is where I'll stay. Possibly to try and trick France into going for Brest and preventing them from building there. England's also not convoying to Norway, so those are some interesting decisions. We have a +3 build Germany, which tends to result in them going down around 1903, 1904. We'll see if that's the case here. And then the rest of the board seems fairly standard. We do have Ionian to Tunis, which is interesting.
Free build Germany is obviously very good for Zoe.
Interestingly, Zoe says about herself that she's really bad at playing Germany. So let's see how this is continuing. I remember her saying that this is the country she really just can't get a handle of.
I seem to remember Zoe used to say that about Italy and then soloed as Italy in the Summer Classics. So we shall see.
So maybe you will
funny.
see another solo.
That's funny. I used to say that about Italy, and now I say it about Germany.
As builds, we see fleet builds for Brest, Kiel, and London, and 2 armies for Austria, Fleet Naples, Fleet Smyrna. Much more standard than what we've seen on the other board, I would say. And 2 armies for Russia, no Northern Fleet. Everything still very much open, I would say. I mean, yes, this English Channel is the only kind of more committal move we've seen. Apart from that, could go either way. Let's jump into Spring of 02, Michalis.
All right, Spring of 02, we see Turkey pulling out the Med and sort of standard RT moves in the east. AI finding the need to bounce each other in Venice, which doesn't suggest there's a whole lot of trust between the two of them. So that's going to be interesting going forwards, but nothing committal in either direction yet. Meanwhile, it seems like Germany has decided to attack both France and England, which is a bold gambit. Playing all out for a GR, I guess, but Russia hasn't taken Norway yet, so we'll see whether that works out. Maybe Burgundy was some sort of arranged bounce and they're actually going to work with France, but that would be surprising.
Okay. Now let's go into fall. And, oh, lots of movements to Armenia. Isaac.
We have Everyone Loves Armenia, and we have a bounce in Burgundy once again, time 3-on-3. France going ever so slightly anti-English, seeming like they've got the Germans on board. Maybe this is all arranged with Burgundy. I think it's an interesting move if so, but it is possible. But Norway supports North Sea and Russia stays unengaged, so nothing happens over there. In the east, Tyrolia goes up to Bohemia to maybe help out, and nobody else really moves. Everyone just support holds everything.
This must be a misorder, right? Mid-Atlantic support holds Brest.
Yeah. Should have been
maybe.
a forward support, I think. Unless Darcy and friends wants to play super cagey. So 4 builds. No, we don't actually have any builds. It's going straight into Spring of 03. And that would be, who did the last one? Isaac? No, Micah.
No,
Take it
I
away,
did
Mike.
the last one. I just commented. Let's see. We do have to support into English Channel this time. Yeah, I mean, FG is on, I think, from the looks of it. Italy's moving back to Tyrolia, which is good news for Germany. Russia takes Norway this time, so that solidifies their position in the north a lot. We see friendly moves around Russia, Austria, Turkey, and Italy, really. So it's just waiting about what alliances are going to come from that.
Yeah, Russia choosing not to force Galicia there, so they really don't want to get enmeshed in a war with Austria, but they don't seem to have many alternatives. They are growing, and England pulling Norway rather than retreating it to Skagerrak, where it can be annoying, is interesting as well.
Yeah, lots of wait and see in the East. FGR getting on the same page. We're reading from Shane Armstrong in the chat that Burgundy is just like a little bit of theater, which very much seems to be the case. So let's see what the East does. At some point, they will have to start moving as well, even though we know that this game will go on for a little longer than the ones from round 1 and 2. In fall, Michalis, anything significant?
In fall, we have Darcy getting into Irish Sea and convoying to Wales, which is nice for him. Russia walks back out of Norway, so it turns out that that blowing up, that was actually a clue that there wasn't a real fight. They were just letting them rebuild that unit back home, which is less good for Darcy. Germany comes to Bohemia now, while Austria blows up an Italian army that's in Tyrolia. Yeah, nobody's doing an awful lot on this board. This is all incredibly cagey, which suits Turkey to a degree. It suits Darcy, maybe, if he can get the upper hand on England. Doesn't really suit Zoe going for a win.
Austria is doing this on purpose, right? In agreement with Italy, so that Italy can rebuild it as a fleet against France. That's what I think. Otherwise, why not push forward towards Ionia and Turkey?
If you're going to do that, you do it from Trieste and not Vienna.
Yeah, I mean,
early.
Is France really coming? I'm not sure that I'm happy to do that as Italy. I mean, France has shown no intentions to go into the Med. I mean, sure, it's weird that Turkey is not moving along to take Ionian here, but
Greece is also support holding Ionian.
Yeah.
But Russia's still not trying to take Galicia. Now they're self-bouncing themselves there. Nobody on this board is really trying to do anything except an attempt to take down England, which isn't going very quickly.
But that's okay, because nobody else is doing anything. So they got all the time in the world.
Yeah.
So we have a rebuild, and it's actually an army.
Makes
so
sense.
that's more of nothing. A bit of position for Austria, but now a bit of guessing around support holding Venice or covering Piedmont for Italy might start. Apart from that, Austria will have to deal with a German invader in Bohemia. And England rebuilds an army in Liverpool. And it is spring, so we go back to Isaac, I think. Yeah, Isaac.
Okay, so we get an actual going into Burgundy this time, which looks to be a Germany not behaving themselves, because it looks like there's a support to London that was untaken there with a tap on Yorkshire, so it would have been guaranteed, but Germany's decided they'd rather attack France, and Italy's decided that they'd rather attack France, and Austria's decided that they start to attack France. Okay. So everyone's decided that attacking France is we're tired of killing England. What if we killed France? And everyone else is staying still.
Well, everyone else was doing nothing, and Darcy tried to do something, so everyone's agreed. You know what? No one's allowed to do anything. We're going to punish you for trying to do something, Darcy.
Correct.
How dare you?
Robert Hillier bringing it up that, but at this time, both Max and Peter were not doing very well. But Justin was doing quite well, so I don't know that patient play is really that good at this stage, because Justin was in contention and had a pretty decent start on his board.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Turkey just sitting in their box, being patient, not doing anything for now. Maybe thinking they just need to outrace France and Germany. And unfortunately, it does not look too great for Darcy. Micah, tell us how it goes in fall for his French position.
Leon gets into Marseille, so that's not good for Darcy. Actually, Belgium takes London. That is interesting. I'm wondering if this is France and Germany patching things up. We do see Picardy move back to Paris, but that could be just to keep Germany from going there.
Germany backfills Burgundy, which doesn't suggest things are particularly well patched up.
That's true, but they also could have gone to Picardy, I suppose. There's some belief in each other. Otherwise, he would not have done the convoy to London. But
I
yeah,
mean,
it's not great.
Maybe you just
Germany-
want to dock.
Yeah, but you're getting French support, right? So you have to believe that you're getting French support. Otherwise, there's 2 on Belgium. So Germany at least has some degree of faith in France. It just might not be entirely returned.
Yeah, I think Germany's just taking advantage of offers, which is just quite nice play.
Yep.
I'm really confused by the Easterners on this board. AI to some degree at least are doing something against Marseille, but this sort of armed neutrality of everybody holding in Budapest, Rum, Serbia, Bull, like Warsaw, this is kind of a bit nonsensical. You can't do nothing in the entire game and expect things to work out nicely. And I don't get it. I don't get it
The
at all.
Italians have done something.
Yeah,
They've joined the
Italy's
Doing
done.
Something club.
Russia and Turkey can get Serbia whenever they want, and it's only 1904. I'm not a fan either, but I'm not. The West seems to mess itself up.
Yeah, I mean, there's a build for Turkey, for Italy. I suppose they will probably put down another fleet just to make sure that they can keep Ionian. Let's have a look at that. Indeed, it is a fleet. Germany is building an army in Munich, which is very much in line with France. We are still fighting. Thanks for London, but this is not over. Disband in Wales, yeah, because Darcy realizes that Zoe has not just turned around; she's simply taken London.
And Russia's still not taking Norway, which is just a bit bizarre.
Once more, Spring of 05, Michaelis, that's your turn.
Spring of 05, something finally happens in the east. Nati pull the trigger, so they convoy into Greece, and Russia comes to Galicia. Good, someone's doing something. Because what you can't do is just allow the West to mop stuff up and then be miles ahead of you while you've done nothing all game. That's not a good recipe. But for now, things are changing a bit in the east, and not in a way that really favours Austria. Meanwhile, in the west, Zoe is staying in Burgundy. She's not leaving, but she's not trying to push the position any further, and sort of all bounces with England and with France, who goes back to mid-Atlantic to defend from this Italian issue. Fair enough.
Yeah, Austria kind of tried to just sit around and do nothing. They helped Italy to Marseille, but they've not really gotten anything out of it, and now it will be a bit hard to come back from that, I think. Let's see how they do it in fall, Isaac.
We have the Russians keep trying to self-bounce in Norway, but Zoe goes, no, I'm not having that. You're going to Norway this time. I'm gonna make you. And so the Russians do get into Norway, and the Germans get Sweden because they put Sweden into Norway. So they aren't even gaining from it. So they should have just taken Norway in the first place. As Germany pushes east and helps the French back into Marseille. So if I'm Zoe, I'm loving this because this is an FG where I'm in Burgundy. And in the east, there's an attempt on Budapest that doesn't work, and they just hold Greece. DRT, that is.
Yeah. That's really nice play with that hostile support on Norway, but it's punishing a situation that you should never have allowed to happen. Like, it was nonsensical to wait this long before trying to take Norway, and now you're sort of paying the price for it. And yeah,
Hostile support.
Don't do nothing, guys. Anything is better than nothing.
Yeah,
and especially it's dangerous to self-bounce over and over again at the same place. Like, this is something, a lesson to take, because you're just making yourself so predictable. People say, like, yeah, well, I'm sure this will happen again. And I mean, I'm not sure that Zoe would have committed to that kind of play if it hadn't been so clear that this is what Russia is doing. Because if you just have a mild feeling that this might happen, it's quite a big investment to invest 2 units that might do nothing. But this was kind of like yeah, very, very openly presented to her that this is a possibility.
And now Russia is like making an attack on Austria, but Germany can go and work with Austria because you've just given Germany time to do what they wanted in the West and now get the upper hand against you. And now when you finally made a commitment in the East, Germany can go and help them, prop them up. So
yeah,
not great.
So we're looking into builds. Italy is disbanding Army Rome. That's interesting, keeping Lyon around. Not quite sure what that will do, but maybe they expected a third Turkish fleet to come on and they thought I will need it eventually to defend Ionian. Turkey, however, is building an Armenian con, more focused on Austrian dots, apparently. German fleet in Kiel. Yeah, okay, that makes sense, I guess, if you're sort of good with France again and now fighting Russia in the north, potentially. And a French fleet in Brest.
With keeping Lyon, there's also the argument that France might still be a little bit upset with you for that taking of Marseille, and they might decide that they want Tunis, and you can't really afford to move Naples right now.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Yeah, I think Lyon to West is a very reasonable move for Italy here.
Yeah, and I guess Austria can't afford to just go into Venice, or at least they shouldn't with RT coming.
Yes.
Let's see if they do. Spring of 06, Micah.
They do not. But this is interesting because I expected Turkey to get into Serbia. I didn't necessarily expect Italy to be supported into Greece. So Italy's moving west now. It's going to get a build. They're not going to lose Venice, even though Austria was able to take it last time. Russia goes up as well, though Germany is putting himself in position to take Norway in the fall. We do see a convoy to Yorkshire. Not sure why, but it's happening. I guess to have a play on Eddie, but you can't have a play on Norway and Eddie at the same time. But it's a play, I suppose. And other than that, we see France just walking into Liverpool. England walks out. I guess England decided they want to fight and punish Germany more. And we see Germany moving back to Munich, leaving France alone and giving France the space to go against the southeast.
Yeah.
What if Shane to shout out tournament dynamics here and giving up Greece to Italy? Because Darcy is his rival for the board top that's on this board, for the tournament that's on this board. So going and letting Italy go and play Darcy's game is just really clever from a tournament perspective. When you look at it from a game perspective and go, why on earth is Turkey giving a dot to Italy? That's why. He wants Italy to contain France.
Very fair point. Makes a lot of sense. And then we go into fall of 06, which is yours, Michalis.
Yep. So fall of 06, we see that Zoe is now taking Norway, killing it with an army. Cool, good stuff from her. She also decides to drop down on Austria, goes to Tyrolia and Bohemia, which is fun. I love German armies in Bohemia, getting their share over there. Shane is even for the year, and Austria is going down too, and Italy guesses correctly to defend Western Med at this stage. So all a bit of a nothing in the West, but just a good year for Germany and a decent year for Turkey, I think.
So if we look at the position, we can look at the builds. Austria is disbanding Albania. Italy is building Army Rome. A fleet in Brest for France and an army in Germany in Berlin, and a fleet south coast for Russia. Germany has taken the lead on 9. A very nice position. However, France has 6, Russia has 6, Italy and Turkey on 5. How do you guys feel about the whole position? I mean, Germany is quite a bit ahead. Do you fancy Zoe's chances to win this board, or do you think that somebody like Turkey, who might have a better position but is trailing a few centers behind, is actually the hidden leader of this board? How do we feel?
I'd say the second. I think Zoe is doing well this game, but she is a bit behind in the overall standing, so she needs a really big top. I can see her doing well this game. I'm not sure if I'm seeing... I don't see her doing as well as she should to win the tournament. I think Turkey's in good position and is also in a better position tournament-wise. So out of the people in contention, I'd give Turkey the best shot at this point.
I see some growth for Shane, but I don't see a lot of growth unless he can make a good stab on Russia. And at a certain point, like, Shane is doing the right thing containing Darcy, who is a rival for win their tournament, but Shane also needs to take dots for himself to get a tournament score big enough to beat Max, and he's probably not aware of Peter's score yet, but because I don't think at this stage Peter was looking that big, but Max at least I think was beginning his comeback at this stage. And he said in the chat that he wasn't looking at other boards, so he's probably just assuming that someone out of those two, out of Jason, out of Justin, were getting decent scores elsewhere. You know you're going to need some sort of decent score from this board. You know you're going to have to beat Darcy, but you're going to have to beat people not on it. And at a certain point, Shane's got to pull the trigger on going for someone. And all these armies are probably actually better placed for attacking Russia than attacking anyone else.
Yeah, you don't really have the fleet presence. I agree that I don't think Zoe's score will be high enough to win her the tournament, but I do like her position. She's got a strong French ally who doesn't really have position on her, especially if Italy keeps pushing west and getting pushed west. She's got a few minor issues in Scandinavia, but those are more going to slow her down rather than stop her. She's just got to get a few guesses right. And ultimately, she is starting to have control over the East by those armies having some influence. So I think the big task for her is just getting France to not stab her. But France only has 2 armies, so their stab isn't super effective. But, well, their stab can be super effective, but will also be super obvious.
I think that's a good chance Zoe will win. I don't think she has enough of a chance to win the tournament, and that's the hard bit.
But her other problem is that Darcy needs to do well to win this game. And if Darcy can't get any dots in the south, at what point is Darcy going to make the desperation play to start taking dots from her?
I'm not sure he would, because if he sees that he can't really win anymore, he might want Zoe to do well. Then again, he probably wants to end as highly as he can as well, so he might just go for whatever, second place, third place.
Yeah.
So sorry, I'm still trying to figure stuff out in the background. Let's go to Spring of 07, which would be you again, Isaac.
So we get Edinburgh falling finally. We get a move out into Baltic and Skagerrak dropping down to counter that Russian fleet move out to Bothnia. Interesting that St. Petersburg isn't tapped, but fair enough. You get bounces in Silesia and Prussia. So those armies, not anti-Austrian actually, they're to prop Austria up against the RT, which I think is smart. From a game perspective and from a tournament perspective, because you're working with Darcy and your other big rival here is Shane, who you want to try and slow down as much as possible. So getting Austria on side makes sense for that. And Darcy's got enough problems with Italy anyway that you don't really have to worry about him, with a fleet war breaking out in the Med. And the Turks ending up in Ionian.
Yeah, Shane's pulled the trigger and gone, yeah, I need some dots, and I think that's quite reasonable at this stage.
Yeah. Okay, so we will move forward into Fall of 07. And that's Micah.
Oh, so Shane decides Naples looks good. He keeps Greece and he takes Naples, so that's a good turn for him. With Romania not tapping Bulgaria, so he gets to keep it. That puts him in really good position because Greece can start to support Hold Serbia. There's a fleet in Romania, which generally you don't like as Turkey, but if you're in Serbia and you're still having an ally, it's fine. Especially if you can build in Con here. I like that. That's a fun move. Elsewhere on the board, we see France moving down, Italy moving away, probably sensing that Shane might not be as friendly as he pretended to be. We've got Germany picking up the center in Eddie and getting ready to go forward for the attack on Russia with the convoy to Livonia. So I'd say good turn for Germany. And I think probably good turn for Turkey, but it depends a bit on how he's able to diplomatically pull this off.
Well, also good turn for France because they start actually breaking into the Med with this pullback from
That's
the
true.
Italians.
Yeah,
Darcy, like we've seen before, strong seconds getting big scores in this tournament. Darcy doesn't have to top. Darcy just has to stay in contention. Tunis is probably going to go to him. It's whether he can sneak his way into Belgium or something else.
that's fair.
Cool,
Yeah.
So we have, at the end of this turn, Germany goes up to 10, builds an army keel. France still at 6, so they are not even in the region where they get some of the bonus points. Turkey going up to 7 with an army con and a fleet Smyrna, and Italy disbanding Albania and Tunis. So that is definitely favorable to the West, because now is it? I mean, Tunis is at least vulnerable. Not if they work together, not quite takeable right away. But there could have been more anti-French disbands.
Tunis and Tuscany is probably the most pro-Western disbands. I think you want Albania around to harass Greece.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And I mean, if you would want to stop France, Tunis, and Tyrrhenian Sea should be around. But apparently that's not entirely what Italy wants to do. So
I quite like Zoe putting that army in Kiel, especially if she now walks it to Holland and just says, Darcy, you're not walking to Belgium later.
Yeah, that's true.
She can also start making the convoy back from Eddie now that Clyde's gone.
With a fleet in Liverpool, I don't know that I want to do that.
Why?
I think I probably
want
want to be doing Eddie to Liverpool every turn so that Darcy can never move that fleet.
To Wales, for example, and then take London.
Yeah.
Okay. So if we're asking the question again about the tournament, I mean, I think it's looks pretty good to top the board for Zoe, but who out of Shane in Turkey, Darcy in France, and Zoe in Germany has the best chance in your mind to win the tournament?
I mean, I struggle to see Zoe getting enough points to overtake Peter. It's possible. I mean, she doesn't need as many points as Peter got from his game. I think she had a bit of a point disadvantage over him coming into it, but she really needs to get a bit more distance. And Petersburg's right there. What can she get after that in 2 years? Not actually very obvious.
Maybe Moscow, but that's it.
Moscow really needs a sort of Russian collapse. But if Turkey attacks Russia, that might be the case. Like Claire could end up king-making between Shane and Zoe if they both attack her. So that's going to be an interesting dynamic that might appear. For Darcy, unless Italy just throws him a ton of dots and Zoe also does, I just don't see a path that gets him near enough now.
So I just checked. To tie Peter, Zoe would need 26 points, which is sort of like we've seen that it's not quite as big as Peter. I think it's four points less than Peter. For Darcy, if I have a quick look, Darcy would need 17 points, which is actually very big second place or like a shared board top with a few more centers. So it's not impossible. And
what about Shane?
Yeah. Shane, let me check. Shane would need 20 points. So that's lone board top probably, but doesn't need to be quite as sizable as for Zoe. So yeah, possible for each of them, even though it's also quite possible that Peter will just hold on to it if nobody gets any of this. That's also a very distinct possibility at this point, I would say. Let's see. Spring of 08, which is probably the beginning of the penultimate year of this tournament. And we are going back to, who is it now? I think it's Micah? I think so.
Possibly. What we see is that Ionian supports Turanian to Tunis, which means France doesn't get it, but we also see Venice to Apulia. So Italy could try and make a move for Naples here, because Turkey can support hold Naples, but in doing so would give France Tunis. We do see Germany supporting France into Piedmont, which means Italy probably has to worry there as well. So Italy really has to choose now what to prioritize in that defense. We do see the moves upwards in the north. So he does take St. Pete. She does so from Livonia rather than Norway, which it does make sense since Bosnia could cut Livonia. And we do see the attack that Robert predicted, or Michalis, either of you predicted it, that Turkey was going to go after Russia.
I don't know that that's an attack, though. That looks incredibly arranged. Like, why is Rum walking to Sev unless it's to give Rum to Turkey, right? This could be Claire deciding to try and help Shane win this tournament or get close enough to the top to win the tournament.
Shane is nice. He probably has that factor that if you have to choose, then. Plus, Germany has attacked Russia all game, whereas Turkey hasn't at any point.
Yeah. So this, of course, always a possibility towards the end of these tournaments that somebody starts throwing or starts saying, yeah, whatever, I don't mind if you take a few centers off of me. Around this time, they will have a good idea that Peter is at least growing very rapidly. They will not know exactly where he finishes, but they will know that he's a force to be reckoned with in this tournament. So we will take a look into Fall of 08. If anything continues, at least there is no more walking out of Russian dots, so Turkey can walk in behind. What else do we see, Michalis?
We don't really see an awful lot, right? So this time France gets into Turanian Sea, but they do it with probably the wrong unit to actually make this a good attack on Tunis. So it's not a huge breakthrough there. They attempt to cut Tuscany to take Venice, but Italy defends. Russia defends. Actually, Budapest is braced between Austria and Turkey. So potential that Budapest was meant to go to Vienna there and that was actually a big misorder, but maybe not. And Zoe keeps St. Petersburg. I think Darcy's chances are pretty much over at this stage. I don't think Zoe can get enough dots to win the tournament. Shane can get close enough, maybe, especially if Russia gives him a couple more dots. It's whether he can do that in 1 year. He's got to build. He'd have to probably build a fleet in Kornorang and go and get a walk into Sev for that to be plausible whilst taking Budapest, but it's not impossible.
Italy is working more against France here than Turkey.
Yeah, that's definitely in favor of Shane. I think what he needs is also Darcy going against Zoe a little bit here, right? Because it's hard to see that Turkey will just surpass Zoe if she's going up to 11 here and she's not losing anything in just one more year. But maybe if Turkey has very explosive growth. But if Darcy were to position himself to maybe sneak a center off of Zoe, we could see that.
Rule makes that hard.
It makes it hard, yes, for sure. But Darcy's not getting a build. That makes it, very hard.
Very hard.
Yeah, that's
also
true.
Diplomatically, long term, Darcy's kind of screwing his relationship with Zoe then for no reason to make a player on the other side of the board win rather than a person he has been allying with this game.
Yeah, I agree.
I think
Darcy
Darcy
going to give him a better place than.
I think it's what Shane would need probably, but I agree that Darcy probably shouldn't do it unless he thinks it will be enough to give him the tournament victory.
What were you going to say on this?
I think Darcy made a mistake not trying to take Turanian Sea from Lyon and just going that way, because then you can take Tunis in spring and then maybe poke at Rome, poke for Venice, do something in fall next year. He's done a real momentum killer by doing it this way around, I think.
Yep, fair point. So let's look at the builds. Turkey's putting down another army. Russia's pulling fleet Sevastopol. So potentially there's more Claire giving up centers for Turkey. Of course, she can still cover it from Moscow, but this is definitely more anti-German than anti-Turkish. Germany putting down another army in Berlin, seemingly not being super worried about Darcy coming in. Bosnia, there were 2 disbands on Russia's part, sorry. So that as well, so sort of keeping the core of armies, Claire, that is in Russia. Okay, so we are going into the penultimate turn of this tournament. Mike, read out Spring of... Oh, no, was it Isaac? I'm sorry. I think it's Isaac, right?
Sure, I can do it.
Go for it.
Very little movement. You see covering of Munich. You see Prussia and Livonia up there to try and get some play around the Warsaw-Moscow area. But you see the Turks pushing up to Ukraine and Romania, so they can still slot into Sev whilst probably defending one of those. So Zoe's going to have to guess. You see a move over in Aegean to cover Greece, as Turkey supports Budapest this time. There's a bounce in Rome, but the French do manage to pick up Tunis this time from Tyrrhenian Sea, and they get into Venice. So good work, Darcy. Now you just gotta
Darcy
keep up.
somehow drawn +2.
It's
Yeah.
pretty good for him. I mean, he's going to 8 if it stays like that.
If he'd gone to Burgundy and Wales, he would have Belgium or London guaranteed.
Yeah, a lot of trust between the two of them. It seems that they both completely relied on they will not stab each other, and were right about it. The interesting question is at this point, I mean, if Zoe keeps the 3-center lead above anybody else, that might be enough. The question is, can she take one more off of Russia? I think Shane probably needs to make sure that Russia doesn't lose Warsaw or Moscow by also finding a way into either Budapest or Sev.
Yeah.
And that's quite tricky because you, on one hand, you need Russia to trust you that you will prop them up. And on the other hand, you kind of still need to get into their center because they might also think like, yeah, whatever. If they're saying they prop me up in Moscow, they will just walk into Sev or something. What's your take on how should Turkey play this turn, you guys? What will you try to sell to Russia in this position?
Try to sell full support to Russia, and then see if you can get Austria to support you into Budapest. That just looking at the way things have gone, I think that's probably the best way, because then you have full trust with Russia. But also Austria's been attacking Russia for a couple of turns now, and if you want to get Budapest, while maybe snaking into Sev or supporting Warsaw and Moscow, Serbia is probably the best way to do it.
But if you're Austria, aren't you going to say, like, yeah, I'll support you, knowing that Serbia now won't support hold Budapest and then take it yourself as a last sneaky move?
Con to Serbia. Oh, I see what you mean. Maybe. But that's the risk you take.
But I agree with if you do have... Yeah?
I think you'd rather Austria got Budapest than Germany got Warsaw.
Yeah, but I think you just have to do the support either way, and Russia's probably okay with you taking Sevastopol, because they're gonna lose something, and they get to choose, do I lose it to Russia or to Turkey? So
well, this way,
I don't really...
This way you get to walk into Sev and take Budapest.
I think it's unlikely that Austria would go along with that, but maybe.
Okay, drum roll. We will see the very last turn. Oh, sorry, Michalis, do you still want to say something?
I was going to say you could try and arrange something where Austria is given Venice, if you can get Italy to be agreeing to that, and then in return you can get Budapest. But I don't know if they would be up for that.
Italy doesn't seem to be so Turkey friendly this turn.
So we will look out for Warsaw and Moscow. One of them will turn black, and we will look out for Turkey, how many centers they can get out of Budapest, Sevastopol. Probably these are the only realistic ones. I don't think there's a world where they end up in Trieste, but maybe it's a lot of foreign units around it. Maybe enough chaos is there.
Maybe
Rome.
Rome's also
maybe Rome.
If Italy decides to try and defend Venice or attack Venice.
I was thinking, why doesn't...
Maybe.
Go ahead.
No, that was all. Seems unlikely.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking, why doesn't Leon go to Tyrrhenian? But they, of course, don't know this is the end. So that might play into how they play as well a little bit.
That is true. Even though I had the impression when we watched the other round 3 games that some players were once again sensing that this might be the end.
Yeah,
Maybe.
but they knew at the time because of when the planned lunch and dinner was. And this is the last day, so I don't think there is such a thing after.
Maybe not. If that's the case, of course, that changes quite a bit. That might also be the case that
Because otherwise,
Turkey.
France would go to Turanian and just let Tunis retreat to Western because you have Gascony.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, anyway, let's take a look at this last turn and see what shakes out. So, Michaelis, do us the favor, read us out.
So Zoe gets Moscow and Shane gets Sevastopol. That's sort of it for changes. Nothing else really happens. So Darcy has gone +2 to 8. Zoe has gone +1 to 12, which keeps her gap over Darcy. Shane has gone +1 to 9, which means that he does get a small share of the top. But yeah. And yeah, Ukraine guessed incorrectly on what was going to happen on Moscow or Warsaw, which means that he doesn't get more of a share. Oh wait, no, out 3 behind doesn't get any share, does it? It's 1 or 2 behind. So yeah, that's harsh.
2 and 3.
Okay, so yeah, okay. You see, you do get a small bonus for that. Pretty sure that won't be enough for Darcy. I don't think that's enough for Shane. I think he needed to be closer. And Zoe, maybe that is enough because she gets enough of a gap over them.
We will have a look at the final scores. We can come back to the game in a second. So, thank you, Backstabber. That's very helpful. We know that. So, this is a build. Probably not influential because we know the game draws here. So, Germany's at 12, getting the full topping bonus of 12 points, which means they get 12 plus 12 is 24 plus 3 points for playing. That's a total of 27 points. What they needed was 26 points. So by 1 point, Zoe Cameron is taking the tournament off of Peter, who's in second. Actually, Shane wouldn't have been in first even if he had gotten the guess right and defended Moscow and be in at least still in some of the bonus territory. But I can quickly bring up the final standings. I will have to do some.
So that guess that Zoe made on Moscow and that Peter didn't guess correctly on Munich and Trieste did make all the difference.
It did indeed. Either of those would have made the difference, actually. I will bring up the scores right now. So, as final results, we can make them a little bit bigger. We have Zoe Cameron taking the victory with 58 points, followed by Peter McNamara on 57, both with wonderful games, valiant efforts in the last round, jumping back from sort of the order of the pack where we thought like it's possible but not very likely. Then Max in third, followed by Darcy and Shane rounding out the top 5, followed by Jason Gray, Justin Lohr, Stuart Barton, Conor Muirhead, and Ian Whitchurch. So big congratulations to Zoe, player who has not been playing for a super long time, but has been very, very active, passionate about the game, also been here with us on DBN. And yeah, I think her first tournament victory, if I'm not mistaken. Also the host of the Flying Fox Fandango, which is coming up. So what better way of promoting that?
Yeah, you don't have to worry about her next tournament, Australians. It's just the one after.
Yeah, no, that's Zoe's first tournament win, and to do it at the sort of continental championships is hell of a job. Really well done, and she diplomatically managed that game perfectly to keep that gap, to have Darcy not go against her, and yeah, fully deserved. Well done. Peter gave it his all and couldn't quite get there.
Zoe had 3 really solid games. If you look at those scores, even her lowest score is higher than some people's highest score. That's just 3 games very well played, especially the last one, of course. I did not expect her to be able to pull it off with how everything else on the board was going, but she did. She played a very good diplomatic game. She trusted Darcy, who could have probably prevented part of this, but they probably that trusting him paid off. And yeah, she played a very good tournament. I'm glad she won. She deserves it.
Isaac,
really fun games.
Yeah, very good, especially in round 3. I think it was really, really fun. Great stuff. Isaac, do you also have any final thoughts, closing remarks on this tournament, on what we saw?
I think it's very well deserved, and I think it's a very interesting statement on scoring system, which I have to talk about because you took all the fun stuff. So I'm going to talk about the scoring system now. That I think the lack of a drop round and the way you can sort of stay under the radar, because Zoe didn't top either of her previous games. I don't think. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
I think
she
it was
just sort of
or second.
yeah, she hovered in that shared top second place where sort of you aren't seen as much of a threat, and so you can have a big breakout result like this, and people don't go, no, I can't let you do that because you're going to win. Unlike, for example, Darcy, who you saw that very real effort at the beginning of the game to sort of push against him to make sure that he wasn't going to win. So it's interesting the way this scoring system allows you to sort of fly under the radar a little bit.
Absolutely. And it's part of the skill set. I mean, every tournament is a little bit different because some have a drop round, some have a top board, different scoring systems. Very good players are able to adapt to that and just play the cards they have. And it's also a matter of play style. You know, some people are very good at, I think Dan Lester likes to say, I'd rather have the points and the problems of being the one who's hunted. And some are very good at sort of flying under the radar and then striking in the last round. And each of that is valid. So with that, we're coming towards the end of this broadcast. I want to thank all 3 of you. I want to shout out to Gavin Atkinson once again for hosting this event. It seems like it was very fun. Closing remark, 2 awards were given, as I said, which were voted by the players. Zoe actually also won the most fun player to play with, so that's quite an achievement, having both.
She's won the Player's Choice Award before. People like Zoe and they keep liking her. That's awesome.
Even when she wins. So she does it in a way that it doesn't upset many people. That's great. And the Toadiest Toad, which is, of course, the most important award, went to the traveler from the United States, Justin Lore.
Ah. Nice, congrats.
I mean,
So congratulations.
He did leapfrog across a whole continent, across a whole ocean, so that does make sense.
True.
So my assumption that it goes to the stabbiest player is really holding up.
Seems so. Yeah, with that, thank you all very much for covering. Thank you for watching out there. Sorry for the tech issues. It's sometimes a bit tough because we're doing this basically right when the tournament is still happening or right after it happens. So not much time to prepare and check things and stuff like that can happen. We hope you still had fun. You enjoyed it. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet. And as we said, there are many face-to-face and non-face-to-face possibilities of play coming up. We will cover them here, and you should also join us to play. And with this, we are signing out and saying, stay safe and stab well.